3v3 fans, what would Rocket League look like with 66.666666% recurring, of course, fewer cars? The answer, this.
Takes to the air this time. Fairy gonna reach very deep in that bag of tricks. Reef!
And easy to keep attacking. Double reset attempt. It's a bump as well. He has 100. He takes it up in the air. Ball cannot hit the ground. Reset. Joreuz.
Thousands of solo warriors, including some of the biggest names from the world of threes, have signed up for the 1v1 Opens. The stakes could not be higher, as only one from Europe and one from South America will earn the right to compete in Birmingham. The winner of that travels to Worlds to compete against the champion between North America and MENA. But for 1v1 newbies, what makes the game mode so utterly and endlessly pog champion, as the kids say? Well, first and foremost, fewer defenders equals goals, goals, goals. But let's talk strategy. 1v1's a constant stream of plays and counterplays, as top players gain reads on their opponent's decision making and play style while the other guy throws them off. Expect some slower, more considered moments that suddenly explode into life as all the heck breaks loose with a risky rotation cut that Barry27 over there never saw coming. Expect to see some wild momentum shifts and game plan 180s after every single goal. Which brings us to kickoffs, something 1v1 takes to the extreme, as Rocket League becomes Rocket, Paper, Scissors League, as players must swipe through their expansive kickoff repertoires on each set piece. Plays and counterplays, reactions and counter-reactions, bluffs and quadruple bluffs, all the way up the chain. 2 seconds left, 1 goal down, 1v1 ain't over till the Reaper dabs. So, will our champion be a 3v3 pro showing off their adaptability, or a one's main strutting their stuff on home turf like a proud little peacock? Find out by tuning in this weekend. Then keep your eyes glued to the screen as Europe's best takes on South America at the Birmingham Major.
Welcome everybody to the Birmingham 1v1 European Open, the first of its kind here in the RLCS. I am Veracity. I'm going to be your host for today's show, and joining me on our desk, I have Fear as my very special guest making his debut. So Fear, I'm going to kick things off with you. How are you feeling being here?
I'm excited. I love that I get to be a special guest. I've been an RLCS fan for a really long time, but I might have even been a 1v1 fan for even longer, watching those Scrub Killer 1v1 videos over on Johnny's channel. So the fact that I get to make a debut here on the 1v1 weekend is amazing.
Johnny boy, another day in the office for you. You looking forward to some ones?
Well, I mean, in a way, yeah. But yeah, this is brand new as well. We've never had 1v1 RLCS on the main broadcast before. So this is, this is exciting. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, safe to say.
And Gibbs, I know you're particularly looking forward to today's broadcast. Am I right in saying so? We've had a few surprises thrown our way thus far.
Yeah, 1v1s is going to be a lot of fun, but it's not about me today. It's really about Fear and Johnny, and especially Johnny Boy, because he's been doing 1v1s forever. Not only is this the first RLCS 1v1, it is Johnny Boy's birthday today. So everyone give him a happy birthday in chat. The perfect way to celebrate your birthday with the 1v1s.
Working. No, but actually it is. I can't believe it. When I saw the first ever RLCS ones was on my birthday, though, of course it is. So that's great. But not just mine, Joreuz's birthday as well. So Joreuz is playing today
I didn't know that.
on his birthday. Yeah, good. It's a good birthday, March 8th for 1v1.
Well, you know what? I'm hoping he'll be able to get a win on his birthday. It's written in the stars, maybe, potentially. But boys, so far, things are looking pretty good. We had our group stages yesterday, and now we're diving into playoffs. This journey started with over 4,000 players, and now we are finally down to only 8. And of course, the winner of this will be qualifying to the live Birmingham Major. For anybody that hasn't yet got their tickets, please make sure you do. I'm super excited for it. Everybody on social media has been bigging up the crowd, especially when events are in the UK. So Johnny, can you attest to that? Is it as good as everybody really says?
I mean, I'm biased, but yeah, it's really fun. So I'm looking forward to another UK crowd, but probably plenty French visitors as well, because you know, the French Rocket League just continues to grow. So hoping to see plenty of them over there in Birmingham also.
Well, boys, we had our best of 5s yesterday, diving into best of 7s today. Gibbs, explain to me our AFL bracket and how things are shaping up.
Yeah, so if you've watched any of the 3v3 RLCS, we're doing exactly the same thing, but for 1v1. The main difference, there is just one tournament. Winner takes all to go to the Birmingham Major to face off against the SAM #1. But here's your bracket. You have 4 teams in the upper bracket who will have 2 lives until you reach the top 4 stage. Then everyone is down to 1 life. But again, they're playing for prize money. There is no points, because all that matters is if you win this tournament, you go to the Major.
Now, Gibbs, we've already highlighted the fact that this is the first time that 1v1s have been introduced into the RLCS. So take us through some of the key rules and details.
Yes, so we are going to introduce forfeits. So about halfway through the game, 2:30 left, a player can forfeit a match and move on to the next one, because one thing in 1v1s is they take a very long time. The average amount of goals in a 3v3 game is 4. For 1v1s, it's 11. That's a lot of replays. Wow. So replays will also be... we won't see every replay, because there's a lot of goals that we just want to get past there. But again, the winner qualifies for the Major versus the SAM 1v1 champion. Whoever wins that goes to the World Championship to face off against the NA and MENA 1v1 champions. They will play in Dralii. So we'll see how that all plays out. But yes, there is timeouts, there is forfeits. So we'll see if those play a factor today.
Now, speaking a little bit more about those forfeits, we saw Giek forfeit a game against Joreuz yesterday before he got reverse swept. My question for you is, Gibbs, do you feel like having this ability to forfeit a game is going to contribute much to a mental reset in some of these matches?
1v1 players are salty. That's for sure. We already know this. And when you're down, 8 goals, I think some people want to go next. There's going to be other players, I think, that might be like, I have to ruin their momentum, so I need to play this one out and to kind of reset. So I think some players might take advantage, but I think others are going to play the full 5 minutes every time.
And obviously, Fear, Gibbs has already mentioned the fact the winner of this will qualify for a match against the #1 player for SAM. How do you think it's going to shape up in a LAN environment with the stage pressure and a crowd behind them in Birmingham as well?
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see anything like this in terms of 1v1 on LAN. We've seen it here and there, best of 1s, but with the big crowd, best of 7, all focusing on them. I'm not sure we've really seen anything like it, but South America can hang. There's no doubt that whoever comes out of the South American tournament is going to be able to take somebody down, especially considering the mix-up on LAN. EU, maybe normally the stronger 1v1 region, but we're not talking about, the top 4 or the top 8 going. We're talking about just the best, and the #1 SAM player can definitely hang, so it's going to be a great LAN environment.
Well, as we look even further ahead of the road, the winner of Birmingham going on to qualify for Worlds against the winner of either NA or MENA. Johnny, my question for you is there any region in particular that might be looking a little bit stronger, have some more experience in the 1v1s?
Honestly, it's anyone's pick. In North America, you've not only got Daniel, First Killer, the NA players you expect to be on top, but you also got Diaz now thrown into the mix, who's just the best player in the Americas right now for 1v1. Not clearly. I mean, the fact that only one player goes really just means whoever shows up in the day qualifies for the LAN. It could be Diaz, Daniel, First Killer. They're going to be up there with your Naupos, Roas, whoever else decides to just turn into a one's god from MENA. It's anyone's game. It really is.
Well, the real question is, who is the kind of inspiration for these ones games? Let's go ahead and take a look at the 10 players that paved the way in ones. If anybody in the chat has any complaints, take it up with Johnny Boy. This is not my area of expertise. Johnny Boy put this list together. So Fear, I'll start with you. Who do you have in at 10?
Well, the 10th spot, we have Floris. Floris is the kind of guy who really advanced the flick game at the start. And it's funny because I think a lot of these people on this list, you're going to eventually see who's number one. But it's almost like the guy who's number one and then the people who are able to beat the guy who's number one along the way back in the day. And Floris was one of those guys. So that's how he got number 10 on this list.
Yeah, Floris deserved the mention, I think. And another English player, Devo, doesn't need as much of an introduction for RLCS because he's a 3v3 world champion, but maybe lesser known about him is he was also one of the absolute best 1v1 players. Incredible streaks that he went on in his day. And yet, Floris, Devo, both repping England well in the one scene back in the day.
Yeah, Dapper at the 8th spot. Not to make it all about me, but Dapper's one of the only pros who's actually beaten me, and that might be because I haven't queued into some other pros before, but I remember queuing into Dapper in ones ranked a long time ago thinking, man, this guy's real lucky. Man, this guy's real lucky. And then after like the 8th goal, I'm like, this guy's not lucky. This guy might be the best guy ever. I instantly checked top 100. I'm like, oh yeah, he's insane. So Dapper been around for a long time, repping North America. His ground game, insane. Definitely deserves a spot on this list.
And then you talk about inspiration on YouTube. Flakes has to be one of those guys. He would always do 1v1 series where he talks about no mechs whatsoever, just play clean the 1v1 game, very smart player. So I appreciate him because that's basically what I did in threes, just no mechs there as well. So Flakes showing up in 1v1, not a lot of mechs, but it's all about the brain power, and Flakes had it in spades.
And another
number
one,
6.
Yeah, sorry. Have I stolen Fahad from you? I have. I was going to say Fahad deserves a mention because well, apart from being really good, he's lesser known for you, but you're not to you. You know him very well.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, I was going to talk about Fahad. I mean, I think the Middle East in general, I was actually going to mention how 1v1, in lack of players being able to play in RLCS, they have often made their name in 1v1, sometimes because they're too young to play in RLCS. But I feel like MENA is actually a great representation of the region that made their name in 1v1 because they couldn't play in RLCS. And Fahad, one of those guys, some nice tournament wins, really repping Saudi Arabia.
And now, Gibbs, it's time for the top 5. Go ahead, take me through this.
Yeah, so again, 1v1s. But to me, it's all about brain power, and Lethamyr is one of those guys. Like, if we had a random brand new Rocket League mode and you put all the pros with Lethamyr, he's going to finish top 4 in that tournament anyway, because he knows how to pick up on these playstyles so incredibly quickly. One of the best 1v1ers to play the game in North America throughout all time, had a great career throughout his ones.
And then you've got Cox, another world champion for 3v3. There's actually, we've got 4 world champions for 3v3 in our list of 1v1 legends. So it shows how much crossover there's been over the years. But Cox there was one of the early guys who made it into the undisputed best kind of category. For 1v1. I'm already seeing everybody's reactions like, whoa, where's all the current active players? Well, this is, we haven't included active players in this. Although maybe, I mean, when we get to number 1, kind of somewhat still active. We'll get there.
Yeah, number 3 is a guy who has dominated the ones leaderboard. We haven't talked too much about ranked 1v1, but the reality is, unlike RLCS 3s and stuff, 1v1 leaderboard is actually pretty close to what we'll see here today. And Khaled, I remember, would stay at the top for the longest time. He defended that rank 1 forever, as well as getting tournament wins right when tournaments really started to pick up with those Salt Mine victories. So, I mean, Khaled, 1v1 legend.
And then really quick, Scrub, 2-time 12 Titans winner. That's a best of 1 tournament. He clutched it up. So clutch. He also won the Manfield 5K as well. So Scrub Killer, one of those absolute legends of the game.
And yeah, very big. We got him in the legends list here because he is the GOAT, the legend of ones. He's retired multiple times and then come back and been so really good. He retired from ones, came back and beat Khaled in Fusion. Then he retired again, and now he nearly made main event of this RLCS ones event years later. So he genuinely, if he wanted to, he could have played a little bit more, grinded a little bit harder, and probably qualified for this event. But he is the number 1 legend. Him and Scrub, definitely the top 2 by a fair margin.
The real question is, though, what keeps bringing him back? He keeps retiring and then coming on back. What do you think it is?
That's a good question. I mean, we have to ask him. We should definitely ask him that next time. And if I had to guess, it's probably just right now content. He's thinking, well, I could stream this. Probably pretty fun to stream early runs. Whoops, I nearly qualified. How did that happen? But he's very good.
Well, Fairy Peak didn't make it to the group stages. He finished 23rd to 28th. Did either of you, kind of at the beginning of this 1v1's journey, kind of anticipate that Fairy Peak might make it to playoffs at least?
I think Fairy Peak, there's no question he's number 1 in the GOAT list for a reason. I mean, that's why we had him on there. I think that because of that, out of respect, you can never doubt him. You never know what he's going to do. I do think it's maybe not his era necessarily right now, but you know, predicting against Fairy Peak historically has been a bad idea. So
before I saw him play, I would have said no, but I hadn't seen him play. How can I predict him to make it? Then I saw him play a couple of games early on in the qual. I'm thinking, wait a minute, he could make it. I think round 1 is supposed to be playing Moxy and giving him a great game. Moxy's one of the absolute best in the world, so he could have made it. But yeah, he doesn't need to. He's already #1. He's letting everybody else have their time in the limelight now.
Well, I'm super excited for 1v1s being introduced into the RLCS, and there are a lot of things about this that are quite different, Fear, and one of those elements are kickoffs. So explain to me and everybody tuning in right now, how important really are these kickoffs?
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about what's different in 1v1, and as they talked about before, a lot more goals, which means a lot more kickoffs. So we're going to get into a breakdown here of some kickoff strategies, starting with a kickoff that Moxy likes to use, which is something that you're only going to really see in ones you don't often see in 3v3, which is the wave dash recovery kickoff. So if we watch this clip here from Moxy, instead of flipping into the ball like you probably often do in your ranked games, he's going to single jump into the ball, not flip. You see him perfectly dead center behind the ball, and as we continue to watch the replay, Zen is going to fall out ahead of him, but he will use his wave dash recovery to get out underneath him and then shoot a shot on target for a quick goal. And so we'll watch it again here. Nice slow-mo so you can really catch it. Single jump, Zen way far ahead of him, but a quick dash and flip that he's able to get faster because of that. And he notices he can undercut Zen, who's still floating in the air, and that gets him an opportunity to get another one. Now, we're going to watch another clip of Moxy doing a wave dash kickoff so we can roll it here. As instead, this time of trying to beat Zen to the boost, he is going to single jump again into the ball and then wave dash. We'll watch it forward, and he's going to use that as an opportunity to bump Zen because he notices Zen still landing from his initial flip into the ball. He takes advantage of that and gets himself a goal. So we'll watch it again here. Nice slow single jump into the ball. Zen past him. He says, oh, look, I can clip into him. If you watch this from Zen's POV, there's almost nothing he can do. He's getting bumped as soon as he hits the ground. So how do you counter the wave dash kickoff? Well, there's a few different ways you can do it, but the easiest way is to just delay, is to stop short of the kickoff. And we're going to watch a sequence of Vatira here, who gets 3 great kickoffs. He is going to stop short of the ball, allow Moxy to chip it into him and send it straight to the ceiling. And as we watch forward, Moxy's going to go flying by, and Vatira is going to be able to get the 100 boost, get up to this ball, and score it. Now, there's more things you can do as well. You can also not jump into the ball at all. As we watch Vatira go here, he's going to stay down on the ground. He's going to intentionally, or actually, I think this is one where he goes a standard kickoff. This is the one you guys are used to seeing most often. You probably do it in your games, where he does flip into the ball. He's going to win it to the right and then does eventually score here as we watch this go forward. It's possible to lose it into your back corner as well. This is actually a sequence of 3 straight kickoff goals that Vatira scored. This is his final one as he'll flip it over the top of Moxy. But there's another option when you go to kickoffs, which is not go to them at all. This is a match between Atow and Joreuz, where on the diagonal kickoff, he is just going to half flip away from the ball. Joreuz plays it pretty well, but it still ends up being an Atow goal. So if we watch this here, Atow on a diagonal just goes to the 100 boost and pretends, or doesn't pretend, he prepares to cover the net. Joreuz puts on a decent shot. Atow notices it's off target, off the post, and instead is able to play with the counter and his 100 boost and gets a goal. So lots of different ways to play the kickoff. Some people not going to it. Some people going with a wave dash. No matter what you do, I think one of the main keys is you got to switch it up. If you're sticking for one too long, the other person's going to get a read and they're going to get you beat.
I think especially for some of the lesser experienced players, I know Trebler was playing incredibly well throughout the duration of group stages yesterday, now coming into playoffs as well. Let's go ahead and recap some of the group stage that we had so that we give a little bit more context to the folks that are tuning in right now. For me, and I'm pretty sure everybody across social media with our Group A, Nas versus Vatira. Johnny, both of these boys went undefeated for the Swiss stage, and then both of them dropped into the lower bracket for groups to face each other in elimination. For Vatira, if he didn't DQ that first round of games, do you think he would have made it to playoffs?
I do think so, yeah. I think Vatira would have probably made it through. I think he probably would have made it through the upper bracket there, because if Trebler beats Joreuz, I think Vatira will beat Joreuz in that same day. But unfortunately for Vatira, he didn't check in time, so that's 100% on him. He knows that. He had to go the hard way through the lower bracket, and yeah, bracket of death, running into one of the tournament favorites, Nas. Great series, if you missed that one. Yeah, it was streamed by a couple of the KC content creators. Nas, I think, streamed it as well, so you can definitely check that one out later. Phenomenal stuff. But Vatira, not able to get the lower bracket run. And honestly, Nas it deserves to be in based on this performance. It would have been really unlucky for him to not make it because Vatira didn't check in successfully. So I'm kind of glad, you know, if somebody's going to go out, it probably should be the guy who failed to check it in time.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but it's like not only that though, like huge underdog story with Dralii, one of the biggest underdog stories we've ever seen in ones. He was seed 39, and out of the top 8 players, the lowest seed besides him is seed 11. So no one expected him to even make it to the top 8. But not only that, he has 2 lives in that upper bracket. So Dralii is flying high. He posted a tweet about his reaction to it. We can't play it here because, you know, there's some bad words in there, but very excited. Blowing out your speakers for sure. Very excited to be into this 1v1 spot. And he's one of those guys that doesn't make main events in the 3v3 scene, but shows up all of a sudden. C39 to now a top side of the bracket is fantastic for him.
Beating Joreuz like takes away any, you know, thoughts of, well, okay, he only made it in because Vatira DQ'd. No, he literally beat Joreuz. So well done, Dralii. Can't wait to see the Cinderella run continue today.
We actually ended up having Dralii against Nas as well in our bracket, in our upper bracket. So, Fear, I'm not sure if this is factual information, but rumor has it that if you play in the Fear show match and you manage to win against your opponent there, you're going to go ahead and repeat that in the RLCS, because Dralii winning twice now against Nas after telling him it was, you know, good prep for the RLCS 1v1. Was it written in the stars?
Yeah, maybe it was. I mean, I think playing show matches is good. It's funny, I actually talked to some players before the RLCS who didn't want to play show matches because they didn't want to give away their strategies and didn't want to, you know, let somebody scrim against them, essentially. Dralii and Nas did play recently. That one was best of 7, went slightly Dralii's favor. This one did again. But if you watch those, I mean, they're so close. Nas and Dralii are so close. You know, you couldn't necessarily pick Dralii again just because he won the last 2. It is a nail or neck and neck matchup between those 2. So we'll see. I mean, that could very easily be a grand final that happens later. We'll see it again one more time. Maybe.
They're 5-5 all time in series, I believe, because they were 4-4 wins each coming into this event, and Nas beat him in Swiss, Dralii beat him in the bracket. So they've played 10 times and they've beaten each other 5 times throughout history.
Well, another play that we were highlighting was Moxy, going 3-0 in Swiss, undefeated in groups, and then winning games left, right, and center against multiple French players. And, you know, kind of stating himself as well, is there any way to play against people that I really want to eliminate? My question is, who does he really want to eliminate? You know, you're kind of eliminating the competition left, right, and center. So
did he mean that? Does he want to eliminate somebody specifically, or he doesn't want to eliminate his friends? He
tweeted saying, "Is there any way to play against people I really want to eliminate?" Now, I gotta interview you, Moxy. If you're listening, if anybody can let him know, I gotta ask, who do you want to eliminate?
Wow.
Bro's throwing hands. I want to know who's catching strays out here. But have you both been impressed with his performance so far? Was it kind of expected to see him performing as well as he has?
Yeah. Yes and yes for me. Short answer, yes and yes. I'm sure Fear would agree. Gibbs would probably agree as well.
All right.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Moxy specifically, it's exciting because I think, I'm not sure if we talked about it yet. Maybe you guys are RLCS fans here on the RLCS channel, but Moxy's the one's guy. Moxy's the one's guy, and he is backing it up right now. He's the kind of guy who's going to have all the pressure where if he doesn't win, everyone's going to be, oh, he plays ones all the time. You know, he should have been winning. And then also if he does win, everyone's going to say, well, he plays ones all the time. So he has that kind of pressure on him. Everybody is looking to see whether he's going to win or fail because he's such a ones main.
And this is our top 8 bracket. We talked about it earlier. The upper bracket players have 2 lives until they make it to the top 4 round. Then everyone has 1 life. So there's probably 3 favorites, I would say, here. And I don't know if Johnny and Fear agree, but it's Moxy, Dralii, and then Nas, right? Are probably your 3 that you expect to win.
Yeah, absolute number 4 for me, but I agree the top 3 with you there, for sure.
Well, we also have our South American games being played around 3 hours from now as well. So, Fear, talk to me about how the South American bracket is shaping up. Jan in the lower bracket run, is it doable? You have faith?
Yan can definitely do it. I think as far as players over there that are the favorites, the names that are popping out to me are Swift and KV1 and Wisty, Yan. I feel like KV1 and Yan are the kind of guys who were leading the Sam 1v1 maybe a little bit longer ago. Now more guys like Swifty and Wist are moving up. Swift came in as that 1 seed. But you never know. The thing about RLCS 1s is we haven't seen it in forever. And it kind of brings out a level of attention from the players that maybe the 1s tournaments that were more off-season-y, more, happening on the side weren't getting. Now it's RLCS. Everybody is going to be locked in for it. Will those guys who have fallen off a little bit come back and take over like Yan or KV1, or will it be some of the new guys like Swift or Wisty? No matter who it is, we know whoever is going to win, hopefully, is going to be able to clutch on LAN. Some of those guys are already going to be there. Some maybe can earn their spot right now.
Yep, well, just another reminder, the winner of this entire 1v1 will be facing off against the #1 player from South America on LAN in Birmingham. If you don't have your tickets yet, go ahead and grab them. The real question is, what are they actually competing for? Well, first place not only walks away with bragging rights, making it to the UK LAN, experiencing the crowd on the big stage, but also $10,000 to their name as well. And in regards to today's schedule, closing out the show for today, we're going to have Atow versus Dralii, 2K Core teammates going head to head, followed by Moxy and Trebler. The real question is, was ones really meant to be for Trebler? I'm kind of hoping so. What about you guys? Rooting for the underdog story?
This would be the most unbelievable underdog story, because 1v1 tends to be more, well, it tends to be easier to predict than 3s in Rocket League. I think 1v1, generally, when you have a matchup like this, the favorite will win it. It's not like 3s in that way, where I think there's like a higher percentage chance. This would be one of the biggest upsets I've ever seen if Dralii could beat Moxy. Moxy's in incredible form, so Dralii is going to need to bring his A game.
Well, for our second game on the broadcast, we're going to have Nas versus ApparentlyJack. But kicking off today, we have a juicy game of Juicy versus Joreuz. Now, Joreuz reverse swept versus Gia yesterday, got a momentum boost, but then ultimately ended it up with a loss against Nas. How do you think his confidence is going to be looking heading into this?
I think a loss against Nas is not going to affect him too much. I expect Joreuz to feel good about still his chances here against Juicy. I think he's aware of the fact that Nas is tough. What I didn't know, and the big news for me, is apparently it's Joreuz's birthday buff today. That is the brand new news to me. Now knowing that he has a birthday buff, that may change everything.
And also with 1v1, it's more of a mental game than anything, right? So yes, we kind of joke about the birthday buff, but the mental game is going to matter. And Joreuz, that could really play a factor throughout the season.
Did he just wake up? Joreuz,
yeah, he does look like he just woke up.
Rolled out of that bed and then he chucked the spare controller cables on the bed and he's like, oh my goodness, I've got to play RLCS 1v1 on my birthday. Wake up, Joreuz. Happy birthday and good luck. Did you got some wrapping paper in the corner there? Is that some wrapping paper?
He's wrapping his own
I think he's a bit late.
The end of the year.
Do you reckon he was wrapping his own birthday presents? Maybe.
I hope not.
Christmas
Somebody wrap his present for him, for goodness sake.
Oh no!
Whoa,
Joreuz sick.
No.
I might have changed my pick again. Yeah. Oh,
when
Joreuz,
we said he's
please.
sick at the game, we meant in-game. Oh, he's probably going to inhale that water. We've seen his antics about how quickly he can drink water. What a character. But he's up against... I think coming into this event, I would have predicted him to win this. But Juicy has been really impressing me. He's got some big wins in Swiss. He's got some big wins in the main event as well. Yeah. The biggest win in Swiss for him was actually reverse sweeping ApparentlyJack, which is a big surprise. And then he obviously only lost to Moxy, took down Tempo, and then beat Jack yesterday in the seeding match as well. So Juicy's he's on a tear, all-time high for him in ones.
Now, whilst I'm expecting everybody in the chat to go ahead, send me their predictions. Let me know who you think is going to win. Is it going to be Joreuz or is it going to be Juicy? My wonderful desk, I'm expecting the exact same from you as well. So Gibbs, go ahead, potentially try and give me your prediction.
So based on yesterday, I feel like Juicy was playing better. We saw Joreuz, he was kind of not his best day, right? So all that being said, I had the pick of Juicy in until Johnny Boy said it's Joreuz's birthday. So then I was like, birthday buff, I have to go with Joreuz here. I do think a 1v1 is more of a mental game than any other mode in Rocket League. And I think Like, honestly, it sounds cheesy, but I think the birthday buff actually does help Joreuz a little bit here. And it's a brand new day, so I will go with Joreuz. He's also played 1v1s on land before, so those nerves shouldn't play as much of a factor for him, so I'm going to go with Joreuz.
I'm going Juicy. Sorry, Joreuz. It's my birthday as well, so I'm like, I'm going Juicy because he's been really impressive to me. I would have said Joreuz coming into the event, but Juicy's beaten Jack twice. Once in Swiss, once yesterday for seeding. Eliminated Tempo, who's a really, really good ones player right now as well. So I just have to look at the results both players are putting up right now, and Juicy's are better.
Yeah, honestly, you made a great argument. Looking at their performances, you know, Joreuz a game 5 versus Juke, and then a loss versus Trebla. I mean, and then lost to Nas. Technically, those don't really set him up as good as Juicy's does. But the thing about Joreuz is he needs his back against the wall, it would seem. Even against Juke, he went down 0-2 and then he went reverse sweep. So his back is currently against the wall. He is going to get eliminated if he loses this one. I think this is actually the closest match to predict either way, but I'm going to go Joreuz for this first match.
Definitely, I can't agree more with you. I'm definitely going with Joreuz on this one. I feel like when the pressure is mounting, when back's against the wall, he has no other option than to perform. And you know what? He's spoken to me before and he mentioned the fact that, you know what, LAN environment is where I thrive. I feel more comfortable competing on LAN than I do at home. And I'm hoping we get the opportunity to see him do just that in these 1v1s. And you know what? Seems like the fans agree as well. Without further ado, boys, I'm super excited to dive straight into this one. The two J's going head to head, both making it from the lower bracket. A best of 7 to determine who will move one step closer to potentially making it to Birmingham. Gibbs, CJ, take it from here.
Righto, let's get cracking, ladies and gentlemen. It's 1v1s on the RLCS main channel, main broadcast time. And we have a cracking matchup here in the playoffs. Juicy taking on Joreuz. Mr. Gibbs, I'm looking forward to it.
This is what it's all about. Just one car versus one car. The field is going to be wide open. Every kickoff is going to matter. And we're going to see a ton of goals as Juicy goes off top with the save by Joreuz, who will get the clear out, but no boost to his name, so Juicy will take possession. Joreuz, though, is looking for the bump play. He gets some bumps, but he's in an awkward spot in the corner. Can he turn it around? He cannot. Juicy turns it away.
Certainly in foreign territory here on the RLCS stream 1v1s. We've got a lot of results from show matches, other major tournaments, but the pressure of 1v1, the pressure of a chance to qualify for Birmingham. I mean, just haven't had that situation before, Gibbs. That's why I'm excited, and it brings out a different level of pressure.
And not only that, we know players like Joreuz right here who will get the first goal to open this game, going for the low challenge in the aerial game. But Joreuz is already going to Birmingham, but Juicy is not. His team did not qualify. So a little bit more of an importance on him to make it there in the ones space.
Yeah, it's certainly that question mark of you're more nervous when you haven't qualified for LAN already in the 3v3 format? Does it put more pressure on you, or does it elevate the game, knowing that you really want to win this one because your spot in the threes hasn't been secure? But a great start there from Joreuz. I think there were some question marks just looking at the player cams, Gibbs, with Joreuz there. Looking like he just got out of bed, but looks slightly under the weather. So we'll see if the flu game can help him here.
And Juicy going off the ceiling with some great defense there, but Joreuz will just throw it back to his own corner, grab some boost and try again. So Juicy is just going to play some good defense. It's going to be a lot of fakes, a lot of mind games going out by both players, but a great flick here by Joreuz going for the bump. It disrupts Juicy just enough, and he puts it into his own net.
Really great start from the Grey White. He can see Juicy, just his shadow defense there. It's got a little bit close for comfort. Joreuz recognizing him, put the brakes on. He just too close there was Juicy. A really nice flick though from Joreuz. He was able to go from a 0 to 100 in an instant. First 2 goals of this game is just the 1v1 format. Or just game mode in general gives, especially in these best of 7 series. And it feels like this I don't know, the storylines, the way that you can kind of break down your opponent and adapt, it's a lot different to the threes, and there's a great chance from Juicy, but in the end he goes for the fake. I just love the mind games, you're in such a battle, there's no one else you can look to, there's no one you can blame, which I love to do in the threes. It is all you.
Yeah, like 3v3 is more teamwork oriented or reaction based, but in ones right here we see Juicy though just getting the free goal, and a lot of this will come down to if you win a possession, throw it directly on net, right? There's only one defender. If you beat that one defender, you got to throw it on net. But it's so much about the mind games. There's going to be so many opportunities where you can go for a flick or go for a challenge, but most of the times they have to fake them because they have to change it up. It is way more of a they think in man's game than the 3 space.
We've mentioned the forfeits as well. Just to speed up the games, a very common theme in the 1v1 show matches and tournaments. But also, a lot of people might say, hang on a minute, where's the goal replays? Look, we're going to skip a few. There's going to be so many goals, but the good ones we might watch again, just like this. Joreuz catching it off the rip, turns it into an air dribble from halfway, and Juicy just gets caught completely under that one. Only his 3rd goal on the board. He's had a great start, and I really was questioning his form, I guess, with the the face cam looking a little bit under the weather, but it doesn't seem to phase him so far, Gibbs.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here throughout this first game. It's going to be a feeler game, right? You got to see what the other player's going to bring, what are his tendencies. Right now, it seems like Joreuz knows to go early on the challenges because we see plays time and time again. Great bump there by Joreuz to throw in another one, and bumps are going to happen way more often here as well. He grabs the boost and doesn't play the ball, just plays Juicy, and Juicy gets flown off the field. Joreuz picks up an easy one, but we see Juicy playing very close to the ball on many of these plays when we see Joreuz have full control. It hasn't worked out yet, and he hasn't really gone for the challenge. He kind of is just waiting for his moment. Great kickoff here by Joreuz. Goes for the power flick, but it's off the crossbar.
You guys mentioned as well, I guess, the form of these two coming into it. Obviously, Joreuz with that Game 5 loss over Trebler. Juicy. Apparently, Jack's pretty good, but Juicy is just once again gone way too close to this. The scoreline is just getting away from him, Gibbs. He's over-aggressing.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was doing there. He has 0 boost as well, so it's not a play that you want to be at. Like, there's no reason to challenge there at all. Just go back and get boost and try and play defense. Maybe you're trying to catch Joreuz off guard, but Joreuz with full control right now.
And not the best start at all, and he's just been caught out again. Juicy thought he had way too much time. He went all the way for corner boost, tried to recover, but Joreuz, all he had to do was wait for this one, and blind spot jumped over the top of Juicy. Gets the 6th goal on the board. This is a lot more one-sided than I would have expected coming into this. Juicy had a pretty good run so far, as we said. He's only lost to Moxy in the upper bracket, and then taking down ApparentlyJack in the last seeding match. So really, you'd think he'd have the form coming in, but Joreuz certainly with more runs on the board, and that's going to be a Brazil for game 1. Unless he finds the pump, he does, which will cause it to throw it offline there.
So we might see our first forfeit here. Like, if that goal goes in, maybe, but right now, we see a 5-goal lead. 5-goal leads are not what they are in 3s. 1v1s, you'll see big goal swings from both sides. We saw a few, at least, 4 or 5 goal leads, and that player lost throughout yesterday. So we'll see if that happens here. It looks like it'll be a little bit too late at this point, but Joreuz trying to slot in another one. Juicy with a big-time save, but this game looks more so wrapped up, but we see Juicy has one chance here to do something, cannot get it done. Joreuz, all he's got to do now is waste time on the clock or put in another one, and that is the Brazil. That is the forfeit call from Juicy as well. He says go next, and we'll move on to game 2.
Respect to Juicy for, waiting for the Brazil until he could call next. I think he was just kind of waiting for one more attack, and it really did fizzle out there. So we will be moving into game 2, get that one set up. But a great start there. You couldn't have asked for a better start for Joreuz. Just absolutely smoked him in game 1. Juicy didn't really show much. I mean, just so many easy goals. I thought Joreuz was just waiting for Juicy to over-aggress and capitalized.
Yeah, like a lot of the ones game is about who has possession when you have full boost, right? And who has space. And we saw Joreuz multiple times there, probably 5+ times have possession with boost. And that is something you do not want to give up in ones, because we always say that, or at least I always say that defense is easier in Rocket League than offense. That is not the case in ones. Defense is so incredibly hard in ones because you have to see all the options and then predict one of them to happen. When the person has the ball with 100 boost, they can literally do whatever they want, and the defender has to react, and there's no one to back you up. So you don't want to give up possession plus boost to a player. And multiple times throughout the game, we saw Joreuz 100 boost, have possession, and he capitalized on most of those chances. So for Juicy, he's got to correct it. I think it begins on the kickoff. I saw most possession go to Joreuz throughout these kickoffs. We'll see if we see any counterplay on these kickoffs now by Juicy.
As any pro would say, game 1 is just a warm-up. Doesn't matter if it's 3s or 1s. Let's see if Juicy can adapt. And he's got a great start there. Lovely kickoff win. He might be able to get the first goal as well. Joreuz has done really well.
Oh, great demo.
Give up the first goal. That is how impactful winning the kickoff can be. Once he grabbed the 100 boost, beat into that mid, it was all over. Joreuz in big trouble. He did well, but a nice start there from Juicy.
Yeah, you win the kickoff and get that mid boost, so that's going to turn into a goal 9 times out of 10. And Juicy does well there. We saw Joreuz try to hang in that play, and that's what he has to do on 0 boost, but the demo will knock him out. Here we go again, 100 boost, but Joreuz also has some boost. A little bit of a poor flick by Juicy, so Joreuz will take over.
Here he goes, Joreuz, 25 boost. He's done really well. Juicy, his defense has still remains to be a question mark, I'd say. It was a lovely first touch, though, just put off the sidewall. Juicy, though, 100 boost gives. I mean, that was just it was a reflex game at that point, and he didn't react in time.
Yeah, I feel like his perfect spot to be in is either 2 feet away from the ball or 10 feet. And right now he's sitting at like 5 feet every single time. He's in no man's land trying to predict what is going to happen, and he's guessed wrong pretty much every time so far throughout this match.
Really nice touch there from Joreuz, but 100 boost for Juicy. Just going to try and waste as much of this boost from Joreuz as possible. He's keeping it close, but Joreuz doing a good job for now. It's a minute gone here. In fact, well, he was nearly getting pull-shotted into his own net there. Juicy was trying to own goal. Look at the space off the demo. Takes it upstairs, reset. Joreuz gets done. Juicy. That's much better from him. Beautiful solo. Well, this is solo. It's always solo, isn't it?
He could pass to himself, I guess, but it's still solo. Anyway, Juicy, that is what you want to do, right? Like, you take a demo, and then you have ball plus 100 boost, and again, it's so hard to play defense against that, and Juicy does well with his flip reset.
Yeah, lovely touch. And he's won another kickoff. See how important that can be if he just keeps Joreuz as low as possible, but Joreuz trying to get as much space on the ball as he can. Still, though, unable to scoop up 100. He's got to go all the way to that back corner now. Look at the space for Juicy with the instant. Looking like Moxy out there, 3-1.
Look at that power flick. The speed on that was fantastic. 71 miles per hour. Don't know what it is in kilometers. 115 kilometers per hour. That is a fast flick. Joreuz cannot read it in time. And Juicy, again, has possession, has boost, and gets it done.
He's just won the kickoffs in game 2 so far. We said that Joreuz on the 5th will get possession now. Juicy just has to, yeah, as you said, the no man's land distance is either too close or too far away. Once he kind of dials that in, I mean, that's 6 goals already that he can save. There, Joreuz is, honestly, it might be a perfect save in the end. He's got to get a goal off it. That is ridiculous. Turning almost a certain goal into one down the other end.
Yeah, that looked like a mistake by Joreuz at first, but he gets the touch and gets the crossbar bounce and the post bounce to put it back midfield. Juicy was not expecting that. He was expecting a cleaner goal line defense from Joreuz, but the mistake pays off for Joreuz and gets the goal.
How on earth did Joreuz win that? It's going to be a goal purely from the 50-50 boost grab. I don't know how Joreuz beat Juicy to this boost, but he did. And he got the open net. That's just the tiny, it's kind of the beauty. Some people, this is why I hate playing ones.
Oh, yeah.
Because just these little tiny moments, it's the 50s, it's the bumps, it's missing out on boost by a pixel, but it's also the beauty of 1v1 as well. You know, just all the little micro, you know, movements and touches that you can make that all add up into goals.
And there's just so much pressure on every touch, right? Like in 3s, it's like, but I had an errant touch. It really doesn't matter. I have 2 members behind me. Joreuz with a quick flick here, and Juicy cannot react to it in time. He was on low boost as well. So Joreuz getting into the flick game here with some quick ones to take back the lead.
Yeah, just turn the corner on him. Juicy, again, not really ready for Joreuz to take the direct approach. It's done straight over the top, 4-3. Much closer than the first game, though. Juicy certainly settled a little bit better. We mentioned perhaps the pressure of playing on the RLCS in the 1v1s for the first time can have a factor, but he looks warmed up now, and certainly more of a series or more of a game than we saw in the first.
Yeah, like, and this is a mode too that, you know, the casual audience, I bet a lot of them do not play this mode that often because it is very difficult. Juicy with the flick reset, top left corner shot. fantastic play by him to just speed up the gameplay as well. Like, he knows that Joreuz is going back, he's going to grab boost, going to play defense, but he just goes and attacks immediately, so Joreuz cannot react in time, and Juicy ties it up. But the 1v1 game is not for the casual-hearted, right? Because, again, every mistake, it's all on you, and you are going to be punished every single time, and that is so difficult to play with.
Yeah, not sure if you're calling me a casual there, but I'll call.
I mean, like your words, not mine, but.
Well, no, your words. I'm just kind of putting the pieces together. But here is Juicy, another solid. It's been fantastic on his air dribbles. He tries this time instead of the reset for the one more. Joreuz aware, but Juicy back in time. Is he going to be able to track one more? No, Joreuz catches. Pops over the top. Gets the lead. Have liked what Juicy's produced on his air dribbles, but Joreuz defending well that time.
And that is the danger of when you go for these aerial plays. You're going to use up all your boost, and if the other player makes a good save and turns it into a possession, very hard to get back. And Juicy did well to get one touch on it at least, but Joreuz with a good trap and score right after.
Yeah, if you don't go for the flip reset on those air dribbles, it's so risky just to go for that one touch over the top like Juicy did, because if Joreuz gets anything on it, it's off the crossbar and it's a counter-attack down the other end. So kind of an all-or-nothing play there by Juicy, and could get punished as Joreuz is going to punish Juicy for going for the mid-boost. What was he thinking? He doesn't have that much time up his sleeve, and Joreuz just turns around, direct on net, gets a 2-goal lead.
What a shot by him, though, because that's a tough angle, right? So you expect it's going to take a little bit longer, so Juicy goes for that mid-boost. But these players are so good at just controlling the ball wherever it is on the field and throwing it on net as quickly as they possibly can. That is a 1v1 thing that you want to work on, is wherever the ball is, put the ball in the net as quickly as you can, because you have to do it so often. Because, again, boost greater than ball. We've seen that with a lot of these players, that they'll go for boost thinking they have time, but if you're quick enough, you can get some wide open nets.
It was a lovely play from Joreuz. Juicy, can he land on it? Yes, he can. Joreuz just gets done off the sidewall. Didn't have the boost, as you mentioned. Corner gets stolen. Juicy just lands on it. Still has to get a ridiculous angle. Brings it back to one.
What a shot. That was insane. Great challenge on that wall. Knows that there's no boost there for Joreuz, and just gets the proper angle. The delayed kickoff by Juicy doesn't work especially well. They both have 100 boosts, but Joreuz taking an outside approach here, so Juicy gets free possession. Going for the flip reset. Musty shot, but Joreuz, great save. Now the recovery game goes to Joreuz and gets the wide open net. We talked about it being all or nothing. It also matters how you recover right after that. Joreuz just barely recovers quicker than Juicy and gets a free one.
And that's the difference as well. He's gone for 2 plays now, Juicy, that, as you mentioned, are all or nothing. Even the musty flick off the dribble, you're flinging yourself into the net as well, so no chance he can get back in time. Really nice save, though, from Joreuz. He goes for the one extra over the top. Juicy there. Had a chance to get that one on net. He still should score. It's got to be tough, but he just power slides through the bump. And it's still a game here in the second.
That's so difficult when you don't control your car, because you're getting all tied up with the other player. But again, that handbrake does wonders there, and then the jump into the side flip to get the goal. Well done by Juicy. 1 goal down, 17 on the clock. Can he do it?
Double wave dash, Kickoff again. We saw Juicy before go for that delayed approach. No fear in his analysis. I saw what Joreuz is trying to do. But with 7 seconds left, Joreuz is just going to try and kill as much time as he can to get a 2-goal lead. That's a great bump. Space for Juicy. Can he pop it up? Joreuz is running out of boost. If Juicy can get the one extra, Joreuz with 0. He's going to get it down. Surely will. It was tight. Juicy came back. It was closer than the first, but still, Joreuz with the first 2.
Great defense there by Joreuz. He could have easily tried to touch that away, but Juicy was waiting on the ground. Wherever that ball went, he was going to try and trap it and shoot again. So Juicy just hid behind the ball the entire time and did well to put himself into the position to challenge multiple plays by Juicy.
Juicy has called a timeout as well. And the golden rule of when you lose 2 games in a row, Gibbs called the TO. Great call there. Bit of a different kind of timeout when it's not in the 3v3 and it's just yourself sitting there in your own thoughts. So what do you think he's trying to think about right now?
I think he's just trying to figure out how to challenge when he's on defense, right? Because I feel like he's been in a couple spots where he's been in no man's land where he wants to play close to the ball, but doesn't actually commit to it because of the touches by Joreuz, where Joreuz is controlling the ball so incredibly well that Juicy, when he decides, oh, I want to play this close, it's a little bit too late, right? And then he's like in that no man's land because of the quick touches by Joreuz. So maybe trying to think about how I can change that up. How is Joreuz playing? How are the kickoffs going? Like, I think a lot of these timeouts come down to just mentally replaying kickoffs in your head and seeing what worked and what didn't work and what can change there. Because again, that is so incredibly important.
I think one of the biggest things in ones that has been pretty prevalent in this series as well, Gibbs, is the 2-goal swings. You know, we saw when Juicy did have space and he took for the air dribble, he goes one more over the top, it gets dunked, it's in his net. He goes to the musty flick dribble, he overcommits, and it's in his own net. Those chances that could be a goal down one end and can quickly be counter-attacked, especially by Joreuz, who's just so punishing when he does find space. I think he's just got to be safer when he attacks. I think he's able to create when he goes for the resets, when he goes for the aerial plays, but you don't want to be overcommitted. You don't want to be throwing everything at the play. And I do like when he's starving Joreuz of the boost. He can kind of instead go for the safer offense, where you kind of just poke the net, grab boost, keep Joreuz low. Because those 2 goals can really hurt. And if he stopped a couple of plays where Joreuz was able to find one down the other end, he wins that game. Yeah, we'll see what he does here.
Yeah, that's the difference between game 1 and game 2. Like, Joreuz had a lot of possession in game 1 and a lot of times when he had 100 boost and had the ball, and he capitalized on all of those, right? But then Juicy, on the opposite end, game 2, actually had a lot of those moments, but didn't finish off the attack, and it turned into a counterattack goal. So I think Juicy just has to figure that out.
Great start for Joreuz. Kickoff 1, boost control, goes low, Juicy ready. We talk about 2-goal swings. There it is. Could have been a goal for Joreuz. Juicy defends perfectly, reads the fake. Joreuz puts his controller down, 1-0.
Yeah, that one was definitely all or nothing. Maybe even more all than we expected there. Going upside down, knowing that you're not going to have wheels on the ground to even have a chance at recovery. Definitely not the play Joreuz wanted, I think. I think he kind of messed something up there, but Juicy will capitalize. Now Joreuz with the aerial dribble, hoping for at least a 50-50 challenge. Gets the demo. Won't have enough time, though, to score, but he does get possession.
And just sizes up Juicy now. Beautiful.
Again!
Juicy's overcommitted. Joreuz read him like a book, and he set that flick up from the get-go. Finds the equalizer.
And this is what I talk about with Joreuz. He's just attack, attack, attack immediately. And every time with Juicy, he's expecting Joreuz to slow the play down. And Joreuz is like, nuh-uh, I'm just going to throw it on your net as quickly as possible. So Juicy, again, he's in that no man's land. He's not too close. He's not too far. He's just right in the middle where he can't do anything at all. And Joreuz capitalizes.
Really love that kickoff there from Joreuz. He has lost possession, but just killing it back corner to himself. Unfortunately, he gave it straight back up to Juicy, though, who might be able to find the bump. He's going to delay the flick. Instead, finds Joreuz, and the second.
And that's the first time we've seen this play, and you expect to see this a lot more often. The aerial dribble bump play by Juicy, that'll happen a lot. That is a very easy play to do when you're on offense, and this is where we again talk about defense is so incredibly hard because it is so hard to avoid the bump but still get a touch on the ball. Right there, Joreuz could not do it.
Look, it's cringe in 3s and it's cringe in 1s, but I know Johnny Boy loves it because it's his birthday. I won't bring it up again. He goes Joreuz with the air dribble. No, this time blocked by Juicy, and he will be able to score down the other end. That is 2 goals now. We mentioned those 2-goal swings. Joreuz just overcommitting.
And again, this is that difference. Game 1, those balls were going in for Joreuz. Game 3 now with Juicy, 2 big saves. 2 goals to his name, so Juicy commanding 3-1 lead early on in this game.
It's just one of the riskiest plays in ones. He's just going for the flat-out air dribble dunk. Because if it goes the wrong way, it's just a goal down the other end. For a moment there that he was just going to put it in his own net, he kind of realised the situation he was in. Juicy still found the bump, and well, what a response. Timeout buff is a thing in ones as well, I can confirm.
Just the bump plays coming out by Juicy. He only had, 20 to 30 boost at times, but Joreuz basically had none throughout that whole play. So Juicy can do whatever he wants, and he decided to just bump out Joreuz a couple times, make it awkward, and get the free goal.
Not over yet. As you mentioned, the scoreline can turn around very quickly in once. It's a great save there by Joreuz. Probably has more boost than Juicy realizes as well. You can see Joreuz getting bumped, but straight onto that mid boost. He's nearly put on net. He will score. Just did well enough to bait Juicy into sitting too close, and he couldn't find the demo.
That corner touch was fantastic by Joreuz to just keep that pressure up. There was a lot of bumps happening, but Joreuz just kept moving upfield and gets that perfect corner touch. So Juicy cannot get back on defense in time. The ball just beats him out there, and Joreuz will take.
Insta challenge. Joreuz, Juicy recovering. Joreuz back in time as well, and now he gets a chance. 26 boost.
Oh, the boost, he got it.
On the way through, a little drive by Juicy, beautiful save. Lap 0, it's not over yet for him. Gonna have to buy enough time. He was trying to bait Joreuz off that boost, and you can see now he has to go all the way back. Look at the space. Joreuz gets to work with it. He tries the 50 this time. Insta challenge by Juicy. And that's the beauty of the little 1v1 skirmish, Gibbs. It frustrates me, those little bump plays, but Joreuz low boost this time. Juicy's got it in a good spot. Should be able to get his 5th. Yep, Joreuz has gone way too far there. Top corner found, 5th goal on.
And I know this is not really 2-goal swing, but Juicy, what a play by him. We go back about half a minute when that boost does not spawn for him, but it spawns for Joreuz. He still makes a great save on defense with low boost and then capitalizes with possession to take over and get that goal. Like, this should be a 4-3 game, but instead it's 5-2.
Same kickoff as last time, but this Joreuz not quick enough. Juicy's missed bottom corner. Could have been a 6th. There's still certainly right in this Joreuz, but can also get away from him quickly. He's got a chance here to get one back, bring it back to a 2-goal game, but he's gone for boost instead. Juicy's really worried about this demo. Joreuz, don't sit too close there, Juicy. Has been punished before for it, but there you go. Wins the corner boost, goes for the solo straight away, has a reset. This is a much safer play. Flick on, that is beautiful from Juicy.
Just a bad angle by Joreuz as well, so he has to just guess at when this play will happen. He guesses wrong, and Juicy just powers it through. Just another quick attack. We've seen that a lot by both Joreuz and Juicy, and Joreuz just kind of guesses wrong on that timing, but that's because of the angle he came on defense. He has to guess the speed of the ball and can't play a positional game.
Shows how strong as well in ones. Oh, what a chance. Oh, that's just going to be a goal for Joreuz. Surely will be. Doesn't need the boost. Brings it back to 3. Just mentioning before that solo play, the power of getting an early reset on the ball and just having that flip is just so much more powerful than going for just a pure air dribble. Then, yeah, we see how often that is punished, because you just have so many more options, Gibbs, when you do get an early reset. And it means the defender can't really challenge, because the flip's always there. They can pop it over the top. So when Juicy does that, he's scoring, 9 times out of 10. So I need to see more of that.
Absolutely. That's why we love flip resets, because it just changes where your car is going to go. But you decide when it happens, right? And the physics completely change, because your car will just all of a sudden do something that it's not supposed to be able to do, right? So very hard to play that on defense. Joreuz here will get the touch to the side, keeps possession in the corner. Well done by him. Might get it around Juicy. Looks like it will not go into the net, so Joreuz has to back off.
Smart from Juicy. Didn't want to go to the corner where Joreuz was looking for boost. Gives him enough space. Top corner, saved off the crossbar. Look how quick Joreuz is to get out of net, but Juicy was ready this time. Should be able to score. Will score. That's his 7th. Really strong game. He should be able to lock this one out, but I mean, it's a long time in ones.
Yeah, speed is winning it out there for Juicy, just keeping the ball close to him. That's the game he wants to play, right? He wants the ball close to him, wants a lot of small challenges, and just beat out Joreuz to the ball based on his speed. And we're finally seeing that in Game 3. Games 1 and 2, we talked a lot about him being in no man's land. He wants to do it, but just wasn't close enough to do it. And now we're starting to see that in Game 3.
Juicy getting punished there for a poor solo. I always say solo play, just air dribble play.
Average play solo.
Doesn't make too much sense in the ones, but here's Juicy low boost. Joreuz will be able to turn this one, but he's got to go straight away. You can see the time is not on his side. 30 seconds. He goes to instant flick. Has he caught Juicy again? How many times? Juice overcommit. Does he shadow too far and he just doesn't learn?
Juicy, come on, stop being in that no man's land. He's in that 5-foot range again, either 2 feet or 10 feet. No in between. And Juicy does it again here, and especially when you have a big lead, you don't have to challenge early, right? Because you can waste more time by playing defense. Doesn't do it. Now kickoffs could play a factor, but Joreuz loses out on that one. Does get the bump though, and Juicy's gonna try and turn this quick. He's got very limited time, has to score now. Gets a bad touch though, and that should be the end of the game here for Juicy, who will just waste this clock down.
Yeah, Joreuz went for the fake on that shot. It could have been back to a 2-goal game. The comeback might have been on, but Juicy just did not get faked. The timeout buff works. It works in every game mode. Doesn't matter.
It does.
It's his first game.
And that's one of those things. Do you have to think about things more, or is it about killing the momentum for your opponent, right? And that is always a factor, right? 1s or 3s. It is a little different though when it's 1 minute of just quiet, right? Because it's just you. There's no one to talk to. There's no one to kind of do game plans around. He might have a coach in his ear. Like, I'm not really sure, but still, it's mostly about the players in 1s and like just trying to think about how to capitalize on these moments. But to get that 1 minute of a reset, maybe it's a mental reset for Juicy, works out here. And I think there's things to clean up still for Juicy, as we saw with those no-man plays where he's just sitting, where he wants to challenge, but then he doesn't challenge. But his 1v1 offensive game, when he had the ball going for his flip resets, worked out so much better throughout this game. This game looked a lot like game 2, but instead Juicy scored those 2-goal swings. And that's why we got that 3-goal win for Juicy.
Yeah, you mentioned the 2-goal swings, and Juicy didn't really go for those air dribble dunk plays. We saw mainly flip resets. We saw the air dribble bump, and they're just far safer. Even if they don't come off, usually, well, more often than not, it's not going back into your own net. And as we saw how quickly Joreuz can recover, it was just really smart from Juicy to go for a safer offense. And it was actually Joreuz down the other end that got punished a couple of times for overcommitting. So
yeah,
really overall, just a smarter game there by Juicy. Let's see if he can keep it up, tie this one up. Or it will be the Joreuz show to get his third, triple match point. It'd be tough to come back from. That's a nice start. Goes to low 50, grabs the mid boost. You can see Joreuz ready to attack, but he's got to go all the way back now for that 100. Straight on the play. Juicy delays a flag, doesn't get much power on it. Joreuz is so quick with in and out of net. He's got to be worried, got to be wary of it.
But both players recovered quickly there, so Juicy does get possession again. Going for the all-or-nothing play. Joreuz will turn it away, but he cannot capitalize on the counterattack. We see Juicy with 100 boost. Might be in trouble here, though. Got to worry about the shot from Joreuz. Does turn it away high. And Joreuz now no boost, so Juicy, like if he grabs this mid, he's going to try and attack as quickly as he can. He's going to keep this ball elevated as best he can and throw it into the net. He does so very well. And that is the difference when your opponent has no boost. Keep the ball elevated. We saw that with Joreuz as well. He threw it off the back wall of Juicy, but what Juicy did was the inside-out save, right? To get elevation when he didn't have any boost. That was earlier, and now we see it from Juicy. When Joreuz has no boost, keep that ball high, throw it in the top half of the net.
Yeah, really smart to steal all that boost on the way down, and wasn't really the best bounce to get a goal off the quick counter attack, but he was good enough to find the shot. Joreuz completely starving Juicy. He's bought enough time to grab the mid boost. Juicy's bit once again. Joreuz is so quick to recognize when Juicy wants to bite on the challenge, and bit he did.
And he's backwards again, Juicy. Like, he keeps going for that fake. He wants him to make a move then, but he doesn't. So Juicy's then like, oh, I'll back up and do another challenge on him, like try and play that mental game. But by that time, Joreuz has read it and just beats him to the ball. And now off the kickoff, gets another one. No, he throws it off the post. The wide open net missed by Joreuz. Could come back to haunt him.
Musty shot on the counter. And it's Joreuz. It's comforting. It's comforting to see even the best still miss the open nets off kickoff. Still one. It's always nice for us battlers as Juicy's missed. Well, maybe, I don't know, I'd say a tougher angle, but certainly very scoreable. 1-1. Swings and roundabouts, I guess. Most players missing. Low scoring game for a ones here with just 2 minutes and 2 goals scored. Joreuz Juicy tried to fake. Joreuz was ready with no boost. All or nothing challenge. So Juicy has to play a little bit of defense, but he's found his way out.
Yeah, great defense by Joreuz on no boost. Was just being close to the ball that whole time and making plays happen, and then he got boost. Now he's back to very little. Does he have enough time? He does. So Juicy will just throw it into the corner, and the corner boost will go to Joreuz.
Here he is, Juicy's low. He picked up one pad on the way back, which was enough to make the save, but Joreuz just throwing a few pump fakes in, wasting Juicy's boost. If he can recover in time, Juicy, beautiful bump.
No boost though, not enough. Ooh, yes.
Well, I thought maybe Joreuz would get back in time, but the bump was big enough. And the lead will be found. Yeah, he just got completely done. Joreuz actually missed his wave dash.
That's what it looked like, yeah.
Back there. I thought maybe he was going to recover.
Yeah, he's not happy about that one either because he knows that he had a chance to get back on defense, especially with the low boost of Juicy, but Juicy does turn it in. Take the early lead, or maybe I guess it's a late lead at this point. We're in the back half of this game, a very defense-heavy game here. So we'll see if we get some more goals in this back half.
Nice, smart play there from Juicy. He's actually going to be able to grab all the boost down the line. You see how he just kind of chipped it on net. I like when he just peppers Joreuz with shots and can starve him out. That's a really safe play, but he has overextended here a touch. Joreuz can throw it on net. Yep, Juicy's out of position. Beautiful scoreline as well with 2 minutes left for a 2-2. Joreuz too good.
Yeah, I think he wanted the bump there on Joreuz, didn't get it, or maybe a ball challenge, but if that happens, we know Joreuz, he's done it all match long. He will just attack your net immediately. He does so here again with Juicy out of position to tie it back up.
Really close game after Joreuz came out of the gates firing. This is a fantastic chance. He's going to go to double instead. Smart play, but will he get punished for it? He will. Every time someone tries to go high with the air dribble, with the carry over the top, it is a counter-attack right down the other end.
See, this is why, like, in my head, I say I don't do flip resets in Rocket League because I'll just get countered, right? You know, so that's why I don't even attempt them. But we see it here. That can really bite you in 1v1s. If you don't get the perfect offensive opportunity, very likely that ball's going into the back of your net.
Yeah, well, even there, you can see Joreuz actually tried to go high. He tried to go for the double instead. He tried to go even higher than shot on net. But Juicy just had everything covered. He had the shot and the double. And he got punished, so Joreuz probably doesn't want to do that again. That's nice defense, though, respecting the redirect. Now he gets a chance. The early reset's so dangerous. Juicy completely out of position. I mean, he's just got so much time to score this now. Juicy was just way out. I don't know what he was doing off the sidewall, but he was in no man's land.
He wanted to go off the ceiling, but then realized that Joreuz took the ball way too much midfield. And then at that point, we talked about it earlier with the angles on defense. If you have a bad angle, you just have to guess at the speed of the attack. And Juicy way out of position there. Just gives one for free to Joreuz.
Juicy tried to land the bomb. Joreuz wants to grab that corner, but Juicy's snagged it, and then he just...
Great demo.
I mean, there was just zero urgency about Joreuz. Surely he was aware, and Juicy kills an extra couple of seconds, all the vital with the 1-goal lead.
Oh, absolutely. When you have a lead, you want to milk that clock whenever you possibly can. So 1-goal leads, obviously, you're not going to hold. Oh, yeah. That's all I do. I should have beat you, CJ. All right, I'm still mad about that in the game. But still, Joreuz, he's only 1 goal down. There's going to be more goals in this match, but Juicy, like if you do have that lead and if you do score next, 2-goal leads are very nice with a time buffer. So we'll see how this all plays out. But Juicy, free possession here. Joreuz trying to go up, but Juicy throws it high. Joreuz will get the corner boost. Juicy will fall back to the mid boost. Joreuz taking possession. Juicy in no man's land again.
I mean, I'm going to let Juicy off here. I'm not expecting that from Joreuz. That's
fair. That's fair.
Absolute slinger into the net from the back corner. 4-4. What a way to tie it up. Game on.
The flick game by Joreuz has been unbeatable throughout this, and that is why he's having such problems on defense for Juicy. Juicy, though, wins the kickoff and puts it home, and that's always the dangerous ones. When it's a close game, it's going to come down to kickoffs, and Juicy gets this one. 1-goal lead, less than half a minute on the clock, but this one's not over.
Yeah, Juicy could just see Joreuz there. He was at the point of no return. He had to challenge. And all Juicy needed to do was the instant flick. This time, Juicy goes for corner boost instead. Joreuz is trying to take the wide approach. He doesn't want to get dunked on net. And he...
Oh, no.
How has he found a goal from here? He had no boost. Juicy stole the corner. And he just finds himself sideways getting T-boned. 5-5.
Juicy, he lives and dies by being close to that ball, I guess. He's just like, I'm going to try and challenge as long as I can. I obviously have a huge advantage, but you never want to take those 50-50s in the offensive corner because you're not going to make plays on offense on that, but the defender can definitely do it. Juicy, though, with the flick. Joreuz with a big save at 0 on the clock. We'll go to overtime.
Yeah, great save there from Joreuz. Juicy perhaps should have gone for the edge dribble cringe on 0 seconds. Here is Joreuz. Is that just going to be an welcome to 1v1s? It doesn't matter if it's bronze, diamond, RLCS level. Sometimes the ball just pinches into your own net. Joreuz drops 2 in a row, and he wants a timeout, Gibbs.
The inside wall, a kickoff win is so deadly in ones at times when the ball can just go so incredibly quick off that side wall. But Juicy didn't even have to touch it again. That was just directly in the net. Juicy getting it done on the kickoff game. He had a couple in the last minute of play that got him some free goals. So Juicy, seems like a kickoff advantage is on his side right now. It just comes down to when there's a rally, right? When we don't know whose possession it is or it's like questionable. That's where we see Joreuz kind of pick it up with that power game on, you know, going for his plays where he moves so incredibly quick towards the net and Juicy's out of position. So right now I would give the edge kickoffs to Juicy, but the open field game to Joreuz, but it doesn't matter. We're all tied at 2.
Yeah, 15 shots to 10 though is pretty telling. With Juicy, 5 more on the board, 8 saves to Joreuz. But I really like Juicy's approach. We kind of see him just peppering the net a little bit more and wasting boost. I feel like he's been far better than Joreuz at, you know, the boost control. You mentioned Juicy winning the majority of the kickoffs as well. Joreuz is so punishing if you do overcommit, but Juicy is not produced the same performance as we saw in game 1, where he was just every single time he had an attack, he was all or nothing. Now he's playing a far safer game, and it is working. Joreuz, though, is, well, it's neck and neck. He's completely thrown his bundle. He lost to a kickoff goal in overtime.
But the physical play right now, Juicy has the edge there. I feel like there's a lot more plays where we see Joreuz occasionally, when he has low boost, he'll try and take his time. And Juicy's just like, nah, like, I'm just going to bump you out. I have boost. I can recover in time. And when he does get in the face of Joreuz, it's working very well. It's when he goes for that fake challenge, then turns away and then turns back. Those have not been working out for him. So Joreuz, so I think for him, he's got to clean up kickoffs maybe a little bit. And obviously he knows that after that overtime. But it's more about trying to avoid the physical interactions, because it seems like those are going against him right now, and try and keep up with those power dribble flicks, you know, that he's been doing so well.
It would have been elite if Joreuz took the 2-minute timeout and just went back and made his bed behind him on the camera.
To wrap the present for himself, you know, just
time management 101 on the birthday. Let's see, 2-2. Juicy's brought this back to a level series. We'll move on to match point. Juicy, another kickoff win off the bat. He's going to go straight for the mid boost. And he punished Joreuz. He might, if he turns the corner, he should and will. 1-0 in 9 seconds.
It was a good read by Joreuz on this play, because we see Juicy, like, he could go for a low 50 there, but instead goes for the power shot. It's just unfortunate that the ball doesn't get angled more for Joreuz, and Juicy does recover well and puts it home, and it comes down to these kickoffs. Let's see what he's got here.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. I really liked how Joreuz came at Juicy there to just cut off as much angle as possible on the shot. Just meant he had less to cover, but in the end, it just went straight up off the ceiling, and with no boost, Juicy was going to do the rest. This 50 goes Juicy's way, but he loses the mid boost.
And the quarter.
No. Well, Joreuz now has to back off and make the save, turn straight on net. You can see, though, this time Juicy was ready. He wasn't sitting underneath the ball.
And that's because he had no boost. He kind of had to go back and get some pads. But Joreuz, great catch, great flick to tie this game up. So well done for him. No boost as well. He doesn't care. He's got possession, and that's all that matters. And these guys are so good with low boost that Joreuz puts that one home, top right corner.
He's so quick. As soon as he saw Juicy jump, he went, well, my right side of the net is wide open as long as he hits the flick. And he did, just like right now. Joreuz goes back corner, and Juicy gets punished. It's boost over ball, and, well, sometimes it works, and sometimes you may look a fool.
Yeah, 2 pads picked up by Juicy on the offensive side there was just enough for him to get around that ball and get the angle, while Joreuz thought he had just a little bit more time, but doesn't, and wide open net there for Juicy.
Joreuz pushes that kickoff, wins control, this time delays. The fake has just not worked at all against Juicy. I just feel like with the flip, he should have guaranteed the goal. Instead, he could be punished again. Does he get back? No,
Wow.
it's a 3 to the good of Juicy.
Yeah, no boost there by Joreuz, getting bumped as well. He turned upfield for a split moment there, and it didn't matter. So Juicy's like, all right, I'm just going to turn upfield, throw it on net, threw it outside post, and that's all he had to do to capitalize.
He's certainly in control now, Juicy, but Joreuz wins kickoff. Juicy has to go back low 50. The fake, it almost worked. He's still got a chance on ball, but that solo play will not be doing him any favors. Still sticking around. Juicy giving enough space to create a flick. Doesn't get the flick that he wanted. Joreuz simple save, but does he go for corner boost? No. Goes direct. This is going to be punished now. Joreuz has to back right off. With the space, Juicy doing really well in these little midfield exchanges. Does he get the flick? The delayed touch. Nice save from Joreuz. Still in trouble though. He's off the ceiling. He has boost to work with.
Oh, great play by Joreuz. Juicy with a great save. Joreuz has got a free shot on net. Slots it bottom left corner. Joreuz. He had an awkward play on defense, but it's because he conserved all his boosts. He had 50 plus in the tank, only used like 10 to make that save to allow him to go on offense and get that counterattack opportunity. Well done by Joreuz. It looked awkward, but it was calculated to save all that boost.
Oh, this is an all-time kickoff. Juicy loses the kickoff, looks at Joreuz and goes, I think I just have to hit him. And he just connects, and instead, Joreuz doesn't move with 0 boost and ties it up. I tell you what, if Juicy's shadow defense game was any better, he would be a top ones player. Well, he already is, but, you know, we're talking tippy top right now, because that feels like his one real weakness, and his kickoffs aren't too bad.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's also fixing that throughout the series. I think we are maybe magnifying it more than it is a problem at times. But still, as this match goes on, he's going to get more and more plays out of Joreuz to figure out that. But here we go with Joreuz up in the air, low 50 on the challenge in the air. Will win it out, but go to the corner with 58 boost. But Juicy's in net with 100. So Joreuz just backs out and grabs 100 on his way.
He's lost all the pressure though. Juicy just going to completely W key his way, just hold the forward on the arrows and push at Joreuz here, but he too has lost pressure. Good enough to grab the mid boost. Joreuz with 37. Doesn't want to overcommit too much, just trying to keep as much pace as possible. You see these little bumps, these little exchanges. Juicy though, really not bothered. He hasn't taken a backward step yet. Can Joreuz get it? No. Juicy right underneath says thank you for the ball.
And this is something that you don't see in threes a lot. People just, you know, casually taking the ball back to their side of the field. They know there's no one else on the field. Juicy with the aerial bump play to get the goal. Finally, a player will get full possession with the 100 boost. And we see Juicy do very well there to just hide underneath the ball and just block Joreuz out for the goal. But you see this a lot in ones where you don't have to attack the net like all the time. You know there's only one opponent. You have plenty of time on the field. So people will casually drive around, pick up boost, and grab the ball to get possession. It'll look a little slow at times, but then you see plays with the flip resets coming out by Juicy or the area bumps where it'll just ratchet back up to 100 immediately.
Oh, Juicy, nice save. Joreuz is, you mentioned his flicks before, has been really on with those. Just like down the other end, Juicy's air dribble bumps, super effective, but at the same time, you can't be spamming, and that's really nice from Joreuz to flip over the top. Does he have the open net? He throws it, no power. Instead, Juicy goes sidewall. Joreuz read it, but couldn't line the shot up. And now he's in big trouble. Shot on Juicy. 2-goal lead.
That's one of those counterattacks, like, he's got 0 boost, Joreuz, but he has to stay, right? Because it's a golden opportunity. Just cannot get around that ball in time. But as soon as that touch happens, he knows he's beat. But that is ones in a nutshell. You have to take risks where you could get scored on, like, if you don't make your play. And Joreuz right there, it was just because it was a fast pass off that back wall. Joreuz, can he get back in time? He cannot. Juicy, the kickoff game is working for him, and he's taking a big 3-goal lead in Game 5.
Yeah, Joreuz be feeling it now. This is bordering on 3 losses in a row. It was a great start, but the kickoffs 60-40 to Juicy, and he's really starting to get on top, especially considering he got Braziled in the first game. More evidence that game one is just a warm-up, but we can also see on the play cams that Joreuz is battling a little bit with, well, just staying locked into this one. On the birthday, Juicy as well with another bump. That's going to be a 4-goal lead. Need one more, and you're probably calling next. It comes down to this kickoff.
See bumps coming out again, but grounded on the wheel, so we see Juicy just doing well here, like on those bumps all of a sudden. Like, he's very good when he's the one bumping. Right there, he was getting bumped a little bit, just kept his 4 wheels on the ground, didn't worry about it too much, maybe hold handbrake so you can control it a little bit better. And counterattack, and here it's just him with 100 boost, just outpacing Joreuz, and Joreuz calls for next game.
He's had enough. Timeout buff does not come through for Joe, and, well, 3 games on the bounce for Juicy. Oh, he's really looked good since the timeout. He's completely turned it around, and he's just really solidified his ones game. He's not he's not all or nothing anymore. He's again worked on that midfield play. He's realized that Joreuz can flick the ball from anywhere, and he hasn't been caught out as much.
Yeah, he was caught out, what, I think once in that game, but it was because of great play by Joreuz.
Yeah.
So for the most part, that was a calm and collected game by Juicy. Also, I think he scored 3 or 4 kickoff goals throughout that, and that's after the overtime winner in game 4 as well. So Juicy has figured Joreuz out right now. Now it's up to Joreuz. Can he counter? Can he figure out these kickoffs? Can he figure out the rally plays when no one really has possession? Right now, it seems like it's all Juicy.
Yeah, we kind of meme about the figure out meta in threes, but yeah, I mean, it really is a thing in ones. If you can figure out your opponent, it's going to be game over. And it's a similar story to the last one. 15 shots to 10 in the previous. This time, Juicy 14 shots to 8. He's just putting more pressure on. He's putting more shots on the board, and yeah, that's why he's getting the job done. Joreuz has kind of, you know, you can see the frustration in his plays, Gibbs, where, you know, his attacks, it's kind of just one and done. He's just going for it, whereas Juicy's happy to play patient, steal the boost, do the little, you know, the micro management, the 1%ers, the pad steals, and in the end, it's really working out for him.
Here we go. We got Neo Tokyo. We love this map at 3v3s. We've seen a lot of great games on this map. Let's see if we get another one. Ooh, we got the Batmobile coming out for Joreuz, trying to change it up. Car selection matters a lot in ones as well, CJ.
Yeah, I mean, this is just throw the kitchen sink at it. When all else fails, put on the Batmobile and see what happens. Certainly worked for Oli back in the 3s for GK. Let's see if it'll work for Joreuz in the 1v1s. He's almost found a nice chance there. He does grab boost. Juicy turns underneath, misses his shot on net. But it's a nice start, and if anything, this can just throw off your opponent. Then you know, I guess it's refreshing for you, but he's probably conceded the first goal. He's overcommitted.
That's the issue, right? That's the issue, is when you change cars, like, I'm gonna go for a power flick. It's completely different in a Batmobile. Throws a bad flick, so Juicy just counters immediately. Yes, like, it can be useful, like, if you can match your flicks back to a new car hitbox, because your opponent won't be able to read it. But if your flicks are off, and they probably will be because it's a change of car, then you're in trouble.
And was it once, I can't remember if it was the 3s or 1s, when Daniel just swapped to the Batmobile, and it was the worst thing we've ever seen in the history of anything. But Joreuz able to find it this time. Juicy with 0 boost, challenges underneath in the back corner and gets punished.
Yeah, we see those no boost challenges. So those come out because you expect that the other player does not expect you to be there. So you try for those plays, but when the other player sees you doing it, it can look very, very bad. So Juicy right there tried for a mind game, and Joreuz had none of it.
Here is Joreuz. Batmobile just goes bang. This is zero nonsense gameplay. He's trying the monster flicks. He's trying the power shots, using the extra length on this hitbox. Here's the reset as well. Flick over the top. Doesn't get the power that he wanted. It's a good save from Juicy, but I mean, I dare say Joreuz is looking better in the Batmobile so far. Another reset goes low. Juicy getting peppered
back and forth,
which is a far different what we saw last game. You'd see Juicy still low boost. This time it's the edge rule bump. Surely he does, but Juicy just eats it on the goal line.
But Joreuz gets the demo. Can he turn and shoot in time? He does. Slot it bottom right corner. Just enough time to score that. But great job by Joreuz here throughout that offensive play where he just goes from corner to corner boost, going for aerial dribbles, draining the boost to Juicy, and Juicy did well. He was playing great defense throughout that, but just the demo comes out and Joreuz will take the lead.
And we mentioned the GK Batmobile buff. Could this just be a European Batmobile buff as well? Could this just be the ghost of Cooks in 97? I mean, we mentioned it in the GOATs in the top 10 1v1 plays in the pre-show. Perhaps he's just showing up here again, but that is a beautiful shot from Juicy. Top bins locked in.
And bringing out some Khaled here as well with the little bounce dribble shot. That's all you really need in ones. We've seen that a lot from Khaled back in his day. So Juicy bringing it out. We have like an old classic rivalry here. We have Cooks here versus Khaled all of a sudden.
Yeah, showing the still relevant to this day. A couple of years later, here is Joreuz. What can he do? He's gone the same thing. He's gone the bounce dribble, and he had so many options. Picks top right, gets the lead back.
Well, Juicy, you can bounce dribble. I can do it as well. Joreuz, just patient game, and Juicy just can't read it. And that's what's going to happen with those fakes. If you delay, then that defender is going to bite at some point. That he just waited for it. Joreuz flicks it into the top right.
Has to go back. Juicy wins mid boost. And you see, now Joreuz has been completely done. I feel like maybe if he's in an Octane or the larger hitbox, a taller hitbox, he might get something on it, but Juicy just completely cut him to pieces.
This is a completely different game now. So all of a sudden, it's just power shots off the half volleys off the floor, which we weren't seeing at all in games 1 through 5. Juicy wins another kickoff and puts it home, and Joreuz still cannot figure that out.
Yeah, you mentioned the problem with changing cars. The hitbox just is a little different, and that's a lot flatter. It's a lot, I guess, shorter as well, the Batmobile, and in the end, he gets nothing behind that. Juicy rolls through, gets the kickoff goal, and this time Joreuz finds a better angle as Juicy tracks back. You can see the mind games there. He fakes straight. In the end, gets a free corner boost. Joreuz with mid as well. Juicy with a reset has been so deadly from this position, but he's missed. Can Joreuz get it on target in time? You can see him try and turn the corner. Instead, goes to bounce dribble, goes low, finds it 50, but he's hit it too many times. Could have been a goal right there.
Low 50 was a great idea, but the ball just spills out a little bit to his right, so he cannot get the angle on the goal. But Juicy, he overcommits here and somehow does not get the bump. Those cars were right next to each other. Joreuz will take the goal here, but this was so incredibly close. Great dodge by Joreuz with the little bunny hop to get over. Juicy read it the entire way, all time.
Yeah, it's beautiful. He kind of just tipped his nose down to dodge that bump, turned it into a wave dash, recovered in time. Juicy wins kickoff though. Can he make it 5-4? He goes to low 50. Joreuz will be able to recover. Still has a bit of boost in the tank. We'll have to back off this time. Back corner, both with boost. Reset comes through. Juicy, low 50. It was a little bit improvised in the end.
Oh yeah.
Done.
Yeah, you can see like in his camera, he's like, I didn't exactly mean to do that, but I'll take it. And somehow that ball goes in. Joreuz did his best to defend it, but the ball does spill in, and sometimes that'll just happen in ones, and Juicy takes lead. Another big kickoff coming up. Joreuz, though, with the win this time around, will get the 100 boost. See if he can power shoot it here. He baits it out from Juicy. Juicy, well done. No boost, makes a big save there. And the clear.
Takes a huge 50, minute 40 for Joreuz to tie this one up. Do we get Champfield a Game 7, first 1v1 on the RLCS broadcast? Maybe, but he's got to find something. The bumps will help, but Juicy should better keep possession, throws it on net. Joreuz, great spacing. Can he turn the corner? Can he shoot? Realizes that Juicy's going to be there first. It's really smart from Juicy as well. Knew that Joreuz wanted the mid boost, so he backs off, takes a straight approach, but he's
dangerous.
About that. No, I just said he was smart, and then he does the silliest thing ever. You can't be going for corner boost there, Gibbs.
See, even pros do it. Even pros are like, I see that big boost pellet on the side. It looks so good, but not enough time there. Joreuz, again, with how he's playing throughout this match, so incredibly quick that you would expect that not to happen, but Juicy, it doesn't matter, because if he makes a big mistake, he just gets a crucial kickoff to take back the lead.
Joreuz forgot to put the power slide on. That's a little bit of a Batmobile moment. He does the old 180 turn instead of recovering, and Juicy finds a free goal. They're all the same on the scoreboard, whether it's a kickoff or a double reset. All counts the same. Here is Joreuz. Looks to shape up. Juicy backwards. Awkward spot now. When does he go? One more over the top. Nice, saving the second flip as Juicy. Bit of a raw safe.
Oh, big challenge.
50, and that could be huge for this game. 7-5.
Those corner challenges, when you're on offense, it's usually not a good idea because that ball is going to spill out very easily to the defender. Juicy does well with limited boost, keeping that pressure up. Joreuz got to find a kickoff.
And you can see from the play cams as well, Joreuz pretty tilted at that situation. He might be even more if he gets bumped again, but he gets enough of a touch to get it offline. 36 seconds, needs 2 goals. There's the Batmobile, flicks it with 0 boost, but still, he's not in control at all, and Juicy should just kill time off the clock here. Has to play it smart still. Joreuz, one more goal, could be game over. Low 50. Juicy doesn't fire, but it's not enough, and that is probably going to be game. It's a 3-goal lead, 17 seconds left. Joreuz says GG's, and Juicy takes out the first best of 7 in the playoffs.
Well done by Juicy. Joreuz, though, I am surprised. 3 goals down with kickoffs to play, and you don't at least try? I'm surprised there, but I think Joreuz knows that he was being beat on those kickoffs anyway, and maybe with that Batmobile, it just wasn't working out. Joreuz, great effort throughout this match, but Juicy figured it out. Like, after game 2, he figured it out. That game 4 overtime was absolutely huge for this match, but at the end of the day, we saw 2 different Juicies from games 1 and 2 to games 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, once he called the timeout, he really adapted, and that's credit to him as a player. Certainly a feather in his cap. Joreuz tried to mix it up. The Batmobile looked good at stages, but I think you need to be, I don't know, as you mentioned, just the hitbox change, it kind of caught him out as well a couple of times, made a few more mistakes than he's usually making, and Juicy in the end will be pretty happy that didn't go to 7.
Yeah, it really felt like Joreuz was like, I can't figure this out, so I'm going to try and change up cars. But the problem with changing up cars is sometimes you just can't get those air dribbles the same or the flicks the same. That really cost him here. Some bad challenges in the corners as well. But Juicy will be moving on throughout that lower bracket. Well done to him.
Well done to him. We got Nas versus ApparentlyJack coming up right after this break.
Don't pause, replay. Don't pause, press. Every day and every night, I feel you watching me. It's been some time since you were mine, but nothing sets me free. You're follows come undone. They stop me moving on. I see your face in everyone. I hope it's what you want. Your ghost follows me, stuck inside my head like an melody. Your follows me, stuck inside my head like an melody. Oh man, would you look at me? You're just another one hit wonder, that's what everyone sees. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed? Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. And I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it, you're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far, but at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie, they just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be.
Welcome back once again, everybody. We've just closed things out with our first game of our lower bracket. Juicy walking away with a victory against Joreuz. Juicy, welcome to the broadcast, and GGs are in order. How are you feeling after that match?
Hello, thank you. I'm feeling well. I am happy about how I played in the series. I bounced back after the 2 games lost, and yeah, I'm happy.
Well, we saw a pretty big snowball from you, win after your timeout pre-game 3. So I got to ask, do you have a coach? Is there somebody that's kind of whispering in your ear what you should be changing up?
It seems like in the timeout that I'm talking to somebody, but I'm just talking to myself. It's a little bit weird, I know, but
all right, go on. I need a reenactment. What kind of stuff were you kind of reiterating to yourself, hyping yourself up?
It's not hyping myself up, but just saying how he's playing, what he's doing, and what I'm doing wrong, and what I could do to improve and win the game.
So on that note, what do you feel like you were doing wrong in that game 1 and 2?
I mean, I was just surprised by how he played, to be honest. I wasn't expecting him to play like that. Also, can we talk about his flicks, man? Like, what was that? What was that? But yeah, I was just, I don't know, just confused about how he's playing, and then I figured it out.
And on your side, how do you feel like you had much of a change-up, much of a difference in your kickoff approach compared to, you know, games 1 and 2 and then moving forward from there?
Yeah, a little bit. I was just more focused, I think.
Okay, all right. And your next matchup is going to be between either Trebla or Moxy. You lost against Moxy yesterday, so are you keen for a little bit of revenge, maybe?
I mean, of course, I want to play against him again. I like playing against, I just like playing once this time, so I'm happy to play anyone, to be honest.
Anyone, any competition, you're ready for it. So do you think Moxy will be your opposition? You think he's going to lose that next match against Trebla?
I think he can be surprised by how he's playing, but I think he will win.
Well, you know what, Juicy, you played absolutely exceptional. I'm looking forward to hearing some more of your hype talks, your words of wisdom, talking to yourself behind the scenes. So best of luck for your next games.
Thank you.
Boys, there we have it. You know what? His biggest supporter, his best hype man is himself.
I don't believe this. I just cannot believe this. But what a guy! I mean, he was right. Yeah, Joreuz flicks were cooking, and then yeah, he was probably surprised by the aggression. I know he probably doesn't want to give too much away, but I think Joreuz came out extremely aggressive, extremely confident, and Juicy probably didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I think he kind of just, you know, Juicy realized, okay, if I step up here, Joreuz is going to punish me. And it took him a couple of games to really lock in. And I think he played a little bit safer towards the end. But those kickoffs were so good. Joreuz was getting very tilted. We saw on the base games.
CJ, was there anything in particular that you thought kind of, you know, where Joreuz started to lose a bit of his momentum moving into the later games?
Well, he definitely got tilted. We mentioned the kickoffs before, but I think it was. I don't know. I think he was a bit under the weather. I think a lot of things kind of culminated in that series. I wouldn't point to anything in particular, but I felt like he was just getting frustrated. Then he lost his patience, and then you saw him just kind of all or nothing. You know, 100-0 these attacks, and when he got counter-attacked by a Juicy who was, I guess, playing a safer game, Johnny, I'd say. He was just kind of just peppering Joreuz and wearing him down.
I think he realized at some point Joreuz is really trying to score with every attack. He doesn't want to, like, you know, some players you'll see probably today even, and definitely in 1v1 this year in RLCS, you'll see them being very happy to play for possession, boost control, dribbling the ball back. That wasn't Joreuz. He was trying to score every time. Now against a player like that, if you can just defend the shot, you can counterattack. So Juicy did really well there.
Well, you know what, boys? I'm super excited for Birmingham, the LAN environment. And you know what we have? A little extra something. You can now go ahead and get your hands on the official RLCS merch at the Blast store. You can also find merch that is exclusively sold at events as well. So go ahead and visit rl.gg/shop/RLCS or type ! in the chat. I'm looking forward to seeing people turn up in the freshest of threads, the best of outfits at LAN as well. And I know, CJ, you're definitely going to be repping some of that merch, right?
Oh, 100%. We'll be wearing the freshest clothes and hanging out with the... I don't want to finish that meme. but yeah, looking forward to the LAN. It's going to be fun.
Well, you know what? The fact that it's dropping throughout the rest of the year means that there will be no end to your outfits, CJ. Don't worry, we're going to have you kitted out in no time. But speaking a little bit more about our schedule and our matchups that are going to be taking place throughout the rest of today, our last game to close things out is going to be Atow versus Dralii, and then we're going to have Moxy and Trebla. But the next series is going to be Nas versus ApparentlyJack. Nas going 3-0 in Swiss, securing a win against Vatira to get here, as well as Joreuz yesterday. Johnny boy, how do we think Nas is going to fare in this matchup?
Oh, Nas is just, he's a monster. It feels like the higher the pressure gets, the more serious the setting gets, the better he gets. So I think he's definitely the favorite in this one. That being said, Jack does like playing against him. I think he respects Nas a lot, and Jack probably enjoys as well being the underdog in a matchup like this. So it's probably one of the matchups he would prefer out of the favorites in this event. But yeah, Nas is a monster. He could win this event for sure.
Yeah, this is a disgusting matchup down here. I think we did some predictions before, Johnny Boy, and we kind of had like the ApparentlyJack Joreuz lineup. We kind of got the flip. They ended up on opposite sides of the lower bracket, but Jack's got a tough one here to play Nas first up in the playoffs.
Well, Jack actually got himself a victory against Stizzy and Toxic. Caliber of those two players in comparison to facing against Nas now. Do you think they might have been a little bit tougher, a little bit easier for him?
Tough one, actually. I mean, I think that Jack is probably at the juicy Joreuz level on paper, and then Nas is a level above. I think Nas he'd be happy with any of these matchups. He's a player who's looking to make a run here. Today is more of a situation where he doesn't want to look past Jack, which I'm sure he won't. But yeah, Jack is still very, very good. Probably A tier. If Nas is S tier, Jack's an A tier. A for ApparentlyJack, of course.
So on that note, let me go ahead and rock up your predictions. Johnny Boy, a quick TLDR about why you selected this particular player as your prediction.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying Nas favorite, so I'm picking the favorite. I'm not 100% confident on this one because I know Jack does like the matchup, and he's been feeling pretty comfortable. He's been streaming a lot of his matches, and he takes. One thing I've noticed with Jack, he takes his losses really well. So if he does lose a game, I don't expect him to crash out or anything.
Yeah, give me Nas. He loves best of sevens. He always clutches up. Jack, unlucky, but I think you're going out here.
Oh, that's a rough way of putting it. I'm going to go ahead and throw Nas into the pile of predictions as well. I'm really excited for this matchup, but seems like it's fairly even from the crowd as well, boys. I'm super excited for this. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into our next series. It is ApparentlyJack taking on Nas.
Chat, here we go. It is RLCS 1v1, and I am here to guide you through it. I'm Fear, and I'm joined with Gibbs for this Nas versus ApparentlyJack game.
Oh, and this is going to be a fun one. I feel like fan favorite ApparentlyJack versus, I would say, tournament favorite in Nas before this whole tournament began. So ApparentlyJack, we'll see if he can muster up anything here. He had a little bit of a tough road, though, coming in, making 3-2 and then through the lower bracket for the top 16. Nas with the first shot, though, off the post. Nas, though, we have to talk about him, Fear. He has 3-0'd every single opponent he has played, except when he played Dralii, who's another tournament favorite, where he lost that in game 5. So Nas is an absolute beast.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of, Nas is he's gonna make you right as he goes for a nice air dribble over the top of ApparentlyJack and gets this double, but you're not wrong. Nas coming in was one of the favorites. I think a lot of the favorites will probably be Nas, Dralii, and Moxy. So Nas actually meeting Dralii in that upper bracket early. I think that can go either way, but he did get the loss. Now it's gotta be unfortunate to be in his path, but he has some of the biggest Titans in his way if he does want to make this full lower bracket run, starting with a guy who is known well for 1v1s in Jack. But we talked about predictions on the desk. Johnny and CJ had Nas. I think we're Nas all across the board, so he does have that pressure of being a favorite, but historically he's been able to handle that as Jack is going to snipe the bottom left for his first goal.
Yeah, Nas just a little bit out of position here. Low boost, thinks about going for mid boost, does go for it, and again, we always talk about boost is greater than ball for a lot of these players, and it does cost you a lot of times. ApparentlyJack, just throw it on net, tie it up.
Jack on a straight kickoff here. I had a nice kickoff segment to start it off. We're going to see Nas go into the wave dash kickoff. He actually wins the boost race here in the back corner. So a bounce dribble and a shot. I mean, Nas recognizing when he has his advantage, no need to wait any longer. Anytime you see a race for a boost anywhere on the map, especially off kickoff, whether it's in the back corner or midfield, if you do lose it, you got to take advantage of that immediately.
Oh, yeah.
If ApparentlyJack's situation, what you want to do is try and recognize early and not go for that fight if you're going to lose.
Yes, and on top of him losing that fight, he also landed on top of Nas, so he couldn't even get momentum back to defense and had to just go for some speed flips quickly, but it didn't work out. Nas, great save here. ApparentlyJack, though, with full possession. 36 boost, see what type of shot it goes. Just for the top right corner. Nas, great save to the outside.
Yeah, Jack is going to be wanting to play the slow game. He does a really good job of reading defenders, and he kind of does it from the ground. You're going to see it from Nas as well. He likes to do that through the air, but more so than almost anybody else, Jack is really willing to slow the game down and just kind of pick you apart defensively, as we see Jack do a couple different attempts here on Nas's net. Now, it's a good time to bring up on the other side of the field. Nas is known for his defense. A lot of the times, the top ones players in the game are gonna also have, you know, the best defense in the ones game because it's such an important part with a high-scoring game mode. As we're gonna see Nas stuck in defense for a while. He's gonna have to back off here, grab a 100 boost. Jack again, slowing the play down to a halt. He's more than willing to try and read defense. He's gonna go for an air dribble bump. Nas almost got the save, but he just taps it in for Jack's second goal.
Yeah, great little bump dribble here, and then turns it into the aerial bump. Nas is going to be one of those players, though. He's going to play close to the ball, like always. Like, even if he goes back for a corner boost, he's going to speed flip back up, so he's in range to do two different options on defense. Nas, he's top 5 and closest to ball throughout this tournament. It's the flip side for ApparentlyJack. He actually stays far away from the ball when he's on defense a lot. Way more patient to just sit at the goal line. Another aerial dribble bump comes out for ApparentlyJack, but Jack was 13th of all the players to go away from the ball. His average distance away from the ball. So we'll see if that plays a factor when ApparentlyJack has to play defense. But so far, he's had a lot of control throughout this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear he wants to go to the air dribble bump, the double jump bumps. It's a really reliable way to play in ones, especially if you're going to see a lot of shadow defense. Nas feels so good about his shadow defense that it seems like he's willing to try it again and again here, but enough times getting bumped and he is not going to let this play happen. I mean, you talk about it, Nas is giving space here and he's got to start worrying about that. Closing the distance, but again, a double jump bump. Jack is going to keep doing it if it doesn't start
good
working.
trap.
Nas able to stay low. Jack, one of the big things about going for an air dribble bump like that is you need it to cross the goal line high. If it's going to bounce on the ground before it actually makes its way in, it enables Nas to stay on the ground the whole time, fight through, and quickly counterattack.
And then not only that, when you're going for that aerial dribble, like if you don't have the speed, it's not a demo, it's going to turn into a bump, and Nas can see that, so he puts all 4 wheels on the ground, so even if he gets bumped a little bit, he can kind of make up for that by having all 4 wheels on the ground. Does a great job there to trap it, and here we go again. Jack with possession, another air dribble bump. Seems like that is the game plan for him, and he does it perfectly, going back through the net to get back onto defense.
Nas thought about the ceiling challenge here for a second, but you can see Jack actually did a great job of essentially countering it, dropping his dribble right away, and now into another carry. I don't think I'm going to see a Nas victory here in this game if it is going to be, you know, ApparentlyJack dribble simulator. So far, it's been him with a shadowed Nas over and over and over again. And listen, Nas is a great defender. He's going to be able to make some saves, some counters, but unless he starts getting some first possessions and actually controlling the game, I think he's going to be in a tough spot here against Jack.
Oh yeah, like every 1v1 player is going to wind up conceding a lot more goals when the other player has 100 boost and full possession. It's just going to happen. Like, you can make some saves, but you're going to give up more than 50% of those, more than likely. So even though Nas is so great at that, he's having a hard time getting boosts right now, and Jack continues to get free possessions.
Nice challenge. This is what we need to see from Nas. He has been shadowing so far this game, shadowing, relying on his defense. For whatever reason, he felt comfortable going into this. Now turning, challenging, stealing the ball off the top of Jack. Make Jack think twice, make him start to flick early, even throw fake challenges in. I feel like he's been very passive. He's going to have to change that. He does it there. And now he's got himself a tie game. He's lost this kickoff into his back corner, but tons of space between himself and Jack, and he's going to go to the air. This is what I'm talking about. Nas, I think, prefers to try and attack through the air and read defenses. He sees Jack jump, tries to go underneath. Nice save from Jack, but look at the protection from Nas. He is not trying to force the play. He just jumps up and becomes a brick wall for Jack to not be able to clear it, and he gets his 5th goal.
And we see that with ApparentlyJack. We talked about this earlier. When he's on defense, if the other guy has boost, he's going to sit back further, be more patient on defense compared to Nas, who is going to move up, so he has more options. And if Nas can make him pay on those plays, then that'll be very good for him. But again, so far throughout this game, Nas has the lead, but ApparentlyJack has had more possession. So if ApparentlyJack can just stay close to Nas, that is a win, and then just try and take a game like off a kickoff or one last possession.
Insane pinch there from Jack. But yeah, that's like the crazy thing about Nas is we've seen him playing defense this whole time. You know, it feels like Jack should be farther in the lead, but that's just the nature of Nas's defense. All he has to do is switch it up one time, and now he's putting himself on offense a little bit. Nice save from Jack, but look at how, Nas, that was a bit of a mistake. I think Nas should have had that one. He's going to beat himself up, but he's doing such a good job of saving his boost and reading defense. He has a great advantage now, although he's going to wave dash this one away let Jack carry the ball. Double jump. Can Nas actually recover and get down? He will. So he actually collects it fairly easily. Enough so that Jack's actually a bit in trouble. He's trying to tap this one away, but it's going to be a perfect catch for Nas. 30 seconds left to go. Safe shot is important here. Nas actually takes a bit of a risk.
Turn it.
Get countered because of it. I think he should have faked and gone to the ground. Something that doesn't allow such an easy counterattack because now Jack has it tied with 20 seconds.
Yeah, great save by Jack, but it was really more the opportunity by Nas just kind of went wayward there. So Jack's tied it up. This is where you want to be as a huge underdog in 1v1. Tie game late. That is exactly what you want because kickoffs can matter. Jack wins this one. Can he get the flick? Nas, great save there. But Jack has all the boost.
Yeah, Nas 6 now in net, transitioning to the back wall. Couldn't get the save. Great shot from Jack. Doing a good job of punishing Nas on 0. I mean, there is a window here where Jack can't get it through if he doesn't pin it top right, but he also keeps it far away from the back wall so that Nas cannot get an easy jump towards it with his very little boost. So now it's on Nas. Nas needs a clutch kickoff or he's going to be going down here early.
And apparently Jack will turn it to the side. Nas just going to throw it off his back wall. Jack's trying to waste time. Nas wins it, but it's going to be too far away from him. Apparently Jack will take game 1. The huge underdog takes it.
That looked really, really close to me. Maybe I had a misread there, but I thought that was like maybe a millisecond away from getting that final bounce. And if it got that final bounce, it might have made it there. But either way, Nas going down early to Jack. I think a lot of it goes back to the actual beginning of the game in which Nas was just playing defense simulator. I mean, he can be pretty good at that, but that was kind of the big difference for me in the match. When you look at how the rest of it went after the early lead for Jack, Nas started to get his stride, started to play a little bit more of some offense. I mean, at some point, he had 6 saves, Jack had 0, because Nas had pretty much not even put it on target yet. But he figured that out. And you do have a long best of 7 here today in 1v1s, so he's got time, and Nas is the kind of guy who does do it.
Yeah, and that's Nas's first loss to a player not named Dralii. So that is huge for ApparentlyJack as well, because Nas has cleaned up everyone. 3-0 throughout the top 32 Swiss, 3-0 throughout his bracket. I think you made a good point yesterday on your stream. I was watching. It was Nas and Joreuz, and you were like, I'm not going to watch this game. I'm going to watch the other game. Like, I will only watch if Joreuz is blowing out Nas, because even if it's tied with 2 minutes left, I expect Nas to win that game. Nas, obviously, he just freestyled on people. Like, he freestyled on Joreuz throughout the last game of the placements, and he still won it. So Nas, that's how good he can be. He's considered S tier, while ApparentlyJack is considered A tier, but in 1v1s, as long as you keep it close, you get that one kickoff advantage, you can take it. So Jack, starting off well here.
I feel like there's an X factor here with RLCS 1v1s. You know, I can talk about how Nas does in tournaments, how he does in show matches. I've never seen an RLCS 1v1 before today, you know, on the mainstream. So who knows how these two are going to play. But listen, this is right back into what we were doing before. Nas getting himself air dribble bump, turning for a shadow. Jack is going to double jump bump him all day. So if Jack can continue to create these situations, I mean, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it really just comes down to that possession game. Nas likes to be close to the ball. When he can't be, that's when he's in those awkward spots, turns into the air dribble bump. So Nas just needs more possession in the open field. Great challenge there by ApparentlyJack early, but the ball will go to the corner pretty safely for Nas.
Nas with a big air dribble from the back corner. 23 boost saved over. He's just going to take the reset shot, and this should be a goal for Jack. This is one of the risks if you're not going to take him down to the ground. I mean, this is a great play, though, from Nas, and even though he didn't score, maybe it ends up setting up, you know, being able to use some fakes here and there. But there's no question that he is trying to play a bit of catch-up right now. And a great save. I don't want to take anything away from Jack. That is a great save. And he's got himself a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, 2 goal swings are going to be huge when you're on offense. Nas wins the kickoff here. Great small flick there to the top left corner. That is so easy to throw that wide, but Nas just angles this perfectly to slot it top left.
Yeah, this was not necessarily a kickoff goal. This was absolutely not necessarily a kickoff goal. There's ways to mess that up, especially on 0 boost.
Yeah.
Jack had most of the net covered as well, so a perfect slot from Nas. Is Nas going to try and chase Jack down here? He does get him off the ball, and he's going to say, I don't care about the boost. You can go have that, buddy. I'm going to go take the ball to the net.
And that's one of the things, like if you're a casual player and you don't realize how fast you can get with no boost in the tank, and he shows it there, picks up just 112 boost pad, and can easily turn down the field and score here, while ApparentlyJack is just out there farming simulator, just collecting boost.
Yeah, and a lot of that is forced by Nas, you know, to give him some credit. He's chasing Jack down. Jack can't really afford to slow down, so he figures if I'm going to be forced to be pushed forward, maybe it makes sense to just go get boost in the process. But He needed to stick around, and Nas just barely clipping this one on the challenge. Jack off the sidewall with 20 is going to take the power shot.
Wow.
Get back, and it's a goal.
This is a great goal by Jack, because this flick was read the whole way by Nas, but he elevates it just enough so it's not a clean dunk, and it goes directly into the sky. And Jack with the quick shot right after, well done by him.
On the diagonal, Nas has been sticking wave dash kickoff for the most part. You see him 180ing back here to bring this into his back corner. Even though it goes into his own half, this is essentially, I was going to say it's a kickoff win, but Jack did a good job pressuring right away. Now it might actually be tough to control it. But I do think we're probably going to see Nas with the first real attempt off this kickoff. Grabs the midfield 100. He saw Jack. Jack was a really telegraphed challenge. Jack must have thought he could beat Nas to this ball, but watching from Nas POV, it was very clear that Nas could just go up, chip it around, and then he's got himself a wide open net to tie the game.
And that's why to those plays, you want to be closer to the ball before you challenge, so it can't be read as easily right there. Jack was just a little bit too far away when he began that challenge, so Nas could read it in time and react. So Jack just needs to hug the ball just a little bit closer to make those challenges work.
He's going to get undercut here. Another kickoff possession where, you know, he in theory loses it. It goes into his back corner, but he probably feels good about having a 100 boost. But after the undercut, Jack, nice little mistimed shot here as the shadow is getting set up. Jack recognizes he's got a little bit of a window to shoot early on the one touch off the bounce and puts it top right. Nas not able to cut it off.
Yeah, Nas tried to turn upfield there last second to cut it off instead of just driving back to his net. Jack either read it or just knew exactly what type of shot he wanted to do. Well done by him. Wins the kickoff here. We'll grab the other mid boost and see what he can do off this wall.
Sidewall air dribble. Jack going ceiling height, and actually the sidewall dribble once upon a time would be really effective to go all the way up there, but nowadays players are ready for it. The defense has advanced. Nas can use the ceiling as help in order to take this ball away. We have seen 1v1s take the air dribbles off the side wall closer to almost the mid-range of the field, away from the ceiling, away from the wall, away from everywhere where someone can stay with their wheels planted, because these guys have gotten way too good at defense. So Jack goes too high. Nas going to take advantage of it, and now into the back corner. He's going to start an air dribble. Jack has started to read that. So far this game, Nas has taken every bounce into air dribbles. Jack has been preferably going to the ground when he's had an opportunity, but Nas is so good at dealing with challenges when they come. So he starts his air dribble. He notices Jack has flown up to meet him, immediately starts playing for the 50, starts getting it grounded, and ends up getting the beat to get the goal.
And that's the thing with ApparentlyJack going up in the air, right? He's got to use more boost to challenge those plays compared to Nas of how he challenges. So Nas came down with like 40 plus boost, while ApparentlyJack had 10 or so. So then like any challenges after that, Nas can take advantage of that. He plays it high and gets the job done to get that 50 to the side wall that he's got all the speed in the world to catch up to it.
So Jack is actually in trouble right now, despite the fact that we're around Nas's net. Nas with 100 boost, big advantage. His opportunity to score was coming here. Jack did a decent enough job to win a opportunity to grab 100 and shadow momentarily, but it was definitely a scary moment for him that he survives. And again, we're in a similar situation here.
Yep.
A little bit better setup for Jack, where he maybe had a chance on net, but it's actually Jack who's in trouble in those situations, because Nas knows he's got 100. He feels really good about making the save, and as soon as he does, he has a massive advantage counterattacking with the 100-0 difference.
Yeah.
Now he's got a 2-goal lead. I think a rare 2-goal lead for him. So far, it's been Jack who has been kind of pushing the pace.
Yeah, ApparentlyJack with the inside wall kickoff. He's been doing that a lot throughout yesterday as well. He was winning a lot of those. It doesn't pay off here. The angle is just slightly off, and Jack makes the save off the crossbar. And we'll turn it away, but he's got no boost again. But he's got the ball. He's got to be careful. Last time around, no boost in a bad spot. Went for the attack. Here again, kind of goes for the attack. Nas misses his shot, though. ApparentlyJack with the counter will get the goal.
I tell you what, I don't know if Jack can rely on this every time. When Jack went to that midfield 100, he basically said, Nas, I don't think you can get the angle. And listen, It's not an easy angle. I'm missing the angle every time. But I've seen Nas hit it. He just needs to jump out of that corner and find it. And if he does, Jack's getting scored on. Now, Nas thought that too. That's why he went all in for the shot. But missing off the back wall does end up being a pass. And there's a delay kickoff from Jack as he tries to equalize, sending it straight to the ceiling, just like we saw in the pre-show. Now air dribble 50, and that is the Nas difference. There are so many different defenders who end up losing that somehow into their net, but Nas is not out of the woods now. 27 boost, Look at he's used none of it. He's making sure to save every last bit. He knows he's getting starved out. Now he gets 100. Now he can go to challenge, but in that moment, Jack finally beats him and still gets his goal.
And just that extra pause to wait for that corner boost just makes his angle just a little bit more difficult here, so he can't turn up the field. ApparentlyJack with the quick flick gets under the bar, and that is incredibly hard to do, to get the speed on those flicks, but keep it low enough for that to go in. But obviously these pros will do it every single time, so ApparentlyJack, well done playing the angles there to get the advantage.
With a minute left to go, big kickoff win for Jack. Even though he doesn't score immediately, he just forces Nas to double jump in net on 0 boost and then eventually gets his goal. That is a tough position to play in. And you can do that when you get your wins. It's like a way to bank a certain amount of advantage. Sure, that first shot isn't going in, but you're forcing Nas to figure it out on low boost. And actually kind of a rare mistake from him. I didn't expect him to hand it over that quickly, but he does. And now just like that, Nas playing from behind with a minute left to go. He's the one who needs a solid kickoff, and Jack makes no contact. Sidewall dribble from Nas, and this is out to the midfield. Even though he's at ceiling height, Jack is starting from too low. Uses the reset this time. Great read of Jack to get the 7th.
Yeah, he kept it elevated. That's exactly what he had to do. ApparentlyJack again, bad angle at first. Wanted to go off the wall or thought about it, then decided to go back to the ground. Once that happens, Nas knows he can just elevate this shot. ApparentlyJack, I think, could have played that a little bit better defensively. He kind of gave up a little bit too much space, but Nas ties it back up. But yet again, Jack, big underdog. This is a great spot for him. Tied up, wins another kickoff to take the lead with under a minute to go.
Yeah, Nas going standard kickoff, getting it beat over the top with the wave dash. Jack quickly to the ball to make it 8-7, 40 seconds. This is a lot of time, don't get me wrong. There are players who can waste this out if they do win, but I mean, if Nas is going to keep losing kickoffs like this one, 9-7, now he's in a really rough spot.
These diagonal kickoffs, they have to learn. Jack all day yesterday would win it to the inside wall the entire day, and he was making good use of that. He continues to do it here, and now has a 2-goal lead. He set clutch kickoffs in both last minutes of game 1 and now game 2.
Nas gonna have to take this through the area. He has no other choice with the amount of time left, and Jack knows it too. That high bounce, Nas couldn't really afford to wait for it. Jack intercepts it, wants to get an undercut, does get the demo, and that demo just about secures this game number 2. Nas, he's trying to bait him in for a bad challenge, and he's gonna be able to grab boost and continue to starve him out. Now Jack is wasting that time. He's gonna go pick up Nas's 100. In these final moments, you're not making a play without boost, especially not getting 2 goals.
Yeah.
So Jack, game number 2, he's gonna start out 2-0 against the favorite. Everybody picked him in Nas.
Yeah, huge for Jack there. Great demo as well to then turn it into a boost control game, right? He doesn't have to score necessarily there. The ball wasn't in a great angle, but he knows all he has to do is just waste time on the clock and knows that he's got boost advantage now. Because even if Nas respawns on the perfect side and goes for that challenge, Nas has 30 while ApparentlyJack has 100, right? So he can recover right after a challenge. So great job by Jack there to just waste down that clock and to use the boost advantage to his advantage. And now ApparentlyJack 2-0 versus Nas. I don't think anyone expected this because again, Nas has played 5 different opponents outside of Dralii, and he was 15-0 before this match. And Jack is up 2-0 here.
Yeah, Jack is just rising to the occasion. He is unaffected by the nerves. We'll see. This is a Nas timeout, by the way. Nas has elected to take the 0-2 timeout, which we see often in 3's RLCS as well, trying to get his head back on his shoulders here. I think he just needs a good start. He's talked about, we talked about a little bit about what he's been messing up as far as kickoffs, but he's been trying to kind of claw back in games. And I still have faith in Nas, but right now, clearly Jack has been more comfortable. And maybe Nas dug himself too big of a hole with how he performed early. I think before long, we're going to see, full-fledged Nas. Will it be enough to bring back the series now that he's starting down? That's what I'm not sure about.
Yeah, it's interesting because you talk about nerves playing a factor as well. Obviously, 1's like the nerves are ratcheted up to 100% more than 3's even. But like ApparentlyJack's been here before. He's made lands. Nas, on the other hand, like he missed out on the 3v3 land. Last year, he was in NA, lost all his quarterfinal matches as well, right? So like in high pressure moments for Nas, not really the highest win percentage, right? So 1v1, he is one of the best in the world, and he's won some big games there, but nothing is as big as the RLCS, and that is just a different beast. So for Nas, maybe that pressure's on him just a little bit more. For like ApparentlyJack, you would expect in the mental nerves game, the advantage should be to Jack, but you would expect the 1v1 level of Nas to overcome that. So far, that has not happened.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it before in the pre-show that, you know, if there was going to be a moment that Nas was going to show nerves, I guess it would be now, but I was predicting that he was just going to be able to play his regular game. I mean, I talk about my blood pressure just getting into a ranked 1v1 game, and Nas has already played tons of tournaments. This is a guy who's won the biggest 1v1 tournaments that existed before this. Obviously, this one will surpass all of them. Official RLCS 1v1, whoever wins this one in the EU will have the best 1v1 win in history so far until the lands show up, probably. But Nas has done it before. He's going to have to do it again. And I tell you what, he's also gone down in series before and been just fine. So we will see as we head into game number 3. The first kickoff of the game is going to go to Mr. Jack, who has a reset. Nas is nowhere close on this challenge, and Jack will be able to double it in.
That's a great angle, though, by Jack as well. Like, sure, he does get the beat, but he still has to hit this touch, and he does so effectively. He's close to that wall, so he backs up a little bit with his boost to just be able to tap it into that bottom left corner. Well done by Jack to read Nas going off the ceiling, but also get that angle.
Yeah, I think I looked back at Nas's POV, and my guess is he was feeling like he was telegraphing the ceiling challenge, so I think he was predicting that Jack would then not shoot, that he would take the ball. Sure. What a shot from Jack, but instead, Jack did use his flip instantly, which made Nas look like he was nowhere close. And what a 50 from Jack, just stealing it right off the top of Nas's car. A 2-0 lead. Jack is looking like he's built different here in RLCS 1v1.
Yeah, after the timeout, immediately 2 goals by Jack. And yeah, Jack is showing up. He did not have a great road. Top 32, went 3-2 in Swiss, then had to go through lower bracket. But versus one of the favorites to win this whole tournament, he is showing up.
Nas sending this one away, might be ending his possession here. He's doing his best to try and keep it going, but Jack is going to get a shot off the ceiling. Nas now being passive. Everything is going Jack's way. Normally when I'm talking about Nas, it seems like he's always picking the right thing, whether it's early challenge or stay back. This time, he feels like he has to stay glued to the wall with Jack so high up, and great precision strike from Jack. 3-0 lead, and it is starting to slip away here.
We talk about possession. These open field possessions are still going apparently Jack's way, and he's winning kickoffs to boot. Right there, just creeps it over Nas's head. Commanded 4-0 lead. Now this isn't 3v3 Rocket League, so this isn't over just yet. But apparently Jack is very happy with this first minute of play.
Yeah, Nas, I mean, not able to clip that. Both of them going for a standard kickoff, trying to fight it into the other side. Nas slightly delaying here, but he just seems a little bit shook in the way he's reacting to all these different plays. Something that, again, is just so rare from him. As he just taps this ball away, I mean, he had a possession here, an opportunity to potentially score, and he just hands it over to Jack. Now he's dealing with another eligible bump, and it connects. Jack is just, his composure right now, I think, is just on a level way above Nas's, and it's something that he needs to shake off. I mean, he's got 4 minutes in this game. 1v1 is really long, 5-0. This is not over, but in the course of the whole series, Nas is just gonna have to find himself.
Yeah, we talk about spacing, and Nas was one of the closest players to the ball on average all yesterday. But today, he's been in so many spots where he just has to go back to his goal line, wait for AppJack, and AppJack's all right, I will just aerial bump you every single time, and it's been working. That's great challenge win there. We'll get a goal to bring this back to a 4-goal deficit. And that is what you want to see out of Nas, when he can get close to the ball, make the quality challenges, and make it work, and he does so there.
Yeah, he rolls the ball at Jack. Sometimes in ones, you know, when someone sets up the shadow or is leaving the play and you roll a slow roll right directly at the back of their car, it can actually be pretty hard for them to handle. There's no clear way to like get a touch and take a possession. So Jack ends up backflipping it and handing it over to Nas. A little bit of power missing on that flick, but the follow-up is in. And that's a good sign for Nas. I feel like if he didn't score here, this would be terrible for the mental, because I want to say he wanted more power there on that flick, didn't find it. And then if he ended up allowing Jack to get a save as well, I think, considering what we've seen so far in this match, you know, it might start playing into the tilt. But 2 straight now for Nas as we approach only a minute 30 into the game, as Nas will head into the back corner and prepare to challenge early. Again, he's almost looking like a little bit scared here. He's going to go for a shadow save, gets up over the top of an eligible bump, but really those haven't been working out too well for him. That's a good sign that he's able to get one there.
Yeah, we'll see if Nas can keep that up. He's got possession here. He's got to score here, it feels like. It's just to get the momentum on his side. Apparently, Jack challenges early. We'll throw this at the net. That should be good enough. It is. Apparently, Jack, 4 goals up.
Yeah, I think what's ended up happening, and this is not happening for Jack because he does a great job early jumping to steal away this pop, is he's unafraid. He's unafraid to challenge. If Nas is setting something up, he's playing the ones that I think you'll see him play in ranked, in show matches, etc. He has not changed his game, whereas Nas seems to have changed his game from what we've seen so far. And just a couple goals, maybe we'll get him going. Here's a nice demo, and we'll see if he can execute on this possession. Bounce dribble, Jack respawning, wants to cut it around him, tries to fake. Great coverage from Jack. Nas is unafraid to continue the possession going, and he will do it here. He knows he has an advantage, and he's down to play it for as long as he has to. So just because he has to get a 50 doesn't mean it's over. He'll use the boost advantage, still get his goal.
Yeah, that was a great play by ApparentlyJack on defense as well to put that into a bad spot. But Nas, it just shows how good he is with 30 boost or so. So, all right, I have to turn this around quickly. I know Jack has nothing in the tank, can still score it. Jack, though, another possession, another aerial bump play comes out. And Jack, he keeps getting back to that 4-goal lead.
Nas is going to have to start just trying to chase. You know, there have been some very good players in the past who their advice for what to do in 1v1 is to chase the ball. And right now, Nas is just getting himself separated, usually off kickoff. So obviously there's lots of things that can be done to fix it. What a shot from Jack, falling away from this ball, pre-flipping to send it to the opposite side of the net.
And the power on this shot was just fantastic. The speed he got on this was beautiful. Nas, again, like on a bad angle, you got to try and time it, and gets the timing wrong, but credit to Jack on that shot.
Nas, a bump into Jack. He's trying to take this into his back corner, but it's actually not the strongest clear ever. Good for him, though, because Jack is not going to try and chase it down into the skies. Nas, this feels like a place where he needs to show his execution. This is humongous for Nas. The reset flick, using a little bit of mechs, hopefully reminded himself that there's nothing he can't do.
Great shot there. Brilliant by him. Jack tries to cut off the angle, cannot do it. Nas, that is exactly what he needs. He needs something to go right, just for the mental reset. That is one of them. 2 minutes left, down 4. Jack continues to win kickoffs, though, and puts in another one.
Yeah, Nas is trying here. He's thinking long-term, right? This happens a lot in 1v1 where, sure, you can go really all in to make a specific save, but if you use all your boost, you're probably going to end up getting scored on anyways. So what Nash tried to do with 15 boosts is get the softest touch into his crossbar that he could so that he could then land and counter. And he knew there's a chance he doesn't hit it hard enough and maybe get scored on, but it's a risk that usually over the course of a big series, especially when he needs everything to go his way, is worth taking. Now, it didn't work out, and shortly after, Jack is going to be able to challenge him from the ceiling and get another. So I'm not sure. I mean, we still have tons of time. He's not forfeiting. He can bring it back, but man, has he dug himself a big hole.
Yeah, not only do you not forfeit, but this could also be that time where it's like, I already used my tactical timeout. I need to think for longer than that minute. Like, if I forfeit, I have 1 minute, right, until game 4. So he probably wants to play this out to try and figure more things out. He knows he's going to be down 3-0. We've seen reverse sweeps, though, win ones. They happen more often than threes. So Nas is not done just yet, but he's got to take this time to just figure out Jack. And I don't think he'll forfeit just because he wants to use that time effectively, because he doesn't have the timeout anymore.
Yeah, but then
never mind.
He might miss a sidewall double, and Jack might roll a ball in and waste extra time, and that can be a tilter. So he even missed a flip there on the rotation. Yeah, he is going to call it. It is going to be a next here from Jack. A 3-0 lead from ApparentlyJack against the tournament favorite in Nas. This is not what any of us would have seen coming. And it seems like, credit to Jack, he is just playing his game. He is playing exactly how we've always seen him play. And he is making it really tough on Nas, who so far has not been up to the challenge.
It's wild. It's wild. But the thing, I always think players are not going to use forfeits. I always forget about the salt factor of 1v1. Always forget about it. But man, oh man, Jack, that was a dominant game 3 win. Everything was going right for him. Like games 1 and 2, we talked about, hey, with 1 minute to go, like if you're tied with Nas, that's a good spot to be in, right, for Jack. And now Jack just comes out and just blows him out. That is a huge game 3 win. Nas, no timeout left, has to figure this out now. Jack, though, is like playing perfect 1v1 Rocket League, winning all these challenges. The aerial bump game has been fantastic. The kickoffs, he's won a high percentage of those as well to get those possessions. So Jack doing everything right.
Yeah, I mean, going into this game, you know, it's correct to think of Nas as the favorites. You actually kind of mentioned it before. When lots of games were going on, I was saying, you know, Nas has got to be down for me to think that he might lose. Well, I tell you what, Nas might lose. It's time to tune in. There's no other games going on. But if you thought you could just watch tomorrow because Nas would make it there and you're a Nas fan, it is time to lock in. I mean, not just the fact that it's 3-0, it's how the games are going. It's how all these games have been going for Jack. He has been in full control. You know, next thing you know, there's clips of Jack. He does a lot of 1v1 YouTube stuff. I can almost imagine him just, you know, dicing up Nas right now with his analysis. Nas, I mean, it's must win. It's must win from here on out. He's into the Octane. Big switch on the car. He's into the Octane. Will the Octane be able to do it for him?
I'm a big fan of the Octane, so we'll see if that happens. But Nas, man, like, it comes down to kickoffs first. He's got to figure those out, and just can't give Jack these possessions. You got to be glued to the ball. Right there was a great challenge by Nas. Don't give any space to Jack. You know what's coming, an aerial bump play. Even when you know it's coming, it's so hard to defend. So Nas just has to stay close. He gives up possession here, though, for free, and Jack just throws it on net. There's something clearly off with Nas's gameplay.
It's the little things. So Nas, as he collected this ball and got ready to clear it, what it looked like he was doing is just making a possession play. It happens often in ones. You might not have the boost, but you have the ball. You take it back into your own half and you make something out of it. But in order to do that, Nas needed a powerful flick. He needed to send it all the way like into the sidewall, maybe even his back corner. What he did instead was a soft flick, which is the worst thing you could possibly do. It leaves a perfect bounce over for Jack. And the way Jack is playing right now, his execution is out of this world. He is converting on every opportunity. That's the thing too. He's not letting Nas get back into this. Every time Nas makes a mistake, gives him a chance to punish him, he has. And that has played into this snowballing as much as it had. Now Nas, he's on 12 boost. Normally, I would say he's elite in these situations, and he certainly can be, but he's had a tough time getting out now. Jack's going to pick up the 100 here as Nas resets. Air dribble, first touch reset from Jack. Going to bring it down onto the ground. Nas makes contact, has a ton of boost left over. This is a situation that Nas needs to be scoring on now. Jack jumps, and you can see Nas. I think this has to do with nerves. You know, he does this sometimes as well, but I think oftentimes somebody who is maybe feeling a little bit nervous might not shoot on their first chance, might not feel confident about it. Instead, they want to do what he's done now, which, to be fair, he has gotten the goal, which is play the long game. You know, instead of flicking and maybe missing, I'll fake and 50. And then I'm at the worst, I'm still involved in the play, even if I mess up. That's what he's been doing. I think he's going to have to here and there try and, you know, clutch out a crazy shot over the top of Jack if he wants to make sure he continues to guess. A big kickoff win. We haven't seen this at all for Nas. And he's finally in the lead again.
We're talking about tag with kickoffs. ApparentlyJack loves to go to the inside, and this ball goes way outside on him, and it goes to the inside for Nas. It feels like tag with kickoffs. If you win the inside route, it's going to work out very, very well for you. And Jack cannot counter it because, again, he is expecting, like, he's trying to win those near wall almost every single time. So Nas, great kickoff. This last minute of play, great confidence boost for Nas. He had great defensive plays on 12 boosts for about half a minute, and then he turns onto that offensive pressure, that boost conservation, into another kickoff goal as well. So a great last minute of play for Nas.
And I saw a sign of weakness from Jack there. Jack had a possession, Nas rotating back. It's the kind of thing that Jack has done perfect every time. He got a heavy touch. He got a heavy touch and a bounce dribble that he didn't love, and he had to do something other than his first choice, which has basically not happened all series long, which is a good sign for Nas. This time he gets a much better setup, and Nas is able to actually defend it. Long shot from Jack. Did he put this on target? I think it's slightly wide. So Nas, can he control it and get the 100? Can he dodge the demo? He's done most of it, but he's still not out of the woods yet. Jack being such a pest, not letting Nas get any momentum, but 0 boost for Jack. He's going to try and go low 50. Because he's on low boost, he's trying to keep his wheels near the ground, but it doesn't matter. Nas, humongous boost advantage. Eventually, Jack does jump. Nas will collect it and extend the lead.
And that's one thing with Jack that's been one of his weaknesses is when he's on low boost, he will still try no matter what to put the ball into the net. We saw this back in game 2 for Forbidden Temple. We had multiple opportunities where it's like he has no boost, but this is not a high chance to score. He'll still go for it anyway, and then Nas counters him. Right here, he just wins the 50-50 challenge in the midfield with the boost and goes up 3.
We're just seeing a whole new game. Like this is the game I expected to see. I think that Jack could still win this series. I mean, right now Nas is 4-1, but Nas is all of a sudden getting beats to the ball on occasion. You know, things are going his way. That was just, we didn't really see almost any of that, it felt like. And now he's feeling speedier, feeling snappier, winning some races.
Yeah.
Getting some finishes that he really needs. And right now, look at this challenge. I think this is another great example too. Like earlier in this series, Jack collecting the ball, Nas playing nervous, going to Shadow, getting double jump bumps. This time, no, Nas is ready, steals it right off the top of his car, straight to the net. 5-1 for Nas, who has a big challenge ahead of him, but so far, he's doing it here in game number 4.
Yeah, the defense has been great. I think it was about a minute ago, we talked about when you're on a bad angle on defense, it's hard to time things, but it is a very good counter to air dribble bumps. He also did that earlier. It seems like every challenge right now is going Nas's way, and now it's up to Jack to try and figure that out, because Nas is winning everything.
Oh, what a save. Nas going for the double reset, and he's trying to put it top shelf. What he's hoping to do here is basically take as long as possible on this dribble to actually mistime Jack's save. Jack's going in and out, but if he takes a long enough time with the double, with the reset, eventually shooting, he's hoping Jack somehow, loses his position, but Jack did a great job to time it perfectly. And now Nas faking a kickoff. He probably could have afforded to see this maybe earlier in the series as well, as he's going to get himself a free possession. He sees the early challenge from Jack, so he immediately uses his flip to just plop it away. When Jack comes off the side wall, he has to pick an angle towards the ball, and he already has picked his angle. It's going to be really hard for him to adjust if Nas moves the ball, which he did, and then he's got a free open net to shoot at.
We talked about that way back, I believe it was game 1, when Jack is just a little bit too far away from the ball and goes for a challenge. Another kickoff goal here for Nas. Then it's easier to be read, and Nas has read those pretty well, and now gets a good challenge here on a pretty basic kickoff, but it's just more about powering through there, while Jack just cannot spill that ball out wide. And Nas up 5 in game 4. He's still got a lot of work to do, but this game looks like it's his.
Yeah, it's good to see, I'd hate to see the tournament favorites who did get sent to the lowers. Maybe you could argue, Moxy or Dralii is a little bit ahead of him, but to see him go out 0-4, it wouldn't feel right. I feel like something was wrong with today, but that's not going to happen. I don't know if Nas is going to be able to make it back. This might be one of the best reverse sweeps. We don't see reverse sweeps very often. You seem to know, your bit of stats as far as it comes to RLCS 3v3, but best of 7 reverse sweeps, as far as I'm aware, extremely rare.
Oh, okay. But I would think it would be a little bit more momentum-wise, and Jack will call this game here, where because ones is such a thinking man's game, when if you figure out an opponent, like I think we see it a lot more in best of 5s, I guess, in ones where there is the reverse sweep, but Nas absolutely figured out ApparentlyJack throughout this game. But the issue is you have to do it against a great player like ApparentlyJack 3 more times in a row. You cannot make any more mistakes.
Yeah, it's actually, it's crazy for me to say, but I mean, I still have to favor Jack here. We saw Nas play the kind of game he can. He limited Jack to 2 goals, which is a really good sign. But if this series was played with both of them in form, I would expect Jack to grab 1, maybe 2, maybe even 3. But the reality is, now that they're playing, what I feel like is a pretty close series, I don't think Jack is by any means out of it. He already has 3 games, so now he just needs to get 1 more. I mean, the chances that Nas can hold him down doesn't seem likely. I mean, Jack's still in a good spot.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, even if it's peak Nas, right? You expect Jack to at least win 1 game, right? So Jack just has to do that, like at this point, just win 1 more game. Like in a best of 5, I think most predictions would say Nas probably 3-1 to Jack. So Jack is expected to win 1 of these next few games, but it just comes down to, can Nas play perfect Rocket League for the next 15 minutes and pull off this incredible comeback.
Nas this storyline has been wild. I mean, we mentioned a little bit in the pre-show. Nas had a series against Vatira. It was best of 5 earlier in the series. Of course, he was playing Vatira because Vatira had DQ'd earlier. He really shouldn't have had to be playing that player of that caliber. And he went down 2-1. So he's already been potentially eliminated. He needed to win 2 straight in that case. And he was able to do it. It feels like he's sneaking by. But the reality is, you look at Nas's tournament runs, there's times where it seems like he's going to get eliminated and he sneaks by. So right now, he has done what he needs to so far. He needs 3 straight. We're going to head to Aquadome here, see if he can get this game number 5 against Jack.
I completely misspoke earlier then. I was saying him versus other opponents as he goes for a flipper set. He was 15-0. I forgot about the Vatira match. So yes, that was one flaw, like in his lower bracket run. So he did lose 2 there, but he did have to make a comeback. So now we'll see if ApparentlyJack can close it out now, because he doesn't want this to go any longer, right? Nas is one of the best 1v1ers in the world. Close it out here.
Nas is again starting his attack here. Jack, good challenge. Nas wanted to hope for a long possession there. These guys both swinging wide of the play, thinking about bumping each other here. Nas actually dodges Jack's bump, who's on very low boost. Is Nas aware of that? He likely is. Now Jack is going to pick up 100, and it can be hard to collect the ball here on the side wall. Bringing it down and actually turning it into a carry can be tough. So I almost feel like it almost slightly favors Jack in that position, and he's proven me right here as he's taken away the ball. And now faking. He was expecting to go high. There was definitely a chance that Jack could have tapped that ball and put it high. He thought by faking there, he'd get Nas up in the air. Nas did not panic. He stayed grounded and was able to collect the ball. So no score yet a minute in to this game as Nas is trying to play keep away, and he does the long shot. Nas will take the early lead.
And apparently Jack was inches away from that demo for the longest time, but Nash just beats him around that corner to get the free wide open net. Jack desperately wanted that demo to try and capitalize, but instead, Nash with the 1-goal lead.
Nas neutralizes kickoffs a lot more. You might have a chance here to shoot. I think if he placed that better, he'd be in a good position, but putting it dead center of the net is going to allow Jack to save it with power and counter. So I expect here a decent bit of offense for Jack. You can see him muscling Nas off the ball, but Nas, or I shouldn't say off the ball, off the boost. He's making sure that Nas cannot pick up the 100, but Nas is prioritizing the right thing. He jumps around it and then finds a quick opportunity to take a very similar shot that he did last time to make it 2-0.
Yeah, that's 2 goals carbon copy, where apparently Jack is going for demos in that corner, misses them. Nas beats him around the corner. Jack will be on the ball with 12 boosts. Nas picks up 100, gets the quick early challenge, and can throw this into the net, but Jack, great bump there to avoid the goal concede. Nas, though, will keep possession as he goes to collect all this boost. See if Jack, early challenge from him, but looks like it'll just spill out into the middle.
This is a whole new Nas. I'm starting to see some of the confidence. Maybe there's a little bit of getting down. What a shot. Oh, it's not going to go in. Nas able to recover and get the last pixel from dropping in. But maybe the fact that he was down so big, I thought, okay, well, at this point, it can't go any worse. He's finally starting to play his game. But Jack is still on point. Nice flick and catch will open it up for him.
Nice power flick and just the speed of it to do it immediately right here. Just one touch into the flick. Nash just can't read it in time, and Jack is still here. There's still half a game left. This is not a high-scoring match right now. It's all about defense, as we expect out of Nas, but apparently Jack hanging in there.
Sidewall from Nas, slowing down the play, trying to get Jack to come off the back wall and challenge. I think Nas was hoping that this was going to be a bit safer than he realized it ended up being. He goes for the low flick. It does not result in him putting a strong enough shot on. He doesn't get his car back on the ground quickly, so it will enable the counterattack. Nas got to limit those opportunities. Jack trying to force this kickoff right. Does manage to do so and actually gets to the boost before Nas, because Nas had to worry about clearing the ball. Nas gonna have to play off pads here. Can he escape? He's gonna pre-flip out, a little bit risky, but actually threw off Jack. And now Jack not in as comfortable of a position as he was before. Nas recognizing that he's not gonna be allowed to pick up 100 boosts. He's not worried about it. He's just worried about making the right save. As he sends this one out to midfield, now he's finally earned himself time to grab 100. Jack is actually in a bit of an awkward place. It's not easy to score when you're deep in the opponent's corner like that. So instead, he'll cut it across, trying to continue the possession. Mistouch there from Nas. I think he wanted to power it across the net. Soft touch is going to keep Jack involved here, whereas he might have been able to end that possession. Dodges the demo again. 100 boost, Jack gonna back off. Nas is trying to read that 50. He thought he could maybe, you know, with the telegraph challenge of Jack, put up a wall to stop him, but even though he did get possession, not as clean of a win as he would have liked. Now back the other way, lobbing this one up. Jack is going to wait it out. Again, it can be awkward to score here, and it's actually not the worst thing in the world. Nas doesn't touch the ball. Instead, he goes to bump Jack. Oftentimes, trying to shoot from there might just result in a giveaway of possession. Instead, a couple bumps and then tries to make a play. Jack on the carry. You got to think double jump bump, or he's challenged early. Wanted the flick. Long shot again from Nas. So now he's going to carry it nice and slow. He knew he had a boost advantage, and now he has the lead.
Nash doing a great job on defense earlier, like in that play where he kept grabbing his own corner boost. So Jack was trying to just play offense the entire time and grab corner boost, but he was denied time and time again. So Nash had full control, even though the ball was on the blue side of the field. Apparently Jack just couldn't get a lot done right here, though. Off the kickoff, trying to get the flick in. Nash turns it away and can counter with a goal of his own. A 2-goal swing right there at a huge moment in this game with 1 minute to play.
Yeah, this was the kind of stuff that was just Jack every time earlier. If you got a possession, if you got himself the ability to flick, he was putting it top right, and Nas was maybe not reacting as quickly as he needed to be. Now, he's feeling confident. He's diving on the ball. He's got himself a 4-2 lead, but far, far, far from safe with a minute left to go, as he's going to potentially lose this kickoff. Both of them on pads. Jack sailed it too high. Nas actually almost own-goaled it, but fortunately, he was up above the ball. It's going to bounce it to the corner. These guys will trade corner boosts as they separate from each other. Jack, what a shot. Wait, he missed the follow-up. Oh my goodness, I was about to give him the most props of all time for finding the slimmest opportunity to get that off the post and in, but apparently he just missed.
That just hurts. When you do everything right, you just got to do the easy part, right? Or it feels like, and Jack just cannot get it done. Nas with a commanding 3-goal lead, 38 on the clock. Jack needs kickoffs.
Yeah, that was massive. I mean, I guess another kickoff win for Jack. It's time to entertain that he can still do it. Nas actually pinches it away, which, you know, maybe in a different context, not the best idea to give your opponents possession here, clean possession, but it's going to take Jack enough time to just even bring the ball back to him. That'll probably be safe. And he does make the play on Jack's open play. Jack trying to pass off his own back wall there with the save. I mean, he just has to rush the ball to the net ASAP. So he'll probably do so again. I actually even think taking it to the side wall means he's just saying that this game is over. But a pinch away. Nas has gotten 2 in a row now. He needs 4 in a row, though. But he's actually held Jack to 2 goals in consecutive games. That is the big thing to know.
Yes, it's been very more about defense. We talk about average goals in a 1v1 game. At least on Friday, it was 11 goals. And these 2 low-scoring matches are going to favor Nas for sure. Timeout to ApparentlyJack. Obviously, like after losing 2 in a row, that's when you want to call it. So ApparentlyJack going to take a breather here, try and kill the momentum on Nas. But we're going back to Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, game number 6. I mean, if this one goes the distance, we'll see. Timeout buff did not work for Nas earlier. You know, I'm not sure. Jack is kind of one of the best 1v1 minds in the game. I'm not sure if he's got anybody in his ear trying to help him out, or if he just wants to take a moment to think about it, because he has seen everything there is to see in ones. Nas's execution has risen, and he just needs to steal one more. Nas is playing his game. All he has to do is get his offense back going. I mean, we saw it, but like he could crush. He had some very dominant games, but now he's playing the real deal in how Nas is doing it.
Yeah, but it still comes down to, like, even at best with 2 games left, like, you feel like ApparentlyJack has a chance to at least split these games. But Nas, the momentum is on his side. ApparentlyJack just doing a little bit of a walk, maybe a bathroom break to just reset himself. Like, sometimes it is good to just get out of your chair to reset completely, especially if you don't have to talk to anyone else, right? Like, this isn't threes where you're trying to talk to your teammates and trying to figure it out. It's all inside your own head. So, like, do your thing, just walk around, like, figure it out, and then get back to it. So we'll see if this works out for Jack. Yeah. But again, yeah, talk about the defense of Nas has been exceptional these last 2 games.
I don't know if you've ever watched Jack player cam during these games, but he is a sip machine.
Oh yeah,
he's got that open cup of water, and he is sipping it after every single goal. He apparently spilled it over his keyboard against Toxic yesterday. He mentioned that while he was streaming it, but he loves himself a good sip of water, so it would not surprise me at all if it was a quick restroom break timeout to maybe, you know, get some of that hydration out. But game number 6, you got to think Jack's got to start being worried a little bit. I mean, it's obvious with the timeout. I'm so not used to timeouts. You know, 1v1s are normally tournaments or show matches. We don't see them at all, so I'm not really sure what to think about them as we get into Neo Tokyo.
I assume he just went to refill his water too, you know, because that's his buff, right? His water buff. So just getting some nice glass of ice cold water for him. But it's going to come down to, looks like our first kickoff will be diagonal. Let's see if ApparentlyJack tries to win this near side again, because it seems like that's been his go-to so far.
Oh, it's not going to matter when Nas doesn't go to the kickoff at all, and instead is going to flip it away. This is a big win for Nas. I mean, if Jack can read that earlier, obviously what he doesn't want to do is what he did, which is roll the ball directly into the corner and let Nas pick up 100 and have possession. Kind of a nightmare situation if you're Jack. And if you can somehow read that earlier, you know, there's lots of different things he could do to adjust. So far, Nas's fakes have been good enough. It's been best case scenario for him. That being said, he wasn't able to convert quickly, but look at this touch from Jack. It's way too high. And Nas, I think earlier in the series, was so tentative, so worried. Yeah. Even if Jack did this, he kind of almost, that one was pretty bad. That was pretty high. I think no matter what, he would have taken it away. But even on a smaller pop like that, Nas was like really hesitant to challenge him, and he's clearly not anymore.
Yeah, you want those bounce plays. Like, you don't want that pop unless you're going to follow it up with an aerial. So ApparentlyJack, a little bit of a mistouch. Nas will capitalize. Is exactly what you want, like, out of a timeout for Nas to take an early 2-goal lead here. ApparentlyJack just driving in circles, just giving Nas a free shot.
I can't believe what I'm seeing here. I mean, obviously, it's way too early to call a game like this, but I never thought when we watched ApparentlyJack, what we were going to be watching was like a magical Nas comeback. I didn't think that was possible. All the things that could happen, there's no way it could be like Nas refining his form, because he's either going to win by a lot or maybe win by a little or lose by a little bit. That's what we're seeing right now. As he's up 2-0, he's forced into his back corner with no boost, but he's just staying behind the ball. Big jump, actually, he has a big mistake, and the wave dash landing does not connect, so Jack is going to have himself a wide open net. When you're playing with 0 boost like that, you oftentimes are trying to play for like a big 50 that launches the ball away and gives you time to go pick up some hundreds, but worst case scenario, not only did the ball not send away, but he also got bumped in the process, so easy goal for Jack.
And Fear, the one thing that you'll learn with the RLCS is we write really good scripts here, so you'll figure that out soon enough. But Nas, yes, he still has a 1-goal lead. It's early in this game. ApparentlyJack with the fake. Nas, great read on it. We'll get full possession here. Goes for the low 50. ApparentlyJack will turn it away. They both turn back up to the field. Jack has more boost, though. They both kind of delay it, trying to win it. So Jack will just take it for himself with all the boost he had in the tank and tie this game up.
Yeah, essentially a fake there from Jack as he drives towards the ball. Nas is expecting some resistance, and even though he slightly delayed it, you know, Jack delays it even heavier.
Yeah.
Tie up the game. Nas staying on the ball right now. This is a situation that actually happens a lot in Kickoff, where one player gets the 100, the other player gets to save like a pad and gets possession, and these two have to battle, decide what they want to do with it. Nas actually pretty quickly lost control. Demo, Jack should just be able to put this on target. So Jack a lead. This is the first time we've seen Jack in the lead since the 3-0.
I think so, yeah. That was a great read by him, because he had no boost, but went for the wave dash on the floor to get the demo. Nas, I expect, I was thinking that Jack is out of this play for a little bit because of the 0 boost, but Jack turns right back onto it and gets another demo here as well, but he won't have enough time to turn this for a goal, but he will take possession.
Seemed like he was maybe hoping for a single jump as he reset down to the ground to pop the ball out center field, but didn't connect on it, so had to play at a tougher angle than he otherwise would have. Nas is playing aggressive now. He is diving. He's making sure Jack cannot get any real control. But then I think actually maybe a mistake to play that one too. Dude, Jack is getting bumpy. Jack is getting bumpy now. He's recognized that the double works, and this time he's gonna fake Nas. The backflip challenge goes flying right past the ball.
I think we need a pit stop. I think Nas's axles just broke right here. Brilliant fake by ApparentlyJack to take this one home and just slowly drives it in. And that is the mind games you want to see in ones.
Nas gonna force this side wall. I'm not sure if he's gonna try and take a shot. He will, but I think this is just gonna be, well, it was attempted to be, you know, forcing Jack into net, but he just missed wide, so Jack can wait for it to bounce off the back wall. Not a great dribble from Jack. When you're in the air like that, you're wanting to stay behind the ball, or sorry, not behind the ball. You want to stay like under the ball and not ahead of it, so that you can change its aerial or its vertical angle very easily, whether with a reset or some sort of touch. When you find yourself behind the ball, falling with it like Jack was, it makes the read for the defense really, really simple. So Nas, whenever Jack makes that kind of mistake, is most likely going to capitalize, and he does. Now he's within one, about halfway through this game. Nas, wave dash, recovery, kickoff, little camera check to see what Jack is up to. Not sure if the observer saw that or not, but Nas reads the early challenge, goes to the ceiling, staring at a wide open net, and he won't miss that one.
And that all began on that kickoff to get that midfield boost, so he's got full control. Jack tries again for that challenge from pretty far away, where Nas can definitely read those. We said that was the one flaw while Jack was going up 3-0 is when he would challenge from just a bit too far away, because Nas has been doing a great job of reading those, but he's trying to mix it up. I assume Jack will use those to his advantage later in the mental game. So we'll see how this goes, but Jack will take possession here. Nas will throw it off this back wall. Pretty clean save, and Jack's got no boost, so he's got to retreat.
Nas on a carry. Oh, it's 0 boost. Sorry, yeah. I'm like, why would you try and flick there? You really want to try and break the defender down and wait it out, but I didn't notice he had 0 boost, which of course makes a lot of sense. Oftentimes it's the best you can get. Look at this recovery. Jack didn't believe in it either, because Jack stayed midfield. Nas in and out of the net, uses that dash as he gets through the curve to surprise Jack, who thought he was going to have a chance at the ball, but he did not. Nas beat him to it big time.
That speed was just beautiful. He lands perfectly on the upside down part of the goal, and then with that wave dash, getting that extra little bit of speed. ApparentlyJack had no clue that was coming. Great job by Nas.
Nas bumped on this one, but Jack has to actually back off the ball, which means Nas could close the distance and take control of it, and that is what will happen. He's going to go into a carry, and this is like a big mind game between these two. As he's trying to collect the ball, he's trying to read whether or not Jack is going to challenge. Jack is close. If Jack does challenge, he might steal the ball away. Jack's trying to make sure that he times his whenever the pop does not happen. Now, it ended up playing perfectly in the hands of Nas. He was allowed to collect the ball and ends up reading it perfectly. So he will launch it to make it 6-4.
Nas with 2 big goals. There's still plenty of time left, about just under 2 minutes. So we'll see if Jack can make a comeback going for the aerial bump play. It's been what he's trying to do, but he throws it just a bit high. He will throw it back to his side of the field, though, to keep possession, but that is not what he wanted on that shot. Nas, though, stays with the play the entire time, attacks at the corner, then gets the great trap on the dribble right here. The speed of Nas is showing up.
Yeah, it's a great catch and cut. 7-4 from Nas. You know, the best way to defend against the air dribble bump, we saw ApparentlyJack doing the air dribble bump a ton earlier, is actually to never let it get set up in the first place. Once it has gotten set up, it's pretty tough to save. There's been players who can do it. Nas is one of them to get over the top of it. But usually the best air dribble bump defense is to challenge early. This is a great snipe from Jack. And I think Nas has been doing that a lot more. But this time, Jack, recognizing as Nas turns to shadow that he's not prepared for a nice, powerful long shot, and he's within 2 with 1:17.
Yeah, those are those in-between plays that we talked about throughout the first match with Juicy. Sometimes you're just in that no man's land. You're a little too close, but you're not close enough. That's what happened there to Nas. ApparentlyJack trying to get the flick over him for the goal. Against all the boost, but Nas is just staying close to the ball, going for the wave dashes off the wall to continue to apply pressure with 0 boost.
Yeah, almost a wave dash masterclass there on 0, but Jack able to just clip it. Minute left to go. Huge possession here for Jack. Air dribble bump once again. Nas was on the top of it. He actually gets demoed, but not until he forces Jack into the ball. Nas is going to respawn, immediately challenge and cuts it off. Nice play from Nas. He's actually staring at an open net. The defensive sequence will pay off for him. I said earlier, the best way to stop an air dribble bump is not let it happen. But apparently, if you're Nas, you can also just stop it as well.
Just while the explosion happens, just get the tip just before your car gets hit. And Nas, we talked about this of being close to the ball. He's one of the best in the world to do it. And we really are seeing this in the last 2 or so games where he's attacking everything, trying to be as close as possible when he can, and just throwing off the rhythm of ApparentlyJack, who just throws a weak one on net here. So Nas will turn it away, just has to waste some clock and go up in the air and waste some time, try and get this musty in. Does it go in? It does. Bottom left corner, and that should be game for Nas, and we're going to Champions Field.
Yeah, Jack through the next. I was just about to mention it. You know, when Nas played Joreuz and he got comfortable and he started basically freestyling, that one right there, you can just tell based on the car language. I don't know if you like looking at car language, like body language, but he's just comfortable. He's like, I've won this one. You know, I'm starting to play my game. Let me just hit a little mechie shot. It's whatever. It's no big deal. That was the Nas that needed to be here the whole time. He has definitely shown up, and I can't believe we're gone to game 7.
Wow.
I never thought that this is how it would go. Jack did it, man. He convinced me. I was ready to say Jack was going to for sure close it out, but Nas is the magician, and he's brought us to the final game.
And here's where the nerves go up even higher, right? We say once, you know, it's a very nervy game, but now you're in lower bracket, Champions Field, 1 game left. Like, the one thing that is nice about ones is you can make one mistake and it won't really matter as much because it's a high-scoring game. But those 1 mistakes can be compounded, right? Because they turn into 2-goal swings, which turns into the momentum shift, and then if you have a bad kickoff after, it could still mean that 1 mistake cost you a game. But it just comes down to it. ApparentlyJack, the big underdog coming in, was up 3-0 versus Nas, one of the tournament favorites, absolutely, but Nas has found his form just in time, and we'll see. 1 game, 5 minutes, Fear. Let's see who takes it.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about getting kickoff goals and how things can really snowball. There's something I like to talk about in ones that I kind of call the 2-pointer, which happens often when, you know, you're down by 1, you're playing from behind. The dynamics of a game when you're playing from behind are all different, you know, and when you can or can't challenge, when you can go for a 50 or play slow. But the 2-pointer is when you win an open field game or an open field goal, and then you quickly hit a kickoff, and now all of a sudden, not only you're not behind, you're in the lead and one step ahead. So you usually see these a lot. So far, though, it has been Jack dominating all through the first 3 games, and then now Nas has taken control. Maybe that last one we saw a little bit of lead for Jack, but it'll be interesting to see who comes off with the initial possession. Jack actually he forgot the ball. Where did he go there? He took this one to the ceiling, but he needs the ball to go there with him if he wants to stand a chance. Nas is going to steal his corner boost and now go high, using a ton of boost to try and make a shot out of this. Goes for a 50. It will still be Jack scoring here because Nas going all... Wait! No! It's a demo! Take it back. Nas recovers and gets the demo. I thought for sure that was going to be a freebie. Now Nas declining to go up the side wall. Instead, He's going to play it off the ground bounce. He's going to go for the bump. Did he get Jack? I think he did, but Jack actually got around it to make the save. An insane start here to game number 7. Now Jack not going to be able to air dribble bump because I talked about earlier, Nas challenging right away. Demo and a chance to breathe as there's a bit of space.
This is it. Champions Field, win or go home at this point, and both players are showing up with some great efforts on defense. ApparentlyJack avoiding the aerial dribble bump. Nas just beats him here, though, in a midfield challenge, and that ball just goes in. Nas with the early lead.
These guys are both trying to stay on ball best they can. Jack was out of the play for a moment, and he didn't feel good about it. He wanted to immediately turn in. He did have boost advantage on Nas, but well-timed use of boost. No matter how much you have, you can really make a speedy play. Nas is just that, and I really like these fake kickoffs. They have been going great for Nas. They have been a big part of his comeback. I guess has also been a big part of his comeback is his octane. Don't think he's lost in the octane yet, so clearly he's feeling good in it. This is not the best air dribble I've ever seen from Nas, as he will hand the ball away. Now Jack the other way wants to just go power shot. Can Nas get there? He can't. Tie game.
It's been the one weakness of that, so like over these last few games, like he'll go up for these aerial plays and wind up just going way too low on them, and then ApparentlyJack can make an easy save and counterattack. And that's happened at least 3 or 4 times throughout this match. So I think I think he would rather keep it more elevated. He wins a kickoff here and gets the goal to go up 1, so he can right the wrongs right there. Great bump there to on ApparentlyJack, and Nas takes back a lead, but I think he wants to go for those aerials and keep them a little bit higher to keep ApparentlyJack guessing, and it just has not happened so far.
Yeah, you often want, you kind of need the ball to cross in the air across the goal line. You can't really afford for it to get anywhere where a car hitbox on the ground can touch. You need to force a jump out of the defender, and if you're playing too low, especially if you're out, you know, above or behind the ball, Nas needed to flip into this one. Nas didn't want to. Maybe he thought he was going to fake Jack here, but Jack ultimately recognizing that Nas isn't going to be clearing it away. I mean, Nas could flip and try and take it to the corner.
Yeah,
I'm not really sure what happened there.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe he thought he got the bump on Jack, but I think he was a little bit too far away for that. I'm not really sure what was going on. Maybe he thought the flip from Jack was going a little bit further wide. But yeah, Jack just gets a free one. He had all the boost advantage though as well, but Nas has got to just throw that into his own corner so he can kind of recollect at least some pads. And he doesn't do so here, so all tied up, 3 minutes to go. If you lose, you are out of this tournament. If you win, you move on to the championship day on Sunday. See if Jack, he cannot snipe the shot from midfield, throws it a little bit wide.
Yeah, the hook shot. That was the good opportunity for Jack. Huge boost advantage for him, but couldn't hit on the execution. I think there was a chance to score there. Nas actually going to miss on slight execution here. I think there was a world in which an angle was available. He does avoid getting demoed as he picks up the back corner and midfield, so he knows that Jack is starved. Jack's going to have to swing wide. And Nas does not fall for the fake challenge. Instead, goes for the double jump bump. Very safe from him, though. Immediately bails out of it, gets his wheels back down on the ground, keeps the possession. But now it can be awkward to control the ball here from the back corner. But he found a good opportunity. Jack had a chance to steal it away and didn't, and Nas will get a goal.
That was awkward by Nas off the wall, and I think that's what threw off ApparentlyJack. That's why he was trying to like hang in there for a little bit longer, but it pays off for Nas, and he gets the free goal, but I think it was more just because of how awkward he was on that back wall. But ApparentlyJack could not decide what he wanted to do. So that split second of indifference cost him there, and Nas takes the lead.
Nas might have a tough time controlling this one. Made it seem like he was going to touch the ball, but faked it there. And I think Jack, you know, was expecting that ball to get cleared, went to go grab boost. He could have been a bit more of a pest if he had known Nas was going to not get a touch, but now Nas off the back wall, or sorry, Jack off the back wall, going to get the midfield 100. Nas going to back off. Jack thought he's going to see an early challenge, and that's because that's what Nas has been doing. In the past few games, in those moments, Nas has been early challenging, and now Jack just gives the ball away. Earlier in the series, oh, nice flick. But earlier in the series, that would have been a collection. Jack would have not fallen for the fake. He would have then double jump bumped and would have gotten himself a goal. So Nas switching it up has got Jack guessing. Jack guesses wrong, and then Jack not able to stop his flick as it's now 4-2.
And that's what you build up over the last 30 minutes of play, right? Of like, you have tendencies, but then when you come to the final game, you have to break out of those tendencies so the defense gets thrown off. And that's what Nas did beautifully there. Take a 2-goal lead, which is not safe for sure with 1:45 on the clock. He gets full possession here, though. ApparentlyJack reads it quickly, should be able to score this as well. And we got a 1-goal game with less than 100 seconds on the clock here. This is what we wanted.
Yeah, Jack has had really good air dribble bump defense so far. Nas, a bit slow to set up the actual aerial, but when it came time, he was Jack was completely ready, got over the top, made a save. I think Nas, with the 2-goal lead with a minute 30 left to go, it's really, there's lots of goals in ones. You can't really start like trying to waste time, but what you can do is sacrifice a little bit of scoring power for safety. And oftentimes that irregular bump, if you do it right, is actually a fairly safe move. So I think Nas may be thinking that way, but credit to Jack's defense. It is not easy to steal away the ball like that. And I tell you what, if you don't try and get it early, you're going to end up becoming Nas in this goal line.
Oh, and Nas was not happy about this one. He thought he could get around this air dribble bump. He cannot, though. Jack just barely getting the touch on him. Nas not happy about that one at all. And here we go, all tied up, 1:16 on the clock.
Wave dash kickoff for Nas, big win, side wall. This is going to be a very important moment. Can he break down a full boost Jack in net? Has the reset shot directly at Jack, but the ball is not thrown to the blue half. It is still here on the orange half. Heavy touch from Jack. He's trying to go for a counterattack. Can Nas with low boost get back? He does, but he's potentially a victim of a demo. Jack decides instead to go for the boost steal. So now Nas on pads. You see him going out to the midfield to try and pick up as many pads as he possibly can. If you could play defense with 30, that is so much better than just 12, as he now gets a full reset and has the ball rolling in front of him. Tried to get a 50. Jack isn't sure if he wants to go off the wall. Then he tried to fake the challenge. Everyone's getting Jackson off the ground, and he takes advantage of the fact that neither one of these guys want to be the one to pull the trigger. They are afraid to make a mistake. It ends up being a slow play, and Jack can just go take Nas out on the ground.
And that's the first time we've seen that today. So we see aerial dribble bumps. You don't see the ones on the ground that often. Jack doing so well there to just slow down the game and get the bump. But Nas wins this kickoff. Can he get the flick? It's a little bit too high. Can he follow? He does, and ties it back up. Half a minute left.
The clutch moments when you need a goal bad. I tell you what, I falter. Nas does not falter. Wins the kickoff, and that was not a guaranteed goal. He needed a good flick. He ended up going too high. Unafraid on the follow-up. Sometimes double jumping in those late moments on zero boost. You're getting scoreline if you don't do it. Nas unafraid, and he needed to not be. He's going to win this kickoff into the right half, trying to muscle Jack off the boost, and he does. So Jack in a really tough spot now. Zero boost as the ball comes off the back wall, gets clipped. So Nas going to be able to steal the opposite 100 as well. Jack on 0. Nas, soft catch. He's trying to get the ball high. He wants Jack to make saves near the crossbar because he's only going to survive for so long if he has to do that. Backwards challenge from Jack. Ooh, that's not what you want as a rolling ball. He's going to go for a demo. Nas has the demo. 6 seconds left to go. Can he actually waste a little bit more time in order to guarantee the win? He took a half second. He was not willing to risk any more. Nas, a 6-5 lead with 2 seconds left to go.
And Jack just playing on low boost that entire time. He tried to hold out until overtime, but just couldn't get it done. Nas, huge demo, waste a little bit of extra time. Let's see if it plays off here.
Kickoff goal, delay, kickoff. I like to see. Is he going to get to the side all the time? He doesn't. We often see players delay and try and chip it up in the air. Jack stayed on the ground. Maybe he thought he was going to be able to force it to that side wall. If it did roll onto the side wall, we'd have maybe 0-second wonder. I do think he'd be first one to, get the boost and maybe make a play.
Yeah.
But Nas, a reverse sweep. It only took 2 matches to get the first ever best of 7 reverse sweep in RLCS 1v1. I can't believe it.
This is what it's all about when the pressure's on, when it's just one-on-one. The great matches happen, and we see it here from Nas. And again, that delay, like after that demo, he could have scored that immediately, but then that ball probably goes up that sidewall, and Jack has one more chance. But instead, Nas figured it out. After 3 games where he did not look good at all at times, but he finds it just in time, dominates Jack over the last 4. Hats off to him. He'll move on to the championship day.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, people who know me talk about Nas, I'm always a Nas believer. Jack did enough. Jack did enough to make me think that he had done it, but Nas will be the one to do it. We have more RLCS 1v1 coming up for you guys next.
Don't pause, replay. Switch.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Birmingham 1v1 European Open. The pressure is mounting, and what better way to showcase that than with Nas just having reverse sweep against ApparentlyJack. Nas, brain cells are gone. The mental is full mental boom right now. You struggled in Kickoff's early game and then reverse sweeped and found success and momentum later on in the series. Was there anything in particular you started to change up in your approach?
Not really. I knew if I played my normal game, I would have like won any time. So I just kept playing the same really, and it worked eventually.
Well, for that game 3, you actually called for a timeout as well. Did that have anything to kind of factor into that?
In the timeout, I just went to the bathroom real quick. I washed my hands and changed my t-shirt, but nothing special.
Well, that might be the secret recipe for success. Who knows? And for that game 4, Jack actually ended up forfeiting that one as well. Do you feel like that kind of helped give you a little bit of a mental boost, a bit more confidence heading into the next one?
I knew if I won like 2 games in a row and he would call for timeout, he would like feel a bit more nervous, and I could play my game even better.
A bit more nervous, but both of you were showing the nerves because the amount of open nets that were missed. Talk to me about that, Nas. Do you feel like the nerves were getting the better of you?
I wasn't nervous besides that game 7, like the last minute, but it's just like it happens. It's Rocket League. Everyone does it.
Well, given that NIP aren't going through to the 3v3s at the major, do you now feel that pressure to perform and show up at least in the 1v1s?
Nah, not really. I mean, if I go through the 1v1, it's a good thing, but if I don't, it's fine. Like, I don't really care.
Cool as a cucumber, this guy. Honestly, Nas, I'm really looking forward to seeing the rest of your game. So GG's again, and great work.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Boys! Wowza! A reverse sweep, and he's that cool, calm, and collected. How on earth is he keeping his composure?
It was just wild because no one expected Jack to take 3 off Nas to begin, and then he does it in the first 3 games. Nas, though, hats off to him. Somehow finds a way back into it, finds that form, figured out the nerves, I guess you would say, and well done to him. Moving on.
Yeah, it's crazy because he said he wasn't nervous. I mean, I watched those first couple games, and it's funny because he said himself, which is nice to see, you know, I just need to play my game. Like, I know if I play my game, I can win, which I completely agree with. He was not playing his game at first, but he also said he wasn't nervous. And I don't know. It seemed like that had to be. I don't know if that's true.
I feel like that's cap right there, but that's our lower brackets done. We're heading into upper bracket now. So talk to me, Gibbs. Which matchup are you looking forward to?
I feel like Atow Dralii, like at the end of the day, is going to be a great one because I feel like Atow is one of those dark horses that no one's really talking about, and like people have him maybe 4th best here, but can definitely surprise everyone and win this tournament. So I'm excited to see 2 teammates clash in there, but also we're about to see Dralii, who is seed 39. He was seeded 39, barely in the 1v1 top 100, and is showing up right now and is in an upper bracket match. So it's a true underdog story here for him, and let's see how far he can go.
You know what? Everybody loves an underdog story, but I'll tell you what else everybody likes. And that is merch, baby. RLCS merch. In case you've missed it, you can now go ahead and grab yourselves the official and exclusive RLCS merch released throughout the year on the Blast store. You can go ahead and type !merch in the chat and check out the full collection. But in regards to the rest of the games we got coming up, Fear, our final game of the day is going to be Atow versus Dralii, but it's going to be Moxy and Trevler next. Gibbs, you briefly touched on it, but what about Moxy? What can you tell me about him, Fear? He's no stranger to ones.
Yeah, Moxy is absolutely no stranger. He is the 1v1 main. He's got a cool room going on right now.
I like
I'm
that.
not sure I've seen that on his stream before. This is special for RLCS, just for you guys. But Moxy, he is live. It feels like every day, grinding ones. It's been his game mode since forever. Everybody coming into this, is expecting a lot of him. And I think he's up for the challenge. This is, I think a dream situation for him. Moxy wants to be able to grind in RLCS. He's wanted 1v1 to be on the biggest stage. He's been its biggest proponent all this time, and he is ready for a big day.
Well, you know what? Juicy mentioned that he thinks that Moxy could be thrown off completely and surprised by Trebler as well. How true do you think that could be, Gibbs?
It's very possible because no one expected Trebler to be here, right? So there's a chance that Moxy's just like, I don't really know his game that well. You've probably seen him in ranked here or there, but for the most part, probably doesn't have as much tape on him. But we'll see what Trebler does because it's a different man right now. From his top 32 performance, he lost to Joreuz 3-1. Then he comes back yesterday and takes him down to go through the upper bracket. So clearly he's been grinding, or was it just a pop-off day for him, right? Was it a one-off? And that is a thing that we always see in the RLCS for 3v3 is like, you got to show it to me twice. And I think everyone expects Trebler to lose here, and I think lose badly. Like, I'm not going to try and say that, he's going to make this close. He's expected to lose this 4-1, maybe 4-0 to Moxy. But if Trebler can hang in there, all the pressure is on Moxy because Trebler is playing with house money. He wasn't even supposed to be here on this weekend, but he is here and he's performing. So he's just going to see how far this goes.
Well, this could go one of two ways, right? You're either the underdog and you know that nobody's really expecting that much of you, so then you just pop off. You're on another level. Nobody's expecting it out of you. The pressure is off your shoulders. Or it goes the other way and you know that everybody is expecting the worst of you, and then you end up performing at your worst as well. But I want to know, predictions-wise, Fear, I'm going to go ahead and start with you. Who's winning this one?
This is the easiest one to predict of the day. I don't even think there's much to say. I got to go the Mock. I'm going with Moxy.
Yeah, I think Moxy as well. I think their nerves won't play as big a factor here because both players will be in the tournament still till tomorrow, but I'm going Moxy.
I'm going Moxy as well. There we have it. All three of us have made our predictions of Moxy. I want to hear from my fabulous casters. Who do they think is going to be walking away with the victory as this one? I want to know whether or not Trebler, with his first main event, quoting him, "Ones was meant to be." Whether or not that's the case, only time will tell. Let's go and get the show on the road.
Well, we've had some crazy underdog stories in the past 2 weeks in the RLCS, but this is a little bit different. We're in the 1v1s. We've just witnessed the best of 7 reverse sweep, and the question on everyone's lips, JB, is just how far can this underdog story go?
Yeah, this is the ultimate. This is absolutely the ultimate Cinderella run on paper. I mean, we've seen GK and now Gen G win regionals in 3s. If Trebler could win this event, that is even more outlandish.
It'd be simply ridiculous, and he's got to get through, I'd say, the definition of a 1v1 main here, Johnny. This guy cannot get anywhere in the 3s at the moment. He's been around the mark, but there's something about Moxy in 1s. This is just where he belongs.
And it's all about the flicks for him. A lot of you are already going to know Moxy's game, but knowledge doesn't really help you when you face Moxy. You know that he's going to flick the ball, mostly top left, but it doesn't actually matter. He just does it anyway. And if you try to challenge early to stop him from doing that, he'll just flick the ball over you in the midfield like he did here.
We're ready to see some absolute slingers from him, but Trebler, as we mentioned, came out of nowhere. Huge win over Joreuz, and obviously fortunate from the Vatira forfeit earlier on, but fortune favors those who keep, I don't know, I'd say the bold, but it just, hang on a minute, he's done the style as well. It's a nice demo. This is really a first look for me on how Trebler's going to play. The Danish boy is Moxy, nice save, but the bump would have been huge. Moxy's just completely read it. That'll be 2.
He's so good at dodging demos in the back corner and just around his goal in general. Trebler thought he could just slam Moxy into the corner, get the boost, and then continue to play this one. Not the case. Trebler Moxy rather easily able to dodge that demo. And yeah, if you're going to try and demo this guy, you need a recovery plan after the fact.
Where would you have put Moxy? Obviously, a leading contender in this 1v1. As soon as 1v1s are announced, you're thinking of this guy, Johnny. But
Yeah.
Where did you put him pre-event in terms of your predictions?
I had him third. For me, it's Nas and Dralii. They're the top two in no particular order. Then Moxy's the number 3 for me. But so far, this event, his performance has been outstanding. This is the first match that he just really should be winning. So I'm really interested to see how he's going to do with that pressure on him. He's the favorite. And so far, he's delivering the goals that you would expect from him. Mostly off of Dralii. Well, we saw one early challenge failing, and now 2 times Dralii's overextended and been punished at the other end.
And we saw as well Moxy's little background. He's got some stars behind him. He's got the looks like he's out in space. And I think the treble has been seeing stars. I think getting to the occasion. He's thanking the admins. He's absolutely loving the warm-up lobby. He's certainly new to this whole experience. So I think it's going to certainly take at least a game for him to settle down. Obviously into a best of 7 now, and first game ever on the main broadcast.
Ground pitch, Moxy really went for that one. It didn't work out, but that was, at least in terms of the lineup, extremely aggressive from him. Moxy's got a bit of an underrated aerial game. He's so well known for his ground game, so well known for his kickoffs, but his aerial game is extremely confident in ones also.
Yeah, I think there's still we're waiting to fully unlock Moxy in the 3v3 format, but maybe some more experience in the ones. He's just put the controller down. He's going the AFK defense, which has worked. Just maybe sussing out Treble's solo plays there. Couldn't quite get it to work, but pretty comfortable start so far from Moxy.
That's great. Yeah, Moxy just waited in the back corner, said, all right, come on then, let's see what you got. And he saves the first shot. Dralii trying to get fancy with it in the air, but he's lost control again. Moxy's really badly missing open net here, though. Should still be in a great position off the back of this. Oh, what a save by Dralii. That is going to be his first goal in RLCS today. And it's off of a Moxy open net miss.
You take those we saw in the last series. There was plenty of disaster class action, but Dralii, all you can do is take what you get. First goal on the board, and as we said, you talk about a game 1 warm-up. We certainly saw that with Juicy in the first series, but you'd have to think, Johnny, this is a game 1 warm-up for a guy that's still, he's trying to acclimatise to the big stage.
Yeah, this is brand new to him, and we talk about Moxy as the one's favorite here. He is the one's main, but this is still a new situation for him also. They're both, the least experienced players. Moxy with the wave dash, Moxy with the bump, Moxy with the goal for 4-1. He continues to deliver on, the positions that he is so well known for, just playing those corners really well. Dralii had a boost advantage there, didn't ever have a way to actually use that boost and actually use the advantage he had.
Yeah, you could see Dralii was trying to time that boost spawn, and in the end, it just took a little bit longer than he'd liked, and that just meant he was underneath the ball. Moxy was just ripping around the wall with the wave dashes, the wall dashes, and have a look at his mate. Dralii's in big trouble. Moxy's trying to cook him, but he's missed. Won't be a goal down the other end, but Moxy is showing a lot of confidence, nearly coming to bite him, but that is a poor challenge. Moxy saw it coming, and that's a 5th goal.
I mean, he's just the all-seeing ground game player. Every time you challenge Moxy, he gets just one extra touch using the sidewall there to make sure that you would get the ball past his opponent's challenge. If Dralii is going to, like I said earlier, go for back corner bumps, go for back corner demos, boost steals, anything in Moxy's corner, and with Moxy's corner we mean both of the corners near his goal, you need to be also careful, because I think one of the underrated aspects of Moxy's game is his vision. He is so good at keeping track of where his opponent is, and if you guys have played 1v1, you'll know that's not always easy. Can Dralii make something happen here? Corner denied. Moxy using his own post to help him keep that one out of the net.
Yeah, he did really well. He kind of just gave that window for Dralii to shoot in, and then as he's trying to snake his way down the pitch. 45 seconds. It's pretty strong game 1 here from Moxy. So we'll get space again. You see Dralii going back corner, ceiling. You mentioned the aerial play. What has he got here? Flick over the top, but he doesn't get it. I feel like he couldn't really score that. Had to pop over the top, but Dralii is looking all over the place. Low boost, and this should be a goal. I guess he won't really need to right now. He's really sewn up game 1.
Yeah, Moxy mercilessly slams home a 6 as Dralii just kind of freestyles inside his own net. He knows game 1 is over. He's just going to make Moxy play it out anyway. You know, these situations could easily be forfeits, but Trebla's going to take the 21 seconds. It's a pseudo timeout in a way, and just try to calm himself down before the second game. You know, we're learning a lot about Dralii right now, what he's all about. Nothing really in his offense worked out too well though here. He's yet to find something, or at least a method in this game, that will consistently get him goal-scoring threats.
Yeah, I think as well the few attacks that he did have. We do get the Brazil, the second Brazil in 3 series so far. RLCS 1v1.
That's just rude.
Yeah, I like the no call on the forfeit though, just to keep warming up for Dralii. I think the attacks that he's had, as you mentioned, they've kind of been, all right, let's just try and hit the ultimate clip, like let's go for it, all or nothing plays, and that's not going to work against Moxy. He's too good, he's too solid of a ones player. So far, he's
Moxy,
looking pretty comfortable.
He's laughing. Dralii, you've got to do something. He's laughing at you. But no, he's probably not laughing at him. I think he's probably just like enjoying himself. He's waited for this for so long. You know, a lot of people have questioned Moxy's dedication to 1v1 over the years, wondering why are you playing so much 1v1? Why do you, want to put so much time into this game mode when RLCS is 3v3? Well, that's no longer the case. RLCS now has a ones circuit. And it's a much smaller circuit than threes, of course. But all that time, all the years that Moxy's put into the game mode are now finally paying off. And he's made a massive following for himself out of this as well. Just the style of play that he's got, the aggression, the personality. A lot of people want to see this guy succeed. A lot of people want to see him fail as well, but he doesn't care. It's all the same to Moxy.
Yeah, he's polarizing, but fantastic to watch. The flicks, as you mentioned, are ridiculous. That's his trademark, and we didn't have to see too many there, Johnny. I think it was pretty comfortable first game. Certainly, he's got more tricks in the bag, which is scary for Dralii. But at the same time, there was still 10 shots on the board. It was actually only 14 shots to 10. So,
yeah,
even though he lost 7-1, the attack is there. He just needs to create better chances.
Well, you know, Dralii is well aware. Everybody knows that if you shadow in defense against Moxy, he's going to flick the ball on your net, and it's going to be exceptionally difficult to save. So most players against Moxy will just try to challenge head on. They don't want to shadow in defense. They don't want to drive away from Moxy. But Dralii might have to, because his face-on challenges have not been working. The issue as well is that even if you do get a save on the flick, he can usually continue attacking anyway.
Yeah, that's the best part about his flicks. He's never really overcommitting, which has been a problem so far for other players. That's a huge boost still in the corner, and he's going to turn it straight into an air dribble, Dralii, but he does miss the bump. Won't be too punished down the other end. Not too bad of a start. This is certainly better first 30 seconds.
Yeah, he's got a save on Moxy's flick that he attempted earlier. Now big aerial play attempted, pre-flip on target, but Moxy, routine save against Dralii, who again is trying to get fancy with it. He's trying to get a clip on Moxy, maybe trying to moralize him. And it's Moxy with the wave dash shot, dunks the follow through as well. This shot has been so popular recently in ones, and you can see why.
Yeah, it's so safe as well. He's not committing, he's not flipping forward. If he gets dunked, he's going to be able to grab that corner boost as well. You can kind of see the difference in play styles. It's Moxy going for the percentage solo play, or aerial play. I keep saying solo play, I just mean aerial. But whereas Dralii down the other end, he's he was going for the clip, and it's lower percentage, and he gets punished. And here we go again, Dralii with the clip perhaps. No.
Hey,
Moxy, there we go. Moxy should have had the save, you would have thought, but Dralii ties it up.
All right, Dralii showing off his mechanics. There's the flip reset and the placement. Yeah, Moxy flipped over the ball there. He actually could have saved this, but he expected the shot to be going higher. So when it goes bottom corner, he can't adjust and actually get the save.
1-1. It's Moxy now. Ceiling. Dralii has to wait. Low boost.
Oh,
he's been completely cooked. He's been burnt.
It's such a good mix-up by Moxy. The last time he was in this position, he wave dashed to shoot the ball on target. This time he just lets it bounce. And Dralii, assuming it's going to be more of the same with that wave dash shot on target, just goes flying right past.
Goodness me. Goodness, and a kickoff goal as well. This is
classic.
We talked about in the green room, Johnny. This is why one just gets in my head.
This is where CJ would go, forfeit main menu. You're not playing once again for the rest of the day. But Dralii should know counters to this. Moxy's he's known for the flick game. He's also really known for his wave dash recovery kickoff, and the players who have the most success against Moxy and his kickoff are players who delay their kickoffs a lot, trying to mess with his timing. So Dralii should be doing that at some point during this series if he wants to get Moxy out of his kickoff rhythm.
And we saw the Vatira mix-ups through the analysis.
Oh, wow.
Fantastic so far. That's a great 50 though. He just completely staunched him with no boost in the end.
And that was off of, without multiple resets as well. That's a great goal by Dralii. Really strong finish. Moxy had a pretty good 50 defensively. Not enough though to stop Dralii. Oh, wait a minute. Moxy's actually just looked over the ball here and driven past it. Did he mean to hit the side of the ball here? I think he tried to hit the side of the ball, but he missed. It is a strategy.
Back corner loss.
Yeah, it's a strategy to let it bounce back corner like that, but you obviously have to hit the ball. So you missed the ball, so it didn't work. Step one is this: you get a glancing blow on the ball and it bounces into the ceiling over your back corner. That's probably what he was going for there, because he did look over the ball with his camera, really straight.
Yeah, that's not the greatest touch over in Dralii. You could see what he was trying to do. He wanted to fake the mid boost and go direct. Moxy's one step ahead. He's seen that trick every day of the week. The wave dash kickoff actually is going to work for Dralii this time. Taking a leap out of Moxy's book, and he will tie it up.
Yeah, so he's changing it up a little bit. That was a tough one actually. The ball nearly pushed Dralii over. He had to wait really patiently with his flip into the ground so as not to mess up the wave dash. We've already seen multiple players doing that today in a hurry to get it going. Much closer game 2 here. Dralii having success with the mechanical plays in offense. Oh, he's lost. What's happening? Moxy probably had an open net there. It was a difficult one from the back corner. Still in such good position. Scores to make it 5-4.
That's beautiful from Moxy. The spacing on the bounce dribble. He just had so many options. Look at the angles he's creating, and then just rips it back post. Gets the lead back. You can see the kickoff. It looked like Dralii was going to win it, but he was just scared of going for the corner boost. Moxy took it straight from him. Worried about the shot. He's won another kickoff though. Has a chance. Both with 100. Does he go for the bump this time? He's trying to fake the pop.
No way.
Moxy's just going to let him go on the goal line. He's getting punished. It's chaos. It's foolery. And it's a goal for Dralii.
Dralii missed the air dribble bump. All good. He just drives into Moxy on the ground instead, and he gets the goal all the same. This is a much better performance by Dralii. And one thing I am noticing about his game is just how tricky he is. He doesn't like scoring conventional goals. Even in conventional positions, he's making it weird.
Yeah, he was just hopping around, wasn't he, on the line there? Beautiful shot, Moxy. Dralii just didn't get an angle on that challenge at all, and that is pretty easy for him.
Dralii wanted the fast challenge. He was thinking the Moxy's maybe going to try and slow play this one. Moxy obviously had his flip from the ceiling, so he was easily able to accelerate the play past him. That's a pretty good kickoff, actually a very good kickoff for Dralii. Moxy pathing over the small pads, trying to survive. Oh, it's Dralii with the revenge, the mind game, to make it 6 each.
Well, he knew that Moxy was going to panic. He knew that Moxy only had one pad. You could see it right there. Picked up maybe one more, but the fake, he faked the first flick. He fakes the musty. He goes low corner and is completely done in Moxy. I like the confidence from the underdog.
Definitely. I mean, this is not what Moxy expected in the matchup. He knows he's the favorite. He had a great game 1. He knows he's in great form right now. Oh, that's a really powerful shot. Moxy had so much to go to aim at. He just sends it straight down the middle, knowing that power is really all that matters from this range. Dralii not getting back in time. Just no time to react.
Yeah, I think he was surprised how straight it was. You were probably expecting top left there, but Moxy just kind of threw a top middle, and Dralii in the end just kind of got ahead of it. But he has won another kickoff. This has been a big difference from game 1. Another solo play. He's actually looking really messy in the end. He's got another reset, goes bottom corner. That's Moxy ready.
Yeah, great save by Moxy. There was the little fake attempt. Dralii faking high with the reset, instead shooting the ball low. Moxy looking for the pop bump. Dralii saves that one as well. It's switching sides beautifully here. Notice Dralii's always looking for space, whether it's the side wall or just a dribble across the pitch. Pogo shot into the backboard. Dralii's up for the rebound. Didn't get on the right side of the ball though.
He's a maniac. This guy's an absolute maniac. It's like he knows he's got his few seconds of fame and he's used it. What a save. I don't think he was meaning that, but Moxy's stolen the boost. Dralii just going to try and sit behind it. Wants mid boost. He's trying to fake and go straight on it. Moxy ready. Dralii's actually picked up enough pads though. We'll be able to keep an attack going. Moxy tracking back. Dralii's flick leaves a lot to be desired, and now he's in a bit of trouble there, Johnny. He's tracking, low boost. Moxy throws it high up the crossbar. Dralii, nice 50. Loses boost though. Still pressure for Moxy. Surely a goal here. No, he's just working it around.
He's waiting for the clear-cut chance, and Dralii's not giving it to him. Moxy, with the 1 goal advantage, doesn't want to go all in. Moxy is going to get back. He's still got a boost advantage, chasing Dralii into the corner, but Dralii managing to turn that advantage for Moxy into one of his own. Wall shot for Dralii, looks good, and it's 7 each. He survives the Moxy onslaught at one end and scores at the other.
What a bump. He hit the bump and the pinch off the wall with the follow-up. Great shot. 7-7. Get behind this guy. He's showing his flair, and he's really taking it up to one of the best 1v1 players in the world.
Yeah, I understand now how he's able to take down Joreuz. He's definitely a tricky player to go up against, and that's another great save, another physical play attempted by Moxy. Dralii in the air, huge hit to the backboard. Moxy has to clear that one, even though he knew it wasn't on target. 20 seconds to go, Moxy setting up that flick again, goes early with it as the challenge was coming, and he squashes it in. No mistakes from Moxy.
Nah, there's the panic, perhaps the pressure getting to Dralii. You can see the wave dash fake challenge into an instant, but really just caught himself out there. 15 seconds on this kickoff. Here we go.
Well, what's it going to be? Seen lots of mix-ups by these guys. Now they revert back to standard kickoffs. Dralii with possession, lets it bounce once, brings it slow, and he might have been thinking about a bump onto Moxy, but Moxy's bumped him defensively. Now anything will do. That's going to stay grounded, and Moxy wins the 2nd game in a row.
2 games to none, but an impressive response from Dralii. I know he's a huge underdog, so we're going to pump him up, but I mean, it's got Joreuz juicy vibes, this one. Game 1 gets Brazil. Game 2 is very close. Let's see what he can do, but I'm loving the flair that he's showing. He's not panicking in attack. As you said, he's really awkward, I guess, to defend against. You don't know what he's going to do, but he's still, making those mistakes that probably is the reason why he's an underdog in this one. He's just still a little bit scrappy in defense.
Yeah, Moxy is just, Moxy's just so dangerous that there aren't really any players who enjoy defending against Moxy, and Dralii has had problems at that end of the pitch, but offensively, I love what I'm seeing from him. Extremely creative, extremely unpredictable. He's got the aerial plays, he's got the mind games. He's definitely giving Moxy a lot to think about with, well, his own defense. And the kickoffs as well. Moxy, so known for dominating kickoffs, hasn't been the case in this matchup. Dralii's really been going toe-to-toe with him in that regard as well.
Game 3, no timeout from Dralii, which, well, it worked for Juicy, but perhaps wants to keep it up his sleeve. I do think, though, well, it's obvious that he is warming up into this series. It's just whether he can find, in a best of 7, 4 on the bounce against a guy who is pretty darn good at his craft. Dralii off the kickoff. Catching, maybe a flick on. That is a slinger to open up game 3.
What a shot by Dralii. Just sends it down the line. One more touch. Full volley. Moxy expecting a bounce before the shot came towards him. Dralii with the side flip, able to send it into the top shelf.
Really great start. Moxy in a decent spot. We'll be able to grab corner boost, but Dralii, I mean, I think even if, he was so heavily favoured, Moxy, coming into this, but I wasn't expecting this performance from Dralii. I know he took Joreuz down in 5, but really impressed so far, and he's found another great 50 here. Could be an open net. Just doesn't have the boost to catch up to that one, as Moxy, well, went for the psycho, but didn't get much on it.
Yeah, pretty safe touch there by Moxy. Made sure to get some of the ball instead of trying to go for the full 180-degree skip. Look at that by Dralii with the little pop, just wave dashing on the spot to get the ball to pop upwards in front of him. That can actually result in much faster touches than the one we saw there, if you can catch it perfectly. Even that was somewhat threatening, but this just shows getting levels to Dralii's offensive creativity.
Well, That's lovely though from Moxy. He read the challenge, read the turn, and he's found the goal. Open net. Really nice turning defense into offense. As you said, Trebla's showing his tricks, but Moxy is so solid. He's always going to punish that.
Yeah, it's a really good play by Moxy, passing the ball to himself off the side wall. It's a great way to advance the ball up the pitch in Rocket League, not just in 1v1, but 2v2 and even 3s in some situations as well. Now Moxy with that aerial play. So good to see him consistently, confidently going for these aerial plays today. This one is saved by Dralii. Moxy didn't want to stay upfield for the boost deal because look who's going the other way. It's Dralii with the counter-attack and the goal.
He's looking great. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Dralii now. Beautiful save. Again, counter-attack play. Moxy threw everything at that offense, and Dralii just sniped him out of nowhere. Saved the second flip for the save. Found the goal, and he's won another kickoff, which is, as we said, we've been really praising Moxy's kickoffs. Dralii's all over it. Reset flick over the top. Early flick. Read Moxy's challenge, and it's a 2-goal lead.
That was on demand as well. He heard Moxy jump, got the reset and used it immediately. He didn't really care if it was the biggest flip reset, the fastest shot. Just anything on the ball there will get it past the pre-jump from Moxy. And you're absolutely onto something here. It's very similar to the Joreuz series earlier, where he went off to a 2-game lead, but then started to fall apart. Now, I don't think that's where Moxy's headed yet, but he does have to be careful, giving the young Dralii this momentum.
And that was unfortunate off the kickoff. You could see, I think Dralii nearly won it, but he just missed his wave dash. Little mechanical mistake. Just meant he lost pressure, lost boost. Moxy punished. He's gone back corner and won this one. Scoops off the 100. You see Moxy getting close. Dralii, as you said, always trying to find space on the pitch. He tried to roll through it. Actually, he's popped Moxy. He's absolutely done him again.
Well, Moxy surely thought Dralii was done with this play, but he still had one more touch planned, and he even had 20 boosts left after that touch. So Moxy really underestimating what Dralii is capable of on that play. He's making those slow advancements up the pitch. Moxy will take control after the next kickoff. Oh, what a demo. He is just ruthless with his aggression again.
Yeah, it's another case of grab the 100. Whoever gets there first is well and truly in control. And as soon as he got that boost, he hunted down Dralii on the post. Finds the goal. And does get one back, but still trailing. See the kickoff this time. It's going to be the wave dash kickoff won by Moxy. Just so quick to recover, saving his flip. As Dralii has to defend the air dribble bump. Does really well, uses his post to help him out. And he's still low boost. Moxy doesn't have 100 either. But he's one out there in the end, even though he lost the kickoff.
And Moxy wanted to steal the 100 as it appeared, but it was just a second too late. Oh, Dralii. Well, he might have faked himself out a little bit on this one. It does go in for Moxy, 4-4. Dralii probably in two minds thinking it's going backboard, it could be reset. No, it's just a direct air dribble on target, and he can't get goal side of it.
Yeah, he wanted to get the touch. You could kind of see in the area he was worried about hitting it back into Moxy, so he left it, but then couldn't find the ball again. Moxy was all over it, 4-4. Just over 2 minutes left. Dralii with space. This is where he does look comfortable when he can set something up. He goes for the rim. Moxy has to use the post. Great shot, even better save. See possession though. Still with Dralii. Moxy fake sidewall. Did he set up enough? He's going the backwards.
Look at this!
Oh, that's disgusting! Dralii with the backwards wave dash into a demo.
He actually pulls it off. That is crazy. Dralii with massive acceleration completely catches Moxy flat-footed, flat-tired, I guess, on the goal line. And he's up by 1 in the final 2 minutes.
And you can see in the face cam as well, the player cam, Dralii just nodding, going, yep, that's what I've got for you. Moxy off the ceiling with the flick. Dralii's got him. He's got him again. It's got to be another 2-goal lead, Johnny.
He's actually unbelievable. Dralii has completely turned this series on its head. If we hit the nameplates, you'd think that Moxy's the orange team here, because we've had a top left flick nearly go in. Now he's starting to completely take over. Can he get back and defend against Moxy on this play? Yes, he can, at least for now. Both players running low and boost. Great wave dash from Dralii. Set that one up with a little wobble in the landing. 90 seconds to go. Moxy needs 2.
Moxy needs 2, and I reckon he's starting to feel a little bit stressed. But he gets one more over the top. Is it in? Down. Needs a little bit of help, but he's right there in time. He finds one and just caught Dralii too far underneath it.
That's a great play by Moxy. Pretty old-fashioned play, to be honest, to flip into the ball like that and then just fly after it for one more touch. But sometimes these old moves come back into the meta, like that one did there. Dralii, wrong side of the ball. Needs to be careful here. Oh, he's not been careful. Missed the boost, missed the ball, and not covering his net. 6-6.
Just one of those times where he tried to get everything. Boost and ball and got neither.
Yeah.
Wow.
Needed to pick one there. I think you're right. You needed to go for ball or boost, not both, it would seem.
Bit greedy there, but Moxy's found a way back in. Still a lot of time in one. So we mentioned it. I feel like you can come back from anywhere in a minute. It's going to be an absolute ton of goals. Look at the air dribble. He's got a dunk him. Is it in? No, yes, it is. He just was in the air for a minute on this one.
Look at the control by Dralii, and actually the discipline to pull his car away from the ball at the end there, knowing that Moxy was going to get a touch, so he didn't try to push it into him. He just let Moxy hit the ball back into the undercarriage and then dunked it on target. Minute to go. Dralii with the disadvantage. Awkward touch by Moxy. It's actually set up Dralii. He tried to play that one away from him, but he just made the attack land faster.
Oh, I don't know how he got that boost, but this kid is sick. 8-6, got the 2-goal lead back. Absolutely snipes that one, and I dare say he's got a better wave dash kickoff at the moment than Moxy. He kind of just leans back a bit further and seems like he's getting more power, and he's beating Moxy to this boost once again in a great spot now.
Oh my goodness. Moxy almost bursting the ball with a pinch center to himself. 40 seconds to go. Dralii's going to need to lead this one, surely. No, he goes for it. That's very risky because he has no boost now. It's not going to spawn for him. He went back for it at mid. Does that leave him in no man's land? He can actually get the save. Overall, some risky defensive and midfield decisions by Dralii, but unpunished as he retains possession, remains in control.
He's just, I love it. He's on the main broadcast, first time on the RLCS stage, and he's playing with so much confidence. 12 seconds. I think he's done enough. That's a huge clearing time. Moxy still needs 2. We need to find 1 before the clock gets down to 0. But Dralii, if he can just keep on saving this ball, and he saves it off the post. He finds his first win. He doesn't need the timeout. And every game so far, he gets...
Dralii's got the timeout. Dralii just said timeout is that fine question mark. He doesn't know because it's his first RLCS event. He's got a timeout after winning.
This kid is insane.
I love Dralii. You know, if you're becoming a Dralii fan, then I got good news for you. Win or lose, you're going to see him again tomorrow because he's in the upper bracket today. He just got a win on Moxy and called a timeout. What is happening?
The disrespect. I'm sure he's just gone to the toilet. He's gone to the loo. He's off. But my goodness, he is showing up. As I said, his confidence is not wavering here, Johnny. He's playing his game. He's going for the backwards wave dash kickoffs. This is fun.
It's incredible. I mean, we're learning with you guys as well because I've not really seen a lot of Dralii before today. And I knew he was a decently high-rated ones player, and I've seen him making reasonably good runs in tournaments before, but this is by far the deepest I've ever seen him in a tournament of this magnitude. And then to see him playing with this confidence, this disrespect to Moxy is truly wonderful. But there he is, he's back. It looks like he might have actually just needed to go and, I don't know, take a quick bio break, but he's got another 60 seconds now to do whatever he wants because he called the timeout.
It's fantastic. It looks like he's got dressed up to go out for dinner as well. This guy is just ready to go. He's thanking the admins. He was actually complimenting one of the admins' play in the warm-up lobby. He said, actually, this guy's pretty good.
You should jump in there, CJ. You might say something nice about your gameplay. You should have hopped in the practice lobby and shown him what you got.
Won't.
You don't think so?
He probably not actually. But I mean, if you're not a fan of this guy, I don't know why you're not, because this Danish kid is just having fun, and the main thing is he's playing his game. He's not.
He is, yeah.
He's not scared of the spotlight. He's going for it, as we saw. He tried twice the backwards wave dash into the bump, and he found it. He's bobbing up and down like he's Redosing. I'm loving it. He calls a timeout after he wins.
Yeah. It's good that he's not afraid of the spotlight, because Moxy brought about 200 of them to the match, and Trebla's really not bothered at all. He's just got his lights on. Saw the Dark Gamers earlier on, thought none of that. Got my shirt on. He's off out for dinner straight away. Reservation booked. He's got places to be. Oh, let's see it. He's got a game. How many more does he have planned?
Well, this is how you generate fans. This is how you make the most of your time in the sun. And he's got his first game win on the board. He's straight under that. Can he get another one reset? Oh, he did what Moxy did to him in game one. This guy is getting better and better.
That's a ceiling double reset, then fakes the shot with the wave dash on the ground. I mean, that's up there with the best goal you're going to see this weekend. That is a phenomenal shot. Moxy had no idea what was happening, and he's down by 1 again.
I mean, you could say he's such an underdog. You know, he's going to have to feel the pressure of RLCS, but I mean, you got to think about the pressure on Moxy here. He is a heavy favorite. That's not expected to lose this match. As you said, a top 3 perhaps favorite coming into this 1v1 in Europe. And right now, Treble is taking it right up to him at a low 50 for the second goal.
Well, you know, he's got the mechanics, clearly. He's got the confidence, but he's so smart as well. As soon as he saw Moxy commit to the back wall, low 50. Before that, he's thinking flick. He's thinking, do I try and go past him? But it is so difficult to defend low 50s if you start on the back wall like Moxy did there. So that's a phenomenal adaptation by Trebla.
You can see as well in his play camps.
Oh my goodness.
It's another goal. He's found his third.
Wow.
You can see he's nodding. You can see him nodding his head. I feel like he's got positive self-talk. He's pumping himself up. He's 3-0 up.
Well, I mean, I said at the start of this series that if Trebla can win this tournament, it would be even more unbelievable than GK and Gen G winning the most recent EU and NA regionals in 3s. I still stand by that, but if he can play like this, then he really can take a series off anyone. Moxy is as good as anyone. Gets called on his bluff there, though, does Dralii. Got to be careful with that one. Moxy just playing ball, gets his first goal of the game.
It was a great kickoff from Trebla, but yeah, he just, instead of popping it on net, he wanted to show Moxy that he could pop it on net and then fake. But Moxy was ready for it, grabs boost and has won a kickoff back. Can he find another goal? Moxy instant flick. There it is. Trebla ready for it though.
And he gets possession off the back of that as well. Now the delayed flick by Trebla. That's something he's been going to quite a lot with his ground game. Moxy, more of the immediate release kind of player. Trebla now ceiling challenge. Again, recovers well. Just a little bit of boost left over. That flick's too good though. All right, you just have to say well played to that one. Moxy gets his second goal.
Yeah, really like the ceiling challenge, but Moxy was ready, saved the flip, so he was just completely in position to follow up for the second shot. Great flick from Moxy. Well and truly in this game. There's the same kickoff that we saw before from Trebla this time. Does he fake again? Moxy's actually punishing this kickoff. Rolling on the ball, but he is low boost. If Trebla can get possession, Moxy could be in trouble. He's one corner. Moxy has to back off. He's done well.
And Dralii gaining some ground there, but only for so long. Oh, he's mind gaming in front of his own goal line. The guy's a maniac. Moxy knows something is up here. He knows something's happening, and yeah, he just sticks around, calls the bluff again. Moxy is done getting faked. I think that one big mind game earlier on.
What is
he doing? A little nose slide outplay attempt there by Dralii. Does not work.
I'm surprised that didn't work there from Dralii. Wave dash kickoff. Moxy wins another, almost 4 in a row. Dralii won't have boost, but he's gonna concede the lead here. You'd think he's in big trouble. Moxy puts on the afterburners now. He said enough of this nonsense. I'm gonna have the lead back.
It's smart by Moxy at this point, because he was getting faked a bit earlier in the series. You know, earlier this game, he got faked in absolute beauty by Dralii. So now he's just playing the ball and saying, you know what, if you outplay me, you outplay me, but I'm not getting mind games. Enough of your nonsense. Let's play my style of game. And yeah, Moxy is having his way now.
Yeah, I'm seeing just a complete lack of sense here. This is lack of nonsense. This is just straight line rocket lead from Moxy, and he might have a fifth. He should have a fifth. Oh, what is that? What is that? If that was in.
Oh my goodness. Well, you know, they say that Rocket League's there's no luck in the game. A easy save there by Dralii, thanks to the crossbar.
He's got to score.
Yeah,
He's
it's
got
wide open. Surely he's not hit the post, has he?
Oh,
He's hit the post, of course he has. Nothing is normal with this guy on the pitch. Reset double.
Reset.
Just decides to continue floating instead. I mean,
I love this guy, Moxy, with a chance. Low 50, he gets a reset, flips into the ground instead. Moxy takes it back. I'd be so confused if I was Moxy. He tries to take it straight away. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if he knows what he's doing. And it's almost words, but Moxy has got his feet.
What is happening? What is happening? Just when you think everything's back to normal, Moxy just getting a flick in an open net. He moves the bar for no reason. Oh, what saves, to be fair. That's unbelievable.
This is ridiculous. Why did we take so long to get 1v1s in the RLCS? What are we witnessing? This isn't a normal Saturday. This is cinema. Moxy faking, goes low, surely. 5-3.
All right, let's just calm down for a second here. Let's just relax for a minute. Dralii's faked himself out again. No big deal. This is easily the most unreadable game I've ever seen in general. I don't think I'm exaggerating. Nothing makes sense. Straight spawn kickoff. Surely it's normal. Nope, they're tangled.
I can't. This is ridiculous. Oh, we need to get this guy. Give this guy a wild card slot in any event possible, Dralii. Moxy as well, stepping up to the plate with his own open net booming misses. 54 seconds, Johnny. Can he come back to get overtime?
He's benching this. Why? Why is he benching? Oh, this guy is just unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
They've lost some. I think they've lost some more than us, and that's rare to do. There's a pop over the top.
Oh,
Moxy
my
will be winning this now. Surely that's it. It is 6-3. Moxy looking like he's moving on to match point, but I don't want to go early.
No, like we need to see more games. Moxy is a content creator at heart. Surely he goes for a game 6 in this one. Surely he sees the upside to a game 6 at least.
After everything we saw, a backwards rule one off the kickoff was still unexpected, but Moxy doesn't get across that one. Low boost.
But the thing is, like, I could not stop laughing because I wouldn't put it past Dralii to just say, ah, well, fair enough, you got me. Just sit there.
GG.
Be like, ah, well,
GG.
I'll try again next game. Fair play. Can't believe
Yes,
this.
that's us done.
Clearly fair engagement. But no, he has lost this one. He's not changed his style of play for a minute, though. I'm absolutely loving what I'm seeing. And it genuinely looks like he could win. Like, maybe a little bit too many fakes in this one. But
Look at him smiling at the play again, though. He's having the time of his
he's
life.
having a great time. He called GG here as well, just, you know, to save us 2 seconds now that we've watched that game. And the ref said, let's play out.
No. He's
2 seconds. Yeah, that's so good. Oh my goodness. Well, Dralii must be farming followers on Twitter right now at least. Like this is one of the most impressive 1-3 down performances I've ever seen. Most unpredictable I've ever seen easily. And he's not done.
There's something just so innocent about him, you know, just all these mannerisms on the play cam, you know, him thanking the referees, complimenting their own gameplay in the warm-up, saying GG early, and then apologising to the referee, clarifying that he just wanted to say GG because the game was over. he's having fun. He's locking in rule ones while he's behind. I'm loving it. Look, Moxy right now is looking like the better player still, but I just love that, you know, Dralii, obviously an underdog. We've got to give him his credit. He has still played his own way, and he's still in this. This is not over yet.
He is. Now, just imagine. I don't know if he's got this in him. Imagine he just like pulls out a different car for this game and he's a totally different playstyle. Is that too much to ask? Not that I want to see anything different. I want to see more of the same. But I feel like if there's one player who's just going to pull up on the most ridiculous car at one point, it would be him. But he's not done it. He's still in the Fennec. So I think we're just going to see more of just classic Dralii nonsense.
It's too much nonsense for the RLCS, but it's also just the right amount for a 1v1 series. Here we go. Game number 5. Moxy tries to... Oh, he's on the fake. Dralii just gets enough on it, perhaps, and Moxy's actually missed his wave dash land onto the wall. As Dralii wants corner boost, flips onto it, and he's defended the first attack with success.
That's a great start. And now he can start to do other things too. That's nearly a very creative goal. Oh, but look at the recovery by Moxy down the middle of the pitch, and he can catch up to this one. Doesn't need to wait and see if it's gone in. Makes absolutely sure.
Yeah, really nice. It was almost a fantastic goal down the other end, but Moxy so quick to recover. Great save. He covered that top right corner with ease. So able to get back in time. Wave dash kickoff from both. Dralii quicker to this one. He's Red Moxy's touch into the back corner. Steals boost. Let's see if he can keep pressure from here. He just needs to make sure that Moxy stays as low as possible. Moxy instant ceiling challenge. That's beautiful.
What a challenge by Moxy. Dralii pretty boost starved. Fake flick by Moxy. Dralii gets behind it. That's a really good save. He is not in a good position right now. Completely starved. Even plays for the 12th boost pad before going back to defense. No time. Moxy spotted the open and makes it 2-0.
Yeah, he's insane going for one more pad out there. He's just off. Good luck.
I mean, that pretty much explains that explains 1v1 in a nutshell. So you're just like, oh, you went for that 12 pad. Yeah, greedy. It's in your net.
Pads can be all the difference, but that one was not the play for Dralii.
Oh.
That's an enormous fake charge from Moxy. Yeah, you got to get back now. Reset. Dralii faking. When does he flick? When does he go? He just doesn't do anything. Wave dash recovery. Oh, on the goal line. Moxy huge.
That's a great save, but Dralii still got control. He got the ball past Moxy, and then he 50s it through him, and he is on the board in game 5.
And he's just tried 3 low 50s in a row. The third one successful. Just bullies his way through. Moxy out of position. Momentum going the wrong way. Finds the first goal. Still 2-1. It's Moxy, that's an enormous kickoff. Can he find the shot straight away? No, Dralii right there. He won't be able to recover to catch up to this one. Oh, will he? He's just moving straight on net. But Moxy with a demo. What a ground pitch.
He's missed.
Not in though. Dralii. Oh, no.
Oh, Dralii got outplayed by the post. I mean, we can see that that's off target because we're on Moxy's angle there, but from where Dralii is, he has no idea if that's going flat off the post into the back corner, into the midfield, on the goal line. And before he can react to what happens, Moxy's puts it in on the rebound.
Great kickoff from Dralii. Moxy too quick to recover though. Grabs boost. Dralii with 40. Nice shot on. So Moxy lets that go all the way back onto the goal line.
Oh, careful.
Race to the boost. Watch the demo. Dralii avoids. Moxy grabs mid boost. Actually, he's missed. He has to go back. Touch out of position now.
Ooh! That little delay, the flip cancel halfway through, then the release to get the rest of the flick to happen quickly.
That's
absolutely
lovely.
Beautiful by Dralii. Moxy still in a great position, but Dralii with a flying save closes the door on the near post shot.
There with a double wall dash to catch up as well. Dralii. Moxy actually goes back corner. He had enough boost, but that flick wasn't great. He needs to find a bump or it will be a goal. He found the bump, but Moxy ate it. 4-1.
Wow, Moxy really did just give zero cares about this one. I mean, yeah, Dralii thought he was the one bumping Moxy, but Moxy just hits the brakes and he pit maneuvers Dralii on the drive-by. 4-1. This is getting very risky now for Dralii. You know, it's all fun and games when you're in the match and it's going well for you, but now Moxy's got a 3-goal advantage, and if you can give him one more, he's going to start dribbling the ball back. He's just going to waste all the time you've got left, and the game and the match will be his.
Dralii, he's just so unorthodox, the way he maneuvers his car. Moxy seems to have figured it out so far, though. He's got the better of him right now, and there's another shot on Dralii. Makes a save, but how often he is in this situation? He makes one great save, and Moxy just steals all the boost and keeps him pinned in net.
Now finally a chance, a low boost chance, but a chance nonetheless for Dralii. It's another fake flick to lane 50 at the near post, completely fakes out Moxy.
fake me as well. I thought for sure he was going to flick that top left, but yeah, Moxy just tripped on the post too. He was ready to commit for the flick. Dralii gets one back. Still a lot of time. Kickoff's crucial.
Yeah, he needs possession here. Moxy will waste time if he gets it. And it looks like Moxy might be the one getting it here. He takes it into the back corner. Actually had to go for the ball before the boost though, so he's got just a little bit to play with. That gives Dralii a chance to put in one of his weird challenges where he just flails in front of the ball and then comes away with possession. Reset for Dralii. Uses it early. Another dunk. This one's deflected wide by Moxy.
He's got lovely car control, but Moxy was ready for that one. He's low boost, so this is a great chance if he can just find possession. He concerns me the way that he's defending, and Moxy with 0 boost just runs it down the line and gets a fantastic shot on net.
Well, Moxy, I think he's just realised now that at some point Dralii's going to leave it open and to go for that back corner boost. Just let the ball do the work for you. Just keep making that small move down the field, and then eventually the goal will be open. Dralii starting to lose the grasp of this game and lose grasp of the series. 4 goals down. Moxy wins the kickoff. Dralii thought Moxy was going to flip back into that one a second time. But Moxy did not. Just completely faked out. Dralii, who now needs a kickoff goal pretty much.
He's in big trouble now. Kickoffs, double wave dash. He's going to win this one. Has to go though. Needs 4. He's going to keep the bounce dribble. When does he flee? Oh, he's just going for everything now. I think he's just... I think the kitchen sink was already thrown, and he's realised that 4 goals might be too much, because that... We talk about efficient plays, and then we talk about, well, a little bit ridiculous plays.
You know, he's done that many times this series, and earlier on it was working a little bit because Moxy did not know what to do. Dralii's just being weird and, you know, gaining territory and eventually scoring on him. But I think Moxy's now realized that he can just wait, and eventually the ball will be free a lot of the time, as long as he doesn't fake himself out. That's a good flick, good safe flick to just confirm the win there by Moxy. No risk of running into a challenge there. And eventually, after some unbelievable entertainment, it looks like we are going to get the result that we expected.
Yeah, I think class has prevailed in the end, but I tell you what, there's losing 4-1, and then there's Dralii losing 4-1, and this has been some sort of series. You got to give credit to him for making this one exciting. Especially that previous game, had absolutely everything, but Dralii will... Well, he's too far behind now, even in 1v1, 6 goals, 25 seconds, and he's put in a great performance. I think we have to commend him, everyone watching. He's turned this into a very entertaining series.
I mean, yeah, you wondered if he would just try to play solid Rocket League, you know, coming in against Moxy. I think that would have been a mistake. It would have just allowed Moxy to really take control of the match, and I don't think Dralii would have ever had a chance. But there is a moment, well, actually more than a game, probably about a 10-minute window in the middle of this series where he was in the driver's seat. Moxy started strong, finished strong though, and that has proved to be more than enough to advance into the top 4 tomorrow. Dralii will play against Juicy in tomorrow's lower bracket match, though, if I'm not mistaken, which is a really, really interesting match on paper. Looking at what Dralii's done today, what kind of chances do you think he's got in that one?
Oh, I think he's got a great chance. You know, you look at a guy that, you know, took down Joreuz, obviously, but, you know, so did Dralii. And, I mean, what we saw there is, I think, clearly Moxy in this matchup, when you're looking at just fundamental 1v1 Rocket League, as you said, he's just a better player. But I love that Dralii goes, well, I'm probably not the better player at that. I'm just going to play my own style and try and, you know, just make the other person as awkward as possible. If he brings out tomorrow, it's game on. I've been really impressed, and I think that was an entertaining 4-1. Certainly had Moxy worried at some points there.
Yeah, you know, one thing that I think Dralii will not do if he rematches Moxy at some point is he's not going to try and demo him as many times as he did today, because it really didn't work very much. Moxy's got eyes in the back of his head, he's got eyes in the side of the car, he's got mirrors everywhere, see you coming. He's just so hard to demo.
Yeah, he's pretty darn good, but Moxy makes his way through to the top 4. Coming up next is our final best of 7 of the day. It's the KC duo, Dralii taking on Atow.
your side. No, I look up till I die. I hope I won't end up in your fight, but if I do, you're probably right. I surrender. You act like you don't remember me. You're cold as December and explosive when you look at me. I'm sick with excitement. You can seem so violent. It's fire in your eyes. I feel like you ain't right here. Nothing that you like here. I know you are keen to cut the ties. It's fire in your eyes. 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 I hope you will get at me, but you indifferently. You talk so impassioned around here. When will you put me? I surrender. You act like you don't remember me. You're cold as December and explosive when you look at me. I'm sick with excitement. You can seem so violent. Fire in your eyes. I feel like you ain't right here. Nothing that you like here. I know you are keen to cut the ties. There's fire in your eyes. 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 Go on, myself. I'm cold, steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said, don't suffer no fools. Serpent, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come cold blood, selfish. Your words are painless. I like when I drive and feel so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag, 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to what I have. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon.
The Birmingham 1v1 European Open has certainly delivered to the point of where we've had CJ and Johnny Boy in tears. Moxy, congratulations on your 4-1 victory against Trebler. Game 3 was a back and forth affair, but did you feel like Trebler came into this looking pretty unpredictable?
I mean, like, I don't really know how he plays. I don't usually play him in ranked, so it was quite confusing. I had to adapt myself during the game, the series, and it wasn't easy, to be honest. Like, he played really well. He could honestly take more game if I didn't focus well enough. So yeah, I had to adapt myself because I didn't know how he played, but I made it. So yeah, I'm happy, but it wasn't easy, really.
Well, you made it, but at what cost? Because after that game 3, he called for a timeout. Did that kind of affect your mental at all?
I didn't really understand why did he timeout, like, because he was gaining momentum and he just called the timeout, so it reset everything. So I think it was in my favor. Like, when I saw he wanted to timeout, like, I told myself it's a good thing for me. I didn't really understand why he used the timeout, to be honest. I just took some time to refocus, to reset my mental, because I was starting to tilt a little bit. I was like, what should I do to win? I don't know how to play. So yeah, okay, I think the timeout went in my favor.
So how do you reset the mental? When you start tilting, what is it? Do you have like a little talk with yourself? How do you reset?
Yeah, I just tell myself, like, if I tilt, it's gonna go like worse and worse. So I just tell myself, focus, don't tilt on random things, like when he takes the boost and I don't have the boost, I take the dumb goals. I just tell myself, don't tilt at dumb goals, just focus, go on, and you play your game, and if you play well, you win, and if you lose, it's fine, but just don't tilt, like, don't tilt.
Well, before, heading into playoffs, you tweeted, is there any way to play against people I really want to eliminate? Ever since then, Moxy, I need to know, who did you want to eliminate? Because you tweeted it after playing against Fairy Peak, so who else is on the hit list?
I just don't want to eliminate French players. Every other player, I want to eliminate them. Yeah, like,
but you know what? That's not stopped you. You're still doing it.
Yeah, but I'm not really happy when I win French people. Like, when I won GC, I was happy, but it's my friend, so I want him to win also. Like, I'm happy he's on the other side of the bracket, so I'm not gonna play him. But there are also some French talking people in my side of the bracket, such as Atow, Dralii, Atow, and yes, Dralii if he wins. I know, I mean, like, I just don't want to eliminate French players. Every other player, I want to win.
Every other player is on their hit list. But is there anything you want to say to Trebler? Obviously, he was the underdog coming into this, but he put up a good showing. Is there anything you want to say to him?
I just want to say to him that he already did a really good performance, really good. He showed some really good things. He's really solid. So, like, he can, I don't know how to say, just Trebler, focus, you can do it. If you just focus, play well, you can clearly do it, because I really struggled against you, and GG's.
I don't know if you actually want to say that since he plays against Juicy next, but you know what? It's out there. You've done it now. You've said it.
Yeah, I said it now. It's in Juicy's hands now.
Well, you know what? GG's, Moxy. You gave us a great showing, a great performance, and I'm excited to see the rest of your games.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Guys. CJ, I'm gonna come to you first. Have you recovered after?
That was certainly a series. It was only a 4-1, but it was incredibly entertaining. Gibbs, I don't know what you thought watching from afar.
Yeah, I was entertained by your reason. That was great too, but also the gameplay of the field. That game 4 was interesting, to say the least. But for Trebler, like, so I said max he would win one game. He almost won 2 back-to-back. Game 2 was also a game that he could have easily won. Kind of maybe fell apart towards the back half, but you expect that against Moxy, right? That's not really a detriment to himself. But Dralii, he is a force to be reckoned with. Don't count him out in this lower bracket. Like, I think at first a lot of people thought, he's probably going to go 0-2 in this. But now I think it's probably going to be some more confidence behind that pick. So we'll see what happens tomorrow versus Juicy. But Moxy expected to be one of the top 4 players and is so, and doing it very, very well.
Well, Moxy said it best, right? It was not an easy series by any means. He did throw him off. It was pretty unpredictable as well, being the underdog coming into this. Maybe that gave him a bit of an advantage, but whether or not that advantage will be the case against Juicy is a whole other story. But whilst we're here, I want to give a reminder to everybody joining us in the chat that you can now get yourselves official and exclusive RLCS merch released throughout the year on the Blast store. Go ahead and type !merch in the chat to check out the full collection. I know CJ, the freshest threads, etc. You're looking forward to it, right?
All of the freshest clothes will be had. Make sure you check those out. Looking forward to seeing everyone at the majors and Worlds rocking the merch.
I know everybody's going to be swagged out in Birmingham, but our final series for today is going to be Atow versus Dralii. The two teammates going head to head. Gibbs, how do we feel about this series?
Atow's looked great. I think a lot of people were like, you know, he's like in the run-in for maybe 5th best or so, or maybe in that conversation to grab that number 4 spot. But he has looked fantastic throughout this tournament. Went 3-0 in the top 32 round, including wins against ApparentlyJack, which is very nice. And then he makes it through the upper bracket, a little bit of an easier upper bracket for himself, but he challenged Moxy very, very well and took him to game 5. So Atow's looking great, playing against his teammate Dralii, who's considered one of those top 3 favorites. We'll see how that all pans out there, but it's two teammates going up against each other. I'm going to say, CJ, I think Atow's got a slight edge because he's on Team Blue for K-Corp. So I'm just saying, I don't know if there was a coin flip there. I'm not sure how that all worked out, but I think he's on the blue side, so maybe that's a small edge.
Could be an advantage, but I think in terms of the matchup, I think Dralii probably has a slight edge. He was kind of like him and NASA, you know, trading blow for blow, and obviously Dralii has the win in the group. So it's going to be a matchup. We know that if Atow peaks, he can pretty much take anyone down.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's interesting, really quick. I just had one stat that I remember up, like demos inflicted. Like Atow is actually a very demo hungry player in ones, at least so far throughout this tournament. Sitting at number 2 in demos per game. But Dralii, on the other hand, never gets demoed. He's the least demoed player in this entire tournament. So we'll see if that plays a factor. We'll see if Atow can actually catch up, or will Dralii dodge a bunch of those aerial bump plays, maybe that turn into demos. So see how it pans out.
What did you guys make of Dralii's performance throughout group stages? Obviously, it was looking pretty comfortable for him. Do you think that's going to be the case now going up against his teammate who might potentially have a better read of how he's going to approach this game?
Well, I'd say it was comfortable, but obviously game 5 against Nas. But I think whenever the two Moroccans go toe-to-toe, Gibbs, it's always game 5, game 7.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I mean, he's so consistent. I think when you're looking in the 3v3 game especially, pretty wide consensus amongst pros that Dralii's the best player in the world at the moment, the way he's playing. So it's tough to go against him. But again, like Atow knows him inside and out. They're teammates. He can do it. He can do it.
He can do it. Well, on that note, you know what? I want to know from everybody that's joining us in the chat, pick your side. Is it going to be blue? Is it going to be orange? I want to know which of these two players you're going to be rooting for. And my lovely desk, my lovely analyst, let me know. Who are you predicting is going to walk away with a victory on this one? Mr. CJ, let's go with you.
Yeah, I said it before, Dralii, he's the favourite. I don't think it's a clear favourite. I certainly think Atow can get the job done, but I had him as my pick with Nas. I don't know, it's kind of hard to just pick everyone, but I had him making the grand final with Nas winning, so I'm going to pick Dralii in this one.
There's something about RLCS and like underdogs performing. We saw Jack almost get the win. We saw Trebla show up. I think it finally happens here and we get our first big upset win. I'm going Atow here for the win. I like what I've seen from him so far throughout this tournament. So I think he can surprise here and take the W.
My prediction is going to be none other than Dralii himself. But who do you boys think are the fan favorites? Who do you think has the most support here?
They're on the same team. It's tough. Like I feel like Dralii's the pick that you do with your brain, but the heart for the K-Corp fans, like Atow's been there longer, so maybe it's Atow. I'm not sure.
It's like me with my underdog prediction. You know, I was kind of low-key hoping that we'd see Trebla make it through. But for these two players, you know what, the caliber of play that's going to be on display here is going to be absolutely unmatched. Who do you reckon our casters are going to predict there? That's a real question.
I reckon they're probably going to go Dralii because they think they're, you know, chief analysts and stuff like that. Gives their boring. I say that, but I picked him as well. Looking forward to it.
Well, you know what? As these two teammates go head-to-head, KC fans are well and ready for this series to get underway. Choose your fighter. Is it going to be Dralii or is it going to be Atow for our final series of tonight?
All right, how did CJ know I was going to pick Dralii? It's almost like you can see the prediction sheet. Fear, you've gone for Dralii as well. What do you think is going to make him the favorite in the matchup for you?
I think that when it comes down to it, he's playing the best Rocket League right now. Atow plays at a really high level, don't get me wrong, but he hasn't yet shown the consistency when it comes to tournaments as Dralii has. Now, I actually looked up during the break to see how this specific matchup between Dralii and Atow goes, and it looks like from my research, this is a 3-3 all-time, as this one will be the one that separates these two.
Okay, well, decider right here, unless we get another game between the two later on in the week. Dralii there with a little setup to himself and a great shot from distance to take the lead. That actually kind of surprises me that they're all-time even, because Dralii had a bit of an earlier come up in ones than Atow did. I feel like Atow is a more recent 1v1 kind of bloomer, even though he's been so well known in threes for a long time.
Yeah, I think it was, I mean, I have it all right here. Dralii won the first one. Atow actually had a few straights after the Dralii couple wins. Nice flick. But the most recent matchup went to Dralii in a really, you know, handsome man's tournament, and it could be either one of us, but it was me when they played most recently. And so that's why we got to lean Dralii.
Yeah, Dralii is one of the favorites to win this whole thing. Atow has the peak, but Dralii has the peak and also the consistency. He's already got a 2-goal lead as well. He is just such a monster in every aspect of the game. He's got the mechanics, he's got the offense, he's got the defense. Atow might have the best offense between the two, although that post would not indicate the case early on.
Yeah, I think you hyped them both up, and they both made a mistake. Perfectly timed with you, but Atow trying to tough dribble here. Length of the entire field, not quite gonna make it. But the good news for him, he bailed out with it early enough, so he should be able to reset. Atow, both these guys really, but Atow especially loves to attack through the air. He will go for these backboard doubles that other players won't, but this time he's not going to be able to contain the ball. This should be an easy tap in for Dralii.
Yeah, what a challenge by Dralii, really shutting Atow down early. And that's a great idea generally in the matchup against Atow. You do not want to let this guy get close to your net, or else the flip reset will be unstoppable. And Dralii with the wave dash recovery kickoff. Couldn't really use that one because the ball was so directly over his head.
Atow now has Dralii in a tough spot. He's got him locked in a cage here in defense. These are situations that happen a ton in ones. You starve out your opponent. Can you convert it? Now he's already slightly lost it out as he allows Dralii to escape and get boost, but a double jump. Oh my goodness, what a save from Dralii. I cannot believe he used that flip to get underneath him.
Well, that is just unreal creativity. And now at the other end of the pitch, he's got Atow on the ropes again. Now, Dralii might have thought that was already in, but it didn't really matter too much because he's got the boost and he was able to circle back around to midfield anyway. But now here comes Atow, still in the hunt for his first goal of the game. And once more, Dralii makes his intentions known with the early challenge.
Flick saved as well. Dralii has cleaned up all of the offense from Atow, and it hasn't been poor offense at all. Dralii just showing he's on another level defensively. Such a quick collection and flick for a fourth.
Well, you know, we said that it was going to be, well, maybe I shouldn't say we, I said, I'll take responsibility for this one, and probably the blame when it turns out not to be the case later on. But yeah, Dralii's got the both ends of the pitch sorted, defense and offense. He's got 6 saves already. Atow, 0 saves to his name. He is all offense, and right now it's not working, and it continues to fail. But that one was saved by the crossbar.
Yeah, Dralii saving tough ones. Atow is basically going to have to execute at perfection if he wants to get away with getting goals. At that time, there was an opening. There was a window to score it. It's an Atow mistake. He's not going to be able to get back to this ball after using the flip to get another one, pre-flipping underneath it. But you talked about the saves. Dralii's been playing from defense, but he has not been bummed. He's had his chance on offense. He's completely covered Atow, and now a nice bump. Everything is going his way.
It's just the perfect game for Dralii. He's got a 7th save, and then he goes down the other end of the pitch and gets another goal. Just pops the ball over Atow's head and then demos him when Atow jumps to cover it.
5-goal lead Now, this is the way 1v1 can go. We still have essentially half the game left. Atow, no reason to give up yet. Needs to try and lock in and see if he can at least get on the board. Shutouts in general in ones do not happen very often, even when they're pretty one-sided. You're going to get a goal somewhere along the way, so Atow has to try and work down Dralii. This is a great flick, good catch. He got Dralii into net with a flick and then carried it to the opposite side.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dralii nearly saved this one as well, even though he ended up in a really awkward position. Thought Atow was going to the far side. Atow actually cut back across him. And even that shot was, you know, about to be saved. Just give Dralii another split second and he's keeping that one out. But now Atow can start the comeback. He's got one. Can he get a second one? It's an open backboard. You know what that means? It's two.
Atow is a maniac when it comes to the backboard double. It's actually not used very often. This situation, he just reads Dralii's early challenge and flips it to the backboard. He is so good at doubling those in. He'll even do them in different situations when he feels like he has open field. In 1v1, it's a bit dangerous. If the defender's back, nice delay kickoff. Is he going to be able to convert it here? Atow did not finish it, and now with no boost, it's actually a goal the other way.
Wow, it's not a goal the other way. What is happening? Dralii with a huge open net miss after Atow missed the close to open net top right corner. Both players trading inaccurate shots, and that's going to favor Atow massively. He's got the next possession. He's got 100 boosts and a reset, and Dralii still shuts him down.
Nice challenge. Atow, all he had left was bringing it down to the ground. He actually bodied Atow out, trying to like not let him get back to the play, but Atow does bump him. Nice pinch. Does he have a chance? No, he's going to wait out the boost, so Dralii will have possession.
Well, you know, this is what ones can come down to. It's such a tense game mode. Yes, you have open nets, but you feel so under pressure taking them. And even at the pro level, a slight miss can just cause the ball to save itself by going across the goal. Now, Atow's got Dralii in a really bad position here. He doesn't have a flip, doesn't have any boost, and it's now just a 2-goal game.
Dralii has been a maniac defensively. He needed a little bit more. It almost seemed like he was planning on pushing it into the back wall, and then if he had maybe 10 more boosts, he could push himself to the back wall as well.
Yeah.
He didn't have any. So instead, he's going to have to go to a kickoff. His kickoffs have been clean, though. Wave dash kickoff 1. Atow is going to save it off his post. Wait, Dralii didn't get there in time. I can't believe it, but it is still possession Dralii.
Well, Atow did mean to do that, but I don't think he had the follow-up really well thought out. So after he hit the inside of the post, he probably thought, nice. Oh, wait, now what? 30 seconds to go, though. Atow still trying to make the comeback happen. Dralii with a huge outplay, spotted the early challenge coming, and he's going to slow roll him as well, taking a sweet time to score this goal. And this is a smart play, because Atow needs the time more than Dralii does, and Atow's not even going to bother coming back. He's just going to wait for Dralii to eventually score this one. What a mind game by Dralii, confirming the win by time wasting.
You said earlier, this might have been, you know, in the green room or whatever, but you said we've given everybody today an example of everything that's happened in ones.
Yeah.
And I feel like that is a perfect moment right there. Those moments will happen. People will tilt away and not want to actually come back. Atow wasting precious seconds. I mean, the chances that he was going to come back anyways, you know, maybe not very high, but definitely zero now that Dralii has used those few seconds, and he'll take game number 1.
It's such an interesting position, because sometimes even if you can remove 4 seconds, 5 seconds from the clock by stopping the ball on the goal line, making your opponent come all the way over just to then watch you score it, it can change the game. It can prevent the comeback from being possible. We all know how crazy 1v1 can get in the closing seconds of games, even with 3-goal deficits like Atow had there, or was about to have. But yeah, like you mentioned, it's the mental aspect as well. It's not just about trying to waste time and win the game. It's about trying to force your opponent to do your bidding. Almost like saying, okay, now you come over here. I'm going to score in your net, but I'll wait for you to get front row seat before I put it in.
Yeah, there's been famous moments in 1v1. I believe it was the one that you ran where a player just said, typed in chat, come over here, come get the ball. I'm making you come get it.
Yeah, Evo, if I remember correctly, he just said come in chat, just typed in chat, you come here, because players don't want to do it. You can see there, Atow didn't want to drive back, even though it's the most winning play is to go back as fast as possible. Actually, the most winning play there is probably just an own goal, because you know the opponent's going to score it anyway. So Atow didn't want to do it though. He just wanted to go next game. So here we go. Game 2. Atow does get what he wants, but not with the result that he wanted. Dralii has him 1 game down. Now, nothing's really gone 100% according to the script today. It's been a bit of an unpredictable day, but the favorites do keep winning. So Dralii will be looking pretty good here.
Yeah, for sure. Dralii's just moving different. It's often in this game, me and you, we watch it a ton, that it's rare to see like unique movement from any car or something that you haven't really seen before, but Dralii's already shown that. I mean, one of them that I saw was him, jumping down to turtle on the ground. It didn't pay off well, but another was that backflip out of the air dribble bump. It's something that, it's so unique to these players. Atow is actually one of the guys who does it a lot himself, but so far today it's been Dralii.
Well, Dralii does open the scoring for the second game in a row. All it took was a little bump in the back corner. Well, I say all it took. Before that, he did stop yet another Atow aerial play, which is no small feat. We've seen Atow blow many top-tier players off the pitch by scoring 10 aerials in a row with multiple resets. Probably, 20 resets thrown in there in the 10 aerial plays. But Dralii's not having it. He is just playing solid Rocket League, and once again, he's winning.
Yeah, he followed up with a wave dash kickoff and win there. Atow just meeting a brick wall. They're actually going to trade strategies here, but it's still going to pay off in favor of Dralii, who is now going to the ceiling. Actually, an awkward setup. I talked about the unique movement. I mean, that counts as well. I've never seen that before. What was he doing? But it's going to lead to a direct Atow goal.
Well, even in RLCS 1's, KC passing plays continue to dominate. Dralii finds his teammate waiting for the long shot. And he has given himself a great pass as well in the quick chat there. He knows his own mistake. Atow was able to use just one goal last game to build more. It seemed like it opened up floodgates a little bit. And he's going to need to do that earlier in this game to avoid the impossible late comebacks.
This is where Atow is so lethal. This time off the side wall, elects to play no touch and try and go to the ground. Dralii's not going to let him get back up in the air. Pre-jumps it nice and early. But one thing that Atow is eventually going to get involved in, and Gibbs touched on it as well, is the demo game, the physical game. Atow loves to get a good bump in. We haven't really seen him go for it much, but if he continues to struggle, maybe he will. But the other thing he's great at is the aerial game. With a nice full field air dribble and a reset shot will tie it up.
What control by Atow. How about this replacement? Got the reset nice and early in the play so that Dralii would have plenty of time to think about how to defend it, but also plenty of time to think about what to maybe overthink and what to get worried about. Atow ties it. You do expect this to eventually end up being a close series. Dralii might be the favorite, but Atow's not far off.
Atow really pre-jumped there as the ball comes down to the ground. Oftentimes in the back corner on a high bounce, players want to take a big air dribble, but defenders now are so far ahead of that Atow's actually pre-jumping it. Maybe convinced Dralii not to go for it. Made him play the ground game. Atow feels better in that, takes the ball away, and gets himself a lead.
Oh, that's so interesting. Atow just kept putting himself in no man's land there, and Dralii was so worried about challenges that never happened that eventually he just gave the ball away, and Atow pops it over him. Another little streak for Atow. He's had these little sprees in games, trying to pinch the ball center here. It's most likely Dralii's ball regardless. Atow would rather have 100 boost to defend with.
High flick, Dralii just forcing Atow to make it clear, expecting to get an extended possession, but another missed touch. I mean, this was not the Dralii we saw earlier. And Atow, that is an interesting decision from him. I felt like he had an opportunity to set up whatever he wanted, and what he decided was passing the ball to Dralii.
Yeah, it's a really bad shot there by Atow. Dralii messed up his first touch, trying to set up a ceiling play, and then Atow completely messed up the ground shot. I mean, he just rushed it. He arrived too soon and ended up passing possession away, so pretty careless turnovers on both sides.
These guys vying for the mid-boost. Dralii's going to get everything he wants, cutting it down to the ground. Trying to play a bit of that flip game. Look at that save again from Atow. He is putting such precision on the post, taking it to the opposite side. This time he has boost to recover and quickly shoot it. It's a double for the fourth.
This is just unbelievable. Atow keeps the ball under control, and then with half a tank of boost, just hits a double tap, looking like he's in free play with unlimited boost. And Dralii, one of the world's best defenders, can't get anywhere near it.
You have to keep those at such a high pace if you want to get away with it in these kind of lobbies. So you need high pace and you need a tight angle usually. And Atow, the risk of those is really high. You miss those, you're up high on the back wall, you're usually getting scored on, but it's a layup for Atow. He's not worried about that. He's not thinking about the miss. He knows he can put pace on the ball and make it happen. And now he's going to actually bump Dralii off as he gets a possession. He was worried about a challenge, I think, so he pops the ball immediately. Can he go for 50? No, Dralii covers it.
Yeah, a bit of a risky one there again by Atow, but he does have the recovery planned. Dralii covered the near post really well. That mid boost did not spawn for Dralii on the exit. It appears for Atow. What a change that could make to this sequence. Dralii's preferring to challenge Dralii every time, and he gets the demo as Atow loops back around.
I think they both wanted the demo there. Dralii able to snipe it though. He's not able to convert off of it. He did have low boost. Atow wanted to get a carry going. Dralii not going to have any of that. Dunks it before he can line up a flick. And now Atow trying to control the ball from the back wall. Can be a tough position. He did get a little bit of space and a big boost advantage, and he's not going to be, you know, thrown off by Dralii's fake. Wait a second. I was going to say that he's not going to be thrown off because Dralii had no boost, but it turns out he did have a real challenge coming.
Well, Atow knew Dralii had no boost, but Dralii knew Atow knew he had no boost as well, so he just challenged. What a play by Dralii. He didn't want to back off and defend with a boost disadvantage, just sends it and gets a goal.
And half flip kickoff, Dralii not going to it at all. Atow chips it away at him, actually felt like he had an opportunity, but he's going to get a miss, and Dralii will take the lead.
Oh, that is a really interesting play. Dralii looked like he was setting up to hit the ball nearer to the wall. That's this side Atow blocked, but like you mentioned, he missed it, which might have been intentional. It's Dralii, so you never know. He might have done that on purpose just to fake Atow out. But there's every bit as much chance based on what we've seen today that you just missed it and profited with a goal.
Heavy delay from Atow, goes into the orange half. Dralii's going to send it back. Atow's actually trying to outpace Dralii, which is always a bit of a risk. Did Dralii just land in reverse to set up this shot?
He did.
Very mechanical play, but ultimately, as fancy as the setup is, the shot is on time. Free jump, and actually worked out.
Yeah, crazy early pre-jump by Dralii. He's hiding on the inside of the post. Switch on Forbidden Temple does obscure your vision, but he can't get contact on the ball as Atow slow plays him. And that's really interesting because Atow couldn't see where Dralii was, but he obviously knew where he was because he can't see him. So he's thinking, well, you must be inside the post then, so I'll just carry it middle.
Yeah, Dralii is being so unique in his movement and his decision making. It's something that sometimes in the short term cannot pay off, and you can go, wait, what's going on? He's being ridiculous. But over the long term, over the course of a long series, that unpredictability, is Dralii going to make the save? No, he is not. As Atow will take the lead.
He does get a goal, which it should have been coming here because he just had such a strong position. Dralii got a little bit lost on that play, which can happen easily when you're up against Atow's offense, but this is a late lead now for the Belgian.
Delay wave dash for Atow. He's on the ball, but he's going to tap it away. Boost control for Dralii means there's not much he can do. Dralii will take to the skies. Atow jumps early, but actually preps for Dralii to go back down to the ground as he sets up a shadow. Double jump up, and it connects to tie the game.
Well, Dralii faking the air dribble from distance, grounds Atow's pre-jump, and then once he was shadowing, he was too much of a target. Dralii clatters him into the net, and the ball swiftly follows. 33 seconds left in game 2. It's a must-win game for Atow to keep the pressure on Dralii, who's already one game to the good.
Atow has a great chance to do it here with 30 seconds left to go. All the air dribble pass to himself off the ceiling. He's going to get a reset. He does. Dralii got connection, though, and it is still Atow possession. He has the advantage. Dralii has more than enough boost. He went out to meet him there, but Atow saw it coming. He tried his best to kill this, and he will get it on target. That is a great read from Atow.
Well, for a second there, I thought Dralii was going to make it back for this one. He did get back incredibly quickly, just going straight back towards the center of the goal. I'll tell you what, that might have been somehow savable, just barely, but it was so difficult. Not even Dralii could keep it out. 16 seconds, sorry, 15. And Atow under control. That's a really good first touch. He's got all the options here. Decides to go sideways, playing it as safely as possible to confirm the win. Dralii is called GG, but we're going to watch this clock run down.
Yeah, nice pop from Atow. He got the boost advantage there. Just decided to lob the ball up to a spot that no matter how good you are mechanically, if you don't have any boost, you're not getting to it. So Atow securing the game. A big game for him. Like you said, I think based on the way game 1 went, it did feel like Atow had to secure this one. If he let it get stolen away by Dralii, he'd be in a really tough spot. But I'm not sure we've had a series start 1-1 yet. I can't remember when Trebla got his win, but this one should be a good one.
Yeah, definitely should. These guys know each other super well, being RLCS 3v3 teammates. But also just being active in ones in the off season. They were both active in the one scene, and they've played so many times against each other in the past, like you mentioned at the start of the series. So they're very familiar with the play styles that they're up against here. They're very familiar with the tendencies, and it seems like we are going to see at least Atow being allowed to play his game, which is interesting. Because when he's allowed to play his game, you're going to see a lot of high-flying clips, and it really becomes a matter of whether or not Dralii can save enough of them to get game wins. Did in the first game, did not in game 2.
You know, we talked about it a little bit, whether or not these guys are getting any help from the KC, you know, teammates or coaches or something. But it would be pretty funny if they're trying to coach them both at the same exact time, set somebody up. I'm watching out for a really questionable play to see if it was set up by Farah.
Well, Farah is streaming his own POV, I believe. Dralii's controller did DC. The timing on that was impeccable. So we just see Dralii sending it to the side of the pitch. But yeah, the KC players are all so confident with their 1v1 ability. I would be pretty surprised. And it's also kind of weird, you know, we're not used to having coaches in ones. We don't have, there are no coaches in ones historically. It's just a, you know, solo game mode where you just go in and do your best, and that's kind of how players are used to playing. In 3v3, there's a coach in comms, they're talking a lot. I think that would almost throw players off, especially in midfield play. Between kickoffs, I think it would be very useful, and that could be something we see in the future. But right now, yeah, they're doing it solo.
Yeah, midfield play. I think over the course of time, if coaches were able to, you know, if this gets more and more regular, as I'm sure you and I both hope it is, after the RLCS ones, it is a bit of a slower game mode for like active adjustments in the middle of a moment, but certainly these guys have not prepped that way. But we will get started with game number 3, Atow Dralii tied 1-1.
And honestly, massive by both players there during the DC to not touch the ball and ruin the scoreboard. Not that it really matters, it's just for show. Atow, flip reset, denied by Dralii in the opening seconds. And now Dralii's going to get a chance to flex his aerial mechanics, which are plentiful. Backboard's open. Oh, he got bumped though, as he had tried for the flip reset double.
Wow, it's not often what you think about when you think about defense and paying off, but Atow trying to get up to stop the ball maybe initially. Dralii sees that coming, uses the reset to flip, but the play's not over. Atow keeps going. If you clip the offender, you can throw off of that double chance, and that's what I was talking about before. Those backboard doubles, they're so risky in a lot of different ways. You have to be so fast, so clean over the top of your defender if you want them to pay off.
Yeah, you got to get your car pass to play as well. Dralii ties it. Absolutely massive shot as Atow tried to knock the ball into the back corner. Did not make it. Not quite enough power on that one. Sets up Dralii for the equalizer.
Yeah, but not an easy equalizer. Like, credit to Dralii, who put a ton of heat on it, and top left. Atow did cover a big chunk of the net, but he's got to remember he's playing against his world champion opponents in Dralii. He's going to have great touches. Now Atow set one up off the ceiling. Looks like he decided instead of trying to shoot it, he just tap it to back wall and extend the play. And he's got himself a good opportunity. Dralii hoping for a dream pinch, didn't get it, so now he's gonna have to play some defense against an Atow with a tank of boost, and he goes flick way high.
As he own gold with this one, it's on target. It's just going down the middle of the pitch, but Dralii couldn't get in the area quickly enough. Is gonna have the next play available to him. Air dribbling sideways, away from Atow's position. They don't want to go anywhere near each other with the aerial plays, knowing how quickly challenges can land. Ceiling double reset by Atow. Dralii puts it straight up in the air above him. The defense is really shining bright in game 3.
Yeah, Atow was quick to the back wall, making sure to keep his reset shot, which he did use early. He kept the ball high, which is super important. Forced Dralii to stay high, but look at this. Boost advantage for Atow big time, but Dralii on the ball surprises him.
After all the high-flying aerial plays, it's a simple, just rolling side flip shot by Dralii to get the goal. You can all try that one at home. It's a great play at all ranks, even RLCS 1v1.
Yeah, you might not be able to get it on Atow, but I promise you can get it against your opponents.
Yeah, you can get it on us, probably even CJ. Gibbs, definitely.
Look at Dralii so early. I mean, it's the pre-jumps in ones. The patterns are so clear for these top players. I mean, Dralii is basically doing the aerial way before him and is able to cut it off, but then Atow gets a goal.
Well, again, nice demo by Atow. Such an effortless touch mid as well to leave the net wide open and really remove any bad luck potential from the position. The only thing he was waiting to find out is where will Dralii spawn, so he just wastes no time. Doesn't matter where Dralii spawns, the result will be the same.
Dralii close to the back wall, can be tough position to score, and usually you don't want to go all in. I would say this is an all-in play from Dralii. He gets the reset on the back side of the ball to try and put it around him, which does enable Atow's counterattack. Now, credit to Dralii, who kind of tried to clip a couple bumps there, almost got back, but it's tough position he put himself in. He does not get there.
Yeah, he was supersonic, but wasn't able to actually hit Atow's car at significant enough of an angle to get a demo. If you're pulling up at a slight angle, you kind of just bounce off each other. It's the result of many tilted players in Rocket League rank thinking they got a demo or thinking they should have one when really they shouldn't. A low-scoring game here. I think the lowest so far, as both players continue to battle for midfield possession.
High pop from Atow. He's actually going to dash towards the ball, which after he popped it away with 17, I thought for sure he was going to leave the play, but he is not interested in leaving the play at all. Nice cuts from Dralii to cut that off. Atow was looking at an open net, it would seem, but Dralii quickly intercepts it and now is able to get a ball carry. This has happened rarely. These guys have been so good at challenging. Atow almost got the save, but it's going to go top right.
Yeah, it's another phenomenal KC passing play, although this one was really nothing Atow could do. Best attempt that he had was to just flip at that one and hope it hits the post to the inside, but it just goes top bins for the tie game.
Wave dash kickoff. We haven't seen too many of these direct wins, you know, seconds after the kickoff. Obviously, there's tons of wins that happen where you get a little bit of space and maybe 10, 20 seconds later you win. It really was like a kickoff possession, but Atow going to throw a serious direct win, 2 seconds off the clock, and he's got his lead.
Yeah, Dralii very outside of the ball there. Oh my goodness. Atow delayed the kickoff and it bounced off his car after Dralii's touch. That is incredibly fortunate because that would have just gone in if it didn't glancing blow him on the way by. Dralii must have spotted that delay coming. He kind of played it safely though. He jumped into the ball just in case his read was wrong. Had he just driven into the ball, that would have been a goal.
Now Atow back the other way. Dralii convincing him to go back down to the ground, I think, with a sidewall threat. And then a bit of a flub on a flick. Now Dralii's going to take to the skies. This time Atow no pre-jump, going to try and react to the goal, and he makes a save. It is tough to read Dralii. Can he get around for the shot? He's not going to try to. He needs a spawn, and he didn't get it.
It did spawn in the second go around. Back corner double by Atow. Dralii was in the area to save it, but realized it was off target. Counter attack down the middle. Atow's got half a tank of boost to defend with actually more than that now. Great boost management. Pathing over small pads on his retreat. And it's been Atow's defense that's been the difference in this game. He outplays Dralii's challenge again. Dralii thought he's been sneaky, but Atow could see him the whole way.
Yeah, these players try and throw a backflip challenge here and there when they think the opposition doesn't expect it, but Atow steps ahead. 5-3 now, a little bit of separation here. You know, leads don't mean a lot in ones. As that clock begins to wind down, you will start to see players with about a minute, 2 goals, play that clock, play a bit safer, see if they can bait in some otherwise, you know, risky challenge that wouldn't happen. Atow right now, I would say, is playing pretty safe here with a double jump that he quickly bails out of, but now he's going to be forced to play some defense here against Dralii.
A lot of boost being invested in this attack. Dralii's essentially all in, and not even that works against Atow. What a save again. He has really shown such a high level of defense in this game. These shots would have gone in against the majority of players, and Atow makes it 6-3 the other way. Dralii forfeits, says enough is enough. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout here because Atow is just getting better and better with every passing minute.
That was a great play to finish it. Just cutting around the ball back. I mean, he's almost like protecting it too as well. I thought maybe he was going for a demo. Next thing you know, he's chipped up what is a perfect setup to keep it away from that back wall. There's kind of like a dead zone too close to it where you can't shoot. Atow made sure it never went in. And Dralii's had enough. Atow 2 in a row.
Yeah, Atow with this statement win there. You know, game 2, Atow got the win, doing what he's really known for, just attacking, flying high, getting resets, trying to hit clips on his opponent. But this game really saw his defensive level as well. And while I think Dralii is the better defender out of the two, just in Rocket League in general, but definitely in 1v1, Atow this game stole the show. Some ridiculous saves on Dralii flip reset attempts. Now Dralii's got to ask himself, does he continue at the same level? Does he just keep on shooting the same difficulty of shots, the same quality of shots on net? Or does he up the difficulty? Because if he ups the difficulty, the execution on his part becomes harder. But if he can pull it off, Atow will have a harder time stopping them.
Yeah, there's really a way that you can kind of lock in your lead or build it on your lead, like you're saying. I mean, Atow with his defense might be forcing tough shots from Dralii. In general, with Atow and you know, anybody scoring offense, if you start hitting some of these high backboard doubles, maybe some crazy reset shots, you're going to start to gain that respect from your defender. They're going to start pre-jumping. That's when you can start cashing in on stuff. So the fact that both these guys early have hit, you know, whatever they want, like we're used to, means I expect to see a couple complete fakes where they do nothing and it ends up working out because these guys are so good at what they do.
And you know, this series, it's not only a huge series for both players to advance into top 4 immediately. It's also a really important series to avoid the bracket of death. We've got the loser of this will play against Nas tomorrow, and then the winner of that match will play against Moxy. So, I mean, do you want to be in that bracket, or do you want to play the winner of Juicy against Albert Cornelius, aka Trebla, who apparently plays KBM? And we're learning more and more about this guy. Now that I found out his name's Albert Cornelius, I think he might just be winning this tournament.
And he's KBM, so you might be a little bit biased, though.
I might be, yeah.
But yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, Nas, the unfortunate thing for Nas is no matter what happens, he's got the toughest run ever. He's got Jack, and then he's got either Atow or Dralii, and then he's got Moxy, and then he's got probably the other one of Atow and Dralii again in the end. So Nas is staring at a tough challenge. But for now, we're locked in with Atow and Dralii. Atow up 2-1 and up 1-0 in this game.
And Atow has got such a good read right now on Dralii's offense. That he just made that flick look silly, thinking, well, what were you really expecting to happen here? Obviously, I'm saving that. Just collects the ball for himself. I think Dralii's got to up the quality, or at least up the difficulty of his offense a touch if he's going to put Atow under pressure, because Atow does not look like he's interested in reducing his defensive level at all.
Atow fell in front of the play there, but so much respect. I mean, I think there's a moment when he wasn't protecting the ball. Doesn't matter. Atow claiming massive respect. Dralii waits down, nice bump, gets it early, and the ball will fall in.
Yeah, Dralii just spacing Atow enough to back him down. The threat of the flick initially caused Atow to retreat, and then just a quick lift on the ball. No time wasted flying into the bump.
Yeah, once you get that defender in the position where they're going to be bumping, or they can be bumped, you don't want to wait long. You don't want to give them a chance to get farther out, jump over the top, do anything. You would want to cash in your advantage right in that moment. And it's actually a pretty far out from the net bump. You know, the ball needs to bounce its way in, but once you got the bump, you're good. As Dralii is trying his best not to get demoed here. Atow actually, interesting, drove around him. It seems like he could have kept going for the demo, but decided, no, you can live this time. And Dralii has to force it into the corner here. A chance to go, actually not up in the air. He's going to catch it and bring it down. Another shadow position. Atow has to be careful. Flick puts him in and out of the net. He's going to hit the brakes and wait on the goal line, and Dralii's going to pass it to him.
What a pass by Dralii. Finds Atow wide open in the middle, and Atow's hit the post. It's now a mind game war as both players run out of boost. Can Dralii find space? Yes, he can. He gets 100 as well. That was, you know, another really good team play by the KC players. And then the accuracy continues to plague them. Dralii eventually does get the goal, which probably should have happened in the last quarter.
For sure. Dralii catch. Atow flipping off the back wall, way out of position. Really nothing he could do once he was already that far out. So Dralii recognized the power slide cut. I can't believe we saw that sequence. Dralii doesn't have to be tilted though, as he still will get his lead. He's going to reset this one to the back wall, and can he go the distance? He's going to try to start an air dribble. Maybe he sees Atow back off. And he doesn't have to. What a read on Atow moving into the play. A ground shot will get a goal. Oh my goodness.
That is disgusting by Dralii. Reset early, and then he pretends that he's going to let it bounce and air dribble again. Instead, he just shoots it at the last possible second. Incredible power that he was able to generate as well. This split second that Atow turned to reposition. A half-flip kickoff by Atow gives him another open net. Can he score this one? I don't think he can. Dralii's back before Atow could put it on target. That was another overhit first touch, resulting in a missed opportunity.
I died. Dralii killed me. I had a moment there. I'm back though. I'm back. Atow out of the back corner is reset. He feels forced to use it. Right? Dralii jumps early. He'd rather not Dralii get a touch at all. So even though he's going over the top, he decides to use his flip. But now stuck in defense, flick denied. And we got Atow in jail again. Can Dralii convert on it? Zero boost. In and out save. Oh my goodness, Atow able to stop it, but not out of the woods necessarily just yet.
And Dralii just what saves in quick chat and leaves. Says you can have your boost. You deserve it. After that stellar defensive play. And then I'm going to score on you the next time anyway to make it 4-1. I did wonder initially, if this would happen. You know, can the Atow defense hold up? Can he maintain that level? The answer so far is no. He's had a little bit of a fall off in this game at times, but the peak is still there. I mean, that internet save is outrageously strong against a 50-50 from Dralii.
Yeah, one of the really unfortunate things about playing defense in ones is you can make a miraculous save and you do not have any teammates to then clear the ball out for you and reward you.
Wow.
You have to keep playing, and Atow is going to have to play defense again against the Dralii Masterclass.
Flip reset from Dralii. Wave dashes under the ball. He's not done though. He's got a pop afterwards as well. And Atow is struggling to read Dralii at the moment. I'm liking these extra touches Dralii's had at the end of these plays. Just always getting one more change of direction, one more change of elevation. Now this is not over. 4 goals in 1v1 is definitely doable. And Atow now makes it 3 with the underdunk. Kind of a flip reset being threatened here. So Dralii goes high to block it. And maybe a bit too high.
Yeah, Dralii swinging around from the side, and Atow, recognizing that, just goes and creates a wall with his wheels. Says try and muscle it through. And oh my goodness, a read on the delay kickoff. Atow's been doing this a bunch. Dralii will punish.
Yeah, a bit too much of a delay there from Atow. Trying to leave a gap between him and the ball so that Dralii would hit the ball into him. And Dralii spots that, and now it's Atow who's called forfeit. That's actually a really early forfeit. I'm not going to lie, a bit of a surprise for me on that one. Because we just talked about 4 goals in 1v1 being pretty achievable in, you know, anything under it. Even a minute. I think a minute, 4 goals, doable. But Atow decides he wants to get out of Utopia. He's had enough.
He didn't want to let Dralii get in his head anymore. I mean, clearly he had a great read on him on that delay kickoff. I think it's a little bit of a tilt forfeit. You know, I wonder if he, you know, says GG out of frustration and looks up and goes, oh, wait a second. It's only 6-2. Maybe I could have done it. But, you know, oftentimes I have seen everything there is to see in forfeits, and there's been moments when Atow, you know, the person who forfeits comes back and shows all they needed was a reset, and they absolutely dominate. So I'm not going to try and say which way he should have gone, but that was pretty winnable.
Well, we can hindsight is 2020 this one. If he comes out in the next game and he looks like a changed player, just dominates, then obviously the early forfeit looks like a good idea. But you can often just as often see the opposite happen, where you have the early forfeit and then the next game starts and it's just more of the same. So I think it was too early. That's my best guess so far. I think he probably should have stuck around a little bit longer just to see, can he get one more goal back to the kickoff? You know, volatile situation, maybe another quick goal as well. It wasn't over, that's for sure. But Atow wanted to go next, so let's see just how effective his reset is.
Yeah, I'll wait to see if it worked or not, and then I'll tell you what I think on whether or not it was a good idea.
So far,
but
it looks like
Dralii,
a bad idea.
yeah, instantly on offense, but he does make the first save. A little reset of possession here. Atow didn't get the midfield 100, so he probably won't go to the ceiling to challenge, but wait for it instead, as Dralii maybe got him faked there by the Atow pressure as he moves slightly in, because using that reset that early is just going to hand the ball to Atow, who has a Dralii on the goal line. Flick denied.
Yeah, it's a decent attempt by Atow early on, but it does end up saved like many of his other shots. Atow from distance here though, using a lot of boost in the attack, decides to try and dunk on Dralii in reverse. Dralii's also been faked out there, but that was an attempted bump getting dodged by Atow. Ceiling shot on the next go around. Oh, what a stop. Dralii stuffed that one, and the counter-attack commences.
Nice shot from Dralii. Yeah, Atow getting so high above the ball. Not a lot of adjustments you can make. Not a lot of, you know, double or triple threat options. So Dralii's thinking, okay, he has no choice but to slam it at me. I guess what Atow could have done is just not touch the ball at all, but that might not have worked out well for him either. So credit to Dralii for recognizing and covering the angle. Now going to pass to himself, putting the ball dead center of the field and catch and cut. Oh my goodness, Dralii just a little bit outside.
The boost is spawning soon, but not too soon. Oh, he got it just the last pixel. The timing from Dralii is immaculate there, but Atow scores anyway. He's going back there for the boost steal with the counter-attack and flick.
Yeah, every moment you spend on the boost, I mean, I know this play came slightly after, but it can feel like it's worth the trade-off. Oftentimes, just a second is enough. And Atow plays that advantage he gets from the Dralii hesitation. Now he's going to try and pinch it away. Then he put it on target. It's a high lob, but it is too high. At the very least, he buys himself some space.
Well, look at this ball cam dribbling by Dralii just to spy Atow's position. And what a play it ended up being. But Atow with a diving save, covers the near post top corner. Dralii still in a dominant spot though. If he plays his cards correctly here, he will get a goal eventually. He's stealing boosts, keeping control of the play. And he's now faking out Atow, an absolute beauty, not once, but twice.
Just a great play. Atow doing his best to hold on to as much boost as possible. He had 29 here. Boost wasn't the issue. He just got faked out. Could not get back. Dralii, nice tap in. Able to convert. Once you get somebody on 0, you need to convert as many times as possible. Atow half flip. Dralii tried to pin top or bottom corner, I should say. But Atow flipping the correct way, gets there, clears it out. But seems like we might get a Dralii possession here. It's not really easy to get the ball off this back wall, but he does get a carry.
Yeah, Dralii came away with the advantage there. There's no doubt about it. And then the wave dash shot fakes a reset high. And then wave dashes the shot low, just sneaking it by Atow, who was in the area.
Oh my goodness, dude, the flip through the ball too. For a second there, I thought he was maybe jumping off of it, but that is just a great play. And now, Dralii up 3-1. Huge delay again. This time, Dralii doesn't read it. Atow, first time he's thrown it, it's not really going to work out for him though, because it's going to be possession and the ball for Dralii, who's looking at Atow on the other side. Now he's hiding, and in the moment that he's hiding, he challenges, but Dralii sees it, or prepares for it, I should say, and low 50s.
That's just crazy timing by Dralii. Atow was hiding behind the ball, and he still could not get the ball off Dralii, who's too strong. Even without a flip, he's able to glue it to the front of his car. And, you know, now, would Atow like to have back that 4-goal deficit with 90 seconds left last game? Probably, because we're heading back to a very similar position. Atow's crossbar pinched it to keep it at 3-goal deficit for now. But it's all Dralii right now in the middle of the series.
That's a good point. You know, with a minute 30 left, and many of these, you know, this momentum could be arguably just to secure a game. Dralii had already won. Oh, Dralii, nice finish from Atow. I think it could have been a little bit easier than that, but why not put some flair on it?
Atow ceiling reset, and then just carries the ball down to the ground, half volley. I mean, he makes it look easy, but these are highly technical shots. It's very easy to miss that one. Hit the post or hit the bar with an accidental bit of power in the wrong direction. Dralii, oh, he's looking for the bump on the way back there, knowing Atow is going to be preserving his boost and not trying to accelerate too much at the moment. Dralii forcing the issue. With the boost advantage, you always have that option to go to. Just a solid 50 will usually give you possession.
Can Atow escape here? He was put back on defense. He had enough boost. Does seem like he's going to be out. Now Dralii playing near his nets. Not really starved out though. Atow just going to keep throwing shots on target. Can he get this boost steal? Dralii pre-flips to take it away, and that will relieve the pressure, and he's going to quickly counterattack. Not only is he out of defense, he's trying to score on offense. He wanted to fake Atow out, but credit to Atow. What? Did not get beat, gets a demo, and now just going to wave dash to the midfield and get his third.
Wow. Well, Atow did not look like he was in a great position there, but he somehow manages to demo Dralii.
The landing wave dash.
It was that landing. Just getting a little wobble, kicking the front end of the car up into a wave dash. Crazy. I mean, you can't blame Dralii for letting his guard down there.
Is Atow going to go for this double? I think he did good enough to not get scored on. I mean, that is a really risky double. So the fact that he's not just getting scored on the other side of his net is a good enough win.
Yeah, he bailed out really well there. And then Dralii's missed a touch, tried to take the ball with him. He left it behind. Tense ending to game 5 as both KC players try to break the deadlock as Dralii extending his lead once again as Atow got a little bit lost in no man's land there. Yeah, Dralii can sense weakness. He saw Atow looking awkward and he just dove in and seized control.
And when you're Dralii, even if you're facing the wrong way, does not matter at all. Such a clean half flip to take control as Atow. Best case scenario for him on a sidewall win. I guess maybe best case scenario would be the ball directly in the net because Dralii is one of the best defenders and he'll pin this one away.
What a save by Dralii. Atow probably thought he'd done enough there. As things stand, it's another Dralii win waiting to happen. Just drive challenge, keeps all his momentum, doesn't give Atow any easy angles to attack with, and Atow he looks like he's got something going here, but Dralii is in full control.
Maybe if he had gotten some power on his flick, Dralii kind of chasing him down, not letting Atow take the kind of angles he wants because he has to worry about the demo. He has a great spot here, but he tries to put it across the net. Really no choice but to go quickly because he needs 2 goals. Dralii makes the save, put a little flair for it to finish, and he will. 6-3 Dralii.
Too good. I mean, Atow's had his opportunities this game. He's not been clinical with them. But it's definitely a continuation of the last game. I'm seeing similarities. Dralii's had more possession, more opportunities to score, and he's been able to maintain his high defensive level, whereas Atow's struggling every now and then.
Atow, one for the road. You know, sticking this one out, obviously, with just seconds left. He was in it till the final moments, but sometimes it can help to get something on board. But Dralii's not going to let you have any mental victories. He'll cut that one off as well. Dralii on match point here against Atow.
Seriously impressive stuff. Atow. Actually, wait, is Dralii calling a timeout here? Dralii with the timeout. This is becoming a bit of a theme. We saw Trebla do this earlier. Wins a game, calls a timeout. Now Dralii wins a game and calls a timeout. It must just be 1v1, you know, a little bit more intense, a little bit more taxing on the mental aspect of the game. So Dralii's pulled out the winner's timeout card as well.
Yeah, I mean, 1v1, it's a mental game big time. So why not get some timeouts when players are winning? Dralii, I think I saw him maybe run away. Is it another restroom break? I don't know, but it did not pay off for Trebla. I'm not sure that it's going to hurt Dralii too much necessarily, but we heard Moxy say, you know, he was excited when Trebla took a timeout. I'm not sure if Atow will feel the same way necessarily. I mean, it hasn't been going well for him for a while.
Yeah, this is going to be fine. I mean, these guys are teammates. I seriously doubt this is a strategy. They're teammates in 3v3, of course. So I seriously doubt this is some kind of elaborate mind game by Dralii. Or if it is, there will be a very interesting discussion during scrims next week. As things stand, he's in the driver's seat. He's a player we expected to have a slight edge in the matchup. He appears like he does have a slight edge in the matchup. Atow, I think, just has to go completely all guns blazing in this last game. That's the only way that I could. Well, I say last game, not allowed to lose anymore. So I'd like to see Atow going out with all mechanics unleashed, nothing held back, because playing anything below that will probably just result in too many saves for Dralii.
There's no doubt about it. And the good news for Atow, he has that level. He has that level. He's gone to that level before in matches. And he has the potential to win against literally anybody, and he'll create all of our future highlight plays in the process if he does it. And it sounds like that's basically what we're saying we need from him. I mean, the way Dralii's been playing, it's time for Atow to go Atow mode. I actually just for some reason thought of the Batmobile, but does he ever play Batmobile? Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's Fennec right now.
He's Fennec right now, but I have seen the Batmobile before. It's not really enough of a go-to that it came to mind, but you know, now that you mention it, I wouldn't have minded seeing that. Would have been interesting.
My phrasing somehow just made me think of the Batmobile, but we're Fennec.
It's happened. Oh, that's open. Atow versus the open net. He's flip resetting for some reason, even though the ball's already in. But that's just Atow in a nutshell. If he can get a reset, he probably will, even if it runs the minute risk of saving his own open net.
Yeah, Dralii, I think maybe just expecting that dribble setup to be a little bit more towards the nets. Otherwise, nowhere near it. He wants to get a double himself. Nice execution here over the top of Atow. Gets the tight angle.
I mean, the crazy thing about this is he didn't even commit to this early. He only committed to that once he saw Atow jump, and then he just goes backboard over the top of him. If Atow doesn't jump, Dralii can easily land a reset there. He can just air dribble dunk. There's so many options when you've got the mechanical level, the control that these two have.
Atow, looked like he took a second. I felt like he maybe could have gotten to that boost first. He's going to go for a full field redirect. No, instead, he has to make a save, but he does make the save, so credit to him. Trying to quickly change the field as Dralii stuck with zero. Nice speed, used his boost to his advantage.
Yeah, Atow there just sneaking it past. Dralii was in the area, but Atow was able to just get the nose of his car up fast enough to put it past him. Must-win game for Atow, of course. Not in terms of tournament life. They are in the upper bracket for now, but depending on when the outcome of this match, they will both be in single elimination tomorrow. The winner will be one round further advanced as Dralii fakes out Atow, but it looks like this might have been more of a just, well, I've kind of lost control here. I suppose I'll fake it, and Atow jumped over it.
That's the kind of respect you get when you're Dralii. When you're these guys in this lobby, you have to assume that something's going to happen, and instead, every once in a while, nothing will work. I'm sorry, but in your ranked games, people will be assuming, this is not you in general, just everybody, they will be assuming that you'll be doing nothing. That's what I do against my opponents.
Oh, my ranked opponents definitely assume I'm doing nothing. That's for sure. Dralii could shoot this. He does, and it's easily in. No nonsense. Dralii regains control of game 6. Unfortunately for Atow, that was just a bit too easy. We talked about him unleashing everything in his offensive arsenal, but he's got to do it with a little bit of boost left over to recover.
Dralii, wave dash kickoff. The 2-pointer. This time it's not going to switch the lead here. I guess it goes from tied to 2, but Atow just a little bit slower on the wave dash. I mean, Dralii muscles it into the blue half as well as lands quicker and gets moving. Back to another kickoff again, as we see so often in ones, and another win for Dralii, this time side wall. He's going to have to do a little bit more if he wants to convert on it, but you never have to worry too much about him. He puts it directly at Atow, and it's actually going to be a pass. Atow sends it high and should have the counter.
Yeah, good slot there from distance from Atow. It was all in a defensive stop, though. Looked like Dralii might be about to go up by 3 goals. Atow with a monstrous save makes it a 1-goal game. Now, can he back it up with a kickoff possession? It looks like he will be able to. It's in Dralii's half. Atow has the ability to just go at this ball and beats him to it. Dralii had to turn. Atow did not. And when both players just held boost and pointed their cars at it, the guy who has to turn usually loses.
And a little dash on the sidewall too. It's tough to say whether or not it made the difference, but Atow transitioning onto the wall, making sure to dash. Here's Dralii, no jumping, as he wants to lose this ball into the corner, but I'm not sure it's going to pay off for him. Atow with more than enough to make anything happen. He is a bit close to the back wall, so even Dralii on low boost can challenge. But now Atow setting up in the midfield, high bounce dribble, needs to control it a little bit too much, but wants to go 50 instead. Dralii's going to be able to recover, tried to put it behind him. Dralii made the save.
Yeah, that was just too good by Dralii. Atow kind of walked into that one a little bit. He wants to, he's one of those players, he wants to score at some point soon. He's not happy, Atow's not happy scoring in a minute from now after fully controlling the ball on the boost forever. And sometimes it costs him. He takes a gamble and gets countered by the Dralii defensive wall.
Atow missed a little flick there. I think there's been a couple different times where mechanically his flick hasn't had the power he's wanted. That was not an issue for Joreuz early before. He had super powered flicks, but he's going to need a little bit of help on the ground if he wants to bring this one back against Dralii, who does get around this for a save. Atow 41 boosts, so Dralii going to try and be a pest, might get the respawn, but actually did not. Oh, well, he'll get it now. It's going to respawn after his second ring around the rosy, and Atow trying to convert here. Sidewall wants to give it up. Dralii will take it instead. Early flip has a reset, wants to get movement around Mr. Atow, and does, but it's going to result in Atow possession.
Yeah, Atow forcing him sufficiently wide there. Now the air dribble going the other way. It's pre-jump stopped by Dralii again. He's got to be careful in the back corner. Oh, Atow lost speed on the upward turn to the wall, and that actually saved Dralii. Oh, pre-flip flick by Dralii. Top ends.
Absolutely ridiculous flick from Atow. Dralii sets up the way he's turning his car. He is threatening a top right flick the opposite direction. Instead, he pre-flips underneath it and slots it top left. Impossible to read from Atow, and there's nothing he can do if Dralii's playing like that.
It's just disgusting. And now Dralii with the boost control on the next kickoff as well. We've just got 90 seconds left for Atow to work, and it's actually Dralii who's looking to get to work a little bit more. Another solid 50, just completely stops the challenge, flicks it again to that same top corner, and it's 7-4.
Great read from Dralii. We saw Atow go high, and basically cover anything through the air. Dralii quickly dropped the ball. Actually, credit to Atow, who had to boost his way all the way down there to get that first 50 in the first place. But the reality is, you know, you're never really out of the woods till you fully cleared it, especially against a guy like Dralii. He's going to be able to quickly convert, and this is what Atow needs. He needs quick goals on kickoff, and a double jump bump will do it.
That's exactly, like you said, is exactly what Atow needs. He needs to score as quickly as possible, because you know as soon as Dralii gets control, seconds, many seconds are coming off the clock. Minute and 15 to go. Plenty time left in ones. Doubt we're going to see an early forfeit from Atow in this match. Oh, I maybe spoke too soon. As Dralii crushes him in the kickoff, and it's gone straight in. Atow trying to get a bit cheeky here with the delay, but I think he was in two minds there. I mean, he semi-delayed, semi-jumped at it, and just wrapped it into his own net.
Yeah, he needs to be more decisive, as well as he's starting to become, I think, a little bit predictable. Dralii seems to be expecting these delays in these big moments, these crucial kickoffs. You can kind of feel he needs a big one. He's been throwing in a delay. Dralii going to go the length of the field and actually used every last bit of his boost, which, considering that he's up 3, surprises me slightly. It should result in a clean Atow possession. Dralii shadowing Atow, double jump. Can he get the bump?
No
He
way.
does connect with him. Dralii almost got back, but will not.
Full air dribble bump mode engage. Atow has found out a consistent way to score, and honestly, he should just keep doing it, because we're in game 6. If he can come back and win this game by bumping Dralii multiple times, the momentum will be so solidly in his favor in game 7.
Dralii gonna have to force the issue and bring the game to Atow, or just win direct kickoffs, but doesn't decide to take the risk because that one floats on the goal line. Instead, he'll waste some time. Dralii knows how to do that as well. He's gonna go to the length of the field. We'll see if he saves any boost this time around. This time falling early, and I think this is a much safer play. Wave dash, save 13, go pick up 100. You're not gonna get quickly countered. You could probably waste the next 25 seconds.
Atow has to get a shot on target pretty soon though. Final 20 seconds. Dralii has enough boost to stay on the ball, and this is just going to annoy Atow, but now this has to be it. Oh, he didn't get the best first touch. He's completely all in here, and Dralii easily stops him. Now time is really done for Atow. He has to score in the next few seconds, and he's missed the first touch to the ceiling. It's game over. Dralii wins the KC matchup.
The GGs. He knew Dralii didn't even take his open net. Now they're going to keep us hostage.
All right,
This is actually what happens often in ones games as well.
I guess this is it till tomorrow, so we are just going to keep this ball in the air until, well, we're starting tomorrow 4 p.m. GMT, so this is all you're going to get until then. No, GG's. Dralii and Atow played an absolute blinder of a series, but after an early 2-1 lead, it was Dralii who took full control, and he advances to the semi-final. Atow will have to go from quarters.
And a big part of it too, Dralii, timeout after winning, won again. So now we have won both sides.
We do. It's an interesting strat. I mean, we never really thought about that being a thing, but I suppose, you know, if you're playing 3s, you don't really want to do that because it messes with your teammates' rhythm, but if you're the only player, you can just call it whenever you want. So Dralii fancied a timeout. He says, you know what? Yeah, I just won a game, but I'd like a minute extra. I could take it. No one, don't even need to ask my teammates.
Are they restroom breaks? And why don't people ever have to use the restroom in 3s?
Well, they might, but they also might also have that peeking teammate and think, well, I don't want him to stop peeking. If I take a minute, maybe they'll cool off. So yeah, hopefully we can ask Dralii what the deal is there. If there's any mind games with the winners timeout. Didn't look like it, but we'd love to know.
Dralii masterclass. Dralii gonna move on to the upper semis, opposite side of Moxy, really the favorable side of the bracket in general.
Yeah, it's exactly where he wants to be. Dralii looking like he might be the favorite, definitely well situated, but we're not quite done with content yet. Don't all leave. We have the desk for closing thoughts. Let's head over there right now.
What do we think, boys? The Dralii timeout after winning, we heard Moxy mention it before, the fact that, you know, it's a bit of a questionable play.
Like, it does feel like we talk about 1v1s are a very nervous game. That's probably the most carefree series you will ever see, I think, between Atow and Dralii. You know, teammates going at it. Neither of them is out of the tournament yet. It seems like they were just having a good time for the most part. We saw the waste in time, a goal by Dralii at times too. So maybe that timeout was just to troll, but I'm not sure.
like it. I like it. We're seeing them all. We saw Trebler rocket and then run to the bathroom. But, you know, you're seeing two teammates play against each other. It was always going to be a pretty close series. It was back and forth. And I think it kind of went as expected, which I guess, well, I'd say most of today has. We had a best of 7 reverse sweep. We had some insane games. But yeah, Dralii, well done to him. Atow, though, still alive, so he could still be a threat in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think Atow peaked at times, and that's what we expected to see, right? Like, it wasn't going to be an easy win for Dralii, but Dralii is the better, more consistent player. But Atow, he's going to that lower bracket, but I don't think anyone really wants to play him. That Atow-Nas matchup tomorrow is going to be insane, because I think whoever wins that has to go up against Moxy next, and this is why you wanted to win now, because Dralii's on the much easier part of the bracket, because you have Atow, Nas, and Moxy all on the same side that have to knock each other out, while Dralii gets either Trouble or Juicy. Seems like a way more favorable matchup there.
Well, CJ, that game 1, Dralii was 5-0 up, and still no forfeit coming out from Atow. Game 3, though, Dralii kind of giving in with a forfeit as well. For me, I feel like maybe dragging out the games might be a little bit of a mind game as well. What are we thinking?
It's possible. I think we lost CJ. I don't know where he went on my screen. Oh, there he is.
He's toying with us. You're back. You're so back. You're locked in.
Okay, I'm so back. I hope I'm back.
You're just so back.
I'm back. Am I back? Can everyone
You're
see
back.
me?
You're back.
I mean, it's 5 a.m. your time, so you would understand if you're going to
I
bed.
don't know what's going on. I can't see anything, but you're right. The timeouts have something to do with it as well. I think it's, you know, it's the forfeit, should I say?
It's okay, CJ. If you weren't listening, you can just say it. It's cool.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. You know, sometimes you want to forfeit, sometimes you want to play it out, I guess.
I feel like that was a great game from both players, certainly entertaining to say the least. I'm curious to hear from Dralii himself as well. I wanted to know what was going on behind the scenes. I think at one point one of the boys mentioned whether or not there'd be coaching going on behind the scenes as well. What do we think real quick, Gibbs?
I think not in this match. I think Farrah's not going to try and coach either of these guys, but we will be having Dralii join us. Dralii, welcome to the show.
Hello. Thank you. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, thank you. How are you doing? Enjoying toying with your food a little bit in that game?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Well, I'm happy about the series against Atow. No.
We have to talk. We have to talk real quick. Like, I'm just going out there. What was up with the timeout? Because that's the number one thing everyone is talking about. You win a game, you call a timeout. Was it a bio break? Was it just to troll Atow, or how was it?
No, it was 3-2, right? So I'm pretty sure I just wanted to like take my time to be as good as I can be for the next game, because I wanted it to be the last one, you know. So yeah.
Why is this not a thing in 3v3 then? We never see teams take a timeout after a win. Why is it just a 1v1 thing?
I think it's because 3v3 in general is just different, and yeah, mentally 3v3 is just very different. So you have to like approach things differently, and I wouldn't do this in threes for that reason.
Before that series, was there any kind of trash talk between you both?
Not at all. We support each other. Just said good luck, have fun, and we just play the series.
And did it not pain you even a little bit to forfeit that game 3?
That's the one where I was losing 6-3, right?
Yeah.
6-3. No, it was pretty much over. It was over. I mean, I knew it was over by like the first minute, because I just couldn't play my game, you know. So it didn't really pain me. I was just like getting ready mentally for the next game.
And for this upper bracket, obviously, it's not as important, right? Because you both have 2 lives at this point. But by looking at the bracket, did you look at how the bracket was going to unfold, where now you get to avoid Atow, Nas, and Moxy through that part of the bracket to make a grand finals run?
I can't lie, I haven't looked at the bracket since the start of the tournament.
Well, you have a pretty nice ride. That I'll say. You get the winner of Trouble and Juicy. So how do you see that match going? Who do you think you'll wind up playing?
I think Juicy will win, but it could be a close series. I think Juicy will win though, because I mean, Trouble has shown some great things, but I don't think he's been too consistent. And Juicy is also a great ones player, so I'm expecting to play against him.
And if you do make the final, on the other side, as Gibbs said, you've got your teammate, you've got Atow, Nas, and Moxy. Who would you expect to be facing in the final?
Wait, what did you say? I didn't hear.
You have Atow, Nas, or Moxy on the other side. Which of those three would you expect to face if you're in the final?
I really couldn't tell you. There's 3 players who are around the same skill. I mean, they're both the best ones players in the world, and it could literally go any way. I mean, it could go in anybody's way, because Atow on his day can beat anybody, and same thing can be said for Moxy and Nas. So I actually couldn't tell you. But I think this tournament, Moxy's been playing very well, so I wouldn't be surprised at all to play him.
Well, Dralii's congratulations are in order to you. Best of luck for tomorrow's matches.
Thank you. Have a nice one.
Thank you. What a sweet fella. All right, let's go ahead and recap our playoffs from today, boys. I want each of you to pick out your favorite series from today. For me, it's got to be that Nas versus ApparentlyJack. That reverse sweep, oof.
That has to be mine as well. Like a reverse sweep, we're like, all right, in the history of RLCS, we've only had, what, like 9 best of 7 reverse sweeps. We get it in match number 2 of the inaugural 1v1 on the RLCS. It just goes to show that we know how to write a script and we do it well. Nas, though, finally showing up, showing his true colors of being one of these top 3 dogs. So unfortunate for ApparentlyJack, but he was live streaming the whole time and he wasn't really down about it, which was kind of cool to see. So kudos to Nas. He moves on, so that has to be my match as well.
I mean, I think you're all forgetting about the generational performance that Trebler was putting in that upper bracket round 1. What a 4-1 loss that was. I mean, Moxy stepped up to the plate as well to make it entertaining. That's the one I'll remember. But, I mean, a best of 7 reverse sweep day 1 of RLCS 1v1 is pretty cool. So, it's been a great start.
Well, of course, the winner of this entire 1v1 for the European Open will be going through to the LAN finals in Birmingham against the #1 player from South America as well. So a reminder, if you have not yet got your tickets for Birmingham, go ahead, scan that QR code and get purchasing. I'm super excited to experience my first ever RLCS LAN. Gibbs, what should I be expecting here? Loud crowd?
Wild crowd, absolutely, especially when you're in Europe. They're going to have the chants ready. They're going to be, dancing in the seats or not sitting the entire time. And I'm really excited just to see how the 1v1 match goes. Like, how hype is everyone going to be? It's going to be a weird thing to only see one computer versus one computer or one person sitting at a chair. We'll see if the nerves play a factor there. So that is what I'm probably most excited for, because we haven't seen that yet, CJ. So we'll see how that plays out. But we will get fantastic matches. We always do. The grand finals, or at least the final day, there's going to be one match that everyone talks about for years to come. Hopefully it's the grand finals, but you just never know.
Yeah, I think Rocket League always delivers on land. We never know what it's going to be, whether it's something crazy, a technical difficulty, or an insane match. But that's the beauty of live show, and yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Well, if you can't make it to Birmingham, we also have tickets available for Dralii as well. Go ahead and scan that QR code as well. But in regards to the schedule that we have for tomorrow's matchups, 5 best of 7s tomorrow. Man, oh man, I'm super excited for all this Rocket League we have on show. Gibbs, talk to me. Which of these matchups are you looking most forward to?
Oh, man, it's tough. I feel like, obviously, outside of, grand final stuff, I feel like just the whole side of the bracket with Atow, Nas, and Moxy, just to see who comes out. I expect Dralii to make that grand finals run, but I don't know between those 3, because Moxy, yes, you did win today, so you have an advantage of not having to play, but you're going to have to play a red-hot player that just beat another great 1v1er between Atow and Nas. So I think, he might be at a disadvantage. I'm going to predict right now that whoever wins between Atow and Nas makes that grand final and makes that push. So I think the best match is going to be Moxy versus the winner of that is going to be my prediction for the entire day.
Go on, CJ. I see you deep in thought.
Obviously, Juicy Treble is the matchup we're all but I
Fair
think,
enough.
it's always the question when there's a tough side of the bracket and an easy side in terms of who's going to come out on top. I think Dralii's in a great spot. I think he's a firm favourite for tomorrow. He dodges all the tough rounds. And 1v1s as well, especially best of 7s, can be exhausting. So, you mentioned Gibbs, the winner of Atow or Nas goes through, but they would have played back-to-back best of 7s, could potentially be 14 1v1 games in a row going into a grand final. I think Dralii is in the box seat. He should have a cruisy run.
That is why I said I'm not excited for the grand final necessarily, because I think, yes, whoever does make that run is going to be exhausted, and it might turn into a rout. So we'll see how it all plays out. But usually in 1v1s, there's some amazing match that's going to happen, some crazy clutch goal. We saw it today. We'll see plenty tomorrow as well.
Well, I want both of you to sum up, give me a TLDR in one word. Sum up the first day of the first ever RLCS 1v1 event we've had today.
One word. I will say, all right, so I'll go first. I'll say fear. Fear's never been on an RLCS show. I'm very excited that he got to cast some games. Very excited that I got to cast with him as well, and we got a fantastic match to boot there. So credit to Fear.
I'll just say chaos. I think it was.
I was going to say chaos. What?
It was, yeah, there you go. For real, it makes sense.
I thought you'd just say Trebler, but you know, there we have it. Well, the pre-show for tomorrow is going to be at 4:30 p.m. Central European time. But the games are not over, folks, because we still have the Rocket Street live broadcast going on with the South American playoffs. So we're going to go ahead and throw you over that way. Without further ado, we'll see you tomorrow.